Tonight, with this extended edition of Flight Sim News, we catch up on everything over the past week and a full recap of Flight Sim Expo. We also take a look at IniBuilds' latest scenery of Doha and check out the new CT210 from Carenado and a new famous flyer, the Piper Dakota. Everybody, happy Wednesday. Welcome to the middle of the week, the halftime show, the midweek shuffle. Welcome to the news. Now, lots of news tonight. We started early for this extended edition and to try and, right, there's a lot of it. So we're going to, take our time, ease ourselves into this, and let's see how it goes. A very busy week, not only from everything that's been happening at Flight Sim Expo. All the hardware, all the releases, all the announcements, but there's also been a lot of stuff outside of Expo when it comes to news about our beloved simulators. So it's going to be a busy night. In addition to all of that, we're going to be showcasing the latest release from IniBuilds. We have Doha, the airport, and also a brand new scenery pack, all the different landmarks, and a whole lot of helipads to go with that. Carenado are back. They finally released their 210 Centurion, the CT210N, I think. We're going to see what that's all about. And of course, a brand new famous flyer from the Piper Dakota. We're going to be checking that one out live on the stream as well. Plus a whole lot of stuff. There was exciting news from SayIntentions, and we're going to be looking at Pocket Sky as well. Plus, as I said, the full recap from Flight Sim Expo. Loads of stuff to get through here. So if you missed anything over the last couple of days, well, this is where we kind of, cram it all in to one sitting. So put the kettle on, make yourselves comfortable, and let's kind of see where we go. It'll be grand. All sorts happening, lads. A very exciting time once again in the world of Microsoft Flight Sim. Also X-Plane as well. There's things happening left, right and centre, and it's hard to keep up with everything. And that's only the software. Then we have all the hardware. Absolute mad times for sure. But anyway, who's here on a Wednesday? Pull up a chair. CP65, welcome in. Spitfire RAF 100 is here in the chat. AZ Blue Line, happy hump day. Robert is here. Sir Camsalot, 25 months with Prime. Thank you very, very much indeed. My dude, I hope you're well. B. Carlo is here, welcome in. Liptorius, hello, hello. Fierce Wolf, looking fierce. And Wolfie, welcome in, buddy. Creo, good to see you. Eamon 1973 is here. Things back to normal. No, I'm still knackered. I went to bed last night at 11. Oh, a good 2:30. Bing! Morning! Fell back asleep at around 8 o'clock this morning. I said, I'll just get another hour. Oh, it's amazing what 5 hours can do. Shut up, Murphy, you lightweight. But you know what I mean? Jaded. But anyway, we're all here now, friends. PH Roy, a very good evening to you. 39 degrees, man. Jesus. APU Inspector, 205 streams. Thank you very, very much indeed, my guy. Hope you're well. Super Typhon is here. 29 degrees, Super Ty. Jesus. That's Angel, welcome in. Hope you're keeping well. Schultz is here. Malky Mac, good evening. Wicked Lumberjacks is in the house. Zit, what time do you call this? About 10 to. Hope you're well. Proby Pete, a very good day from Arizona. Listening in while flying leg 22 of State Capital's achievement. Nice. Monitoring the flight on Pocket Sky. Nice. We're going to have a look at that here in a moment. And exciting stuff, right? Sexy o'clock, right? Schultz is installing the latest NVIDIA drivers. Best of luck with that. Colonel Fork is here. Good to see him, my dude. Never asked a woman her age, a man his salary, or an Irishman, what's he doing with that fertilizer? Right? Each of those will get you a slap in the side of the head. Brilliant. Good to see you, Colonel Fork. Muse Fan is here, bursts in the door, holding the clipboard thing. He says, how he is his man jokes. Good to see you, Muse. Schrodinger's kitchen, right? Soaring AJ H man, hope you're well. Sai120, very good evening to you. The Impossible Face is here, watching whilst flying over the south of France. Ooh, nice. Care85, good to see you. DK Funfly, welcome aboard. 5 in a row, thank you very much. Crafty Tigers, welcome in. Cy Murray is here. Naughty Gnome, back in the land of living. Good to see you, man. He says, I'm back in Blighty and unpacked. Man yourself. Energizer is here. He says, evening Murph and all. Sure, it's been a quiet week in the flight sim world, hasn't it? Yeah, there's not much going on. Bloody hell. Dougal McTavish, the chairman. Good to see you, Dougal. Hope you're well. Max Stallion is here. Jet lag is just, it's in a hoop. It's amazing. I was grand in America. It's only when you come back. Oh. But anyway, where are we at over here? Test Pilot, welcome in, buddy. He says, like your streams from Expo, would be good to see the outtakes. Right? We did it live. Bren Hunter, good to see you. Waiting on a flight from Belfast to Birmingham, which is rather delayed. I mean, what would you expect from Aer Lingus? Delays? Not at all. McFly is here, good to see you. Retriever Neil, welcome aboard. Hope all is well. We'll ramble over here. We got some peoples on our YouTube. Black Sheep Gene is here. Good to see you, Gene. Bat is in the house. Welcome in, Bat. Uniform Goose. G'day, Goose. Hope all is well. Visualize is here. Flight Sim Max. Welcome in, Max. David Mao. Welcome in. Vruden, my dude. Great meeting you over at Flight Sim Expo, Vruden the Great. And the man is shockingly tall. Hope you're well. Who else come in the door here now? Dublin Lee. Welcome aboard. First time. Good to see you, buddy. Anna Crosses is here. Armarchi, welcome in. Vruden says, I don't know how much I spent, but whatever it was worth it. Right? Brilliant. Yeah, fantastic crack, wasn't it? I haven't had that much fun in 15 years. Nice. Yeah, it was a mad couple of days, wasn't it? But sure, look it. Let's see what happens. Airwolf, good to see you, man. Hope all is well. You just recovered today. I'm still not recovered, but sure, listen, we'll edge our way into it and see what happens. Do you know? Now, for tonight, I'm going to try and break down things because there's a lot of news, right? We're going to start with the software, then we'll go and look at the hardware. Right, and we can kind of expand more on the hardware when we go through Flight Sim Expo, the whole FSExpo extravaganza, right? And then, of course, we have some cool add-ons to show off as well. PH Roy says, as we speak, a new beta update for 24 is just installed. The Toby is now supported right out the box. Ooh. Nice. Irish Jet Red, welcome in. You say that, but you're going to be on for about 5 hours. Well, you wouldn't know, you know. That's it for tonight's show. We'll see you go. No, couldn't even get that part right. We're in for a good one tonight, I can tell you. But anyway, how's the weather in your area? I mean, Ireland is escaping this heat dome that's over Europe at the moment, but I know our friends over in the UK and of course in Central Europe are getting fairly bashed out of it. Very high temperatures. So I hope you're all keeping cool and, you know, easy going and plenty of hydration. Eamon says, Murph, as I regularly do night shift, I know how disrupting a sleep pattern takes its toll. I can often get over jet lag better than others. Yeah, I don't know. It's 5 hours, but there's no problem going to sleep. I'm not able to sleep for very long, but it'll be sorted in a few days. You know what I mean? We'll see what happens. DJ Seamus, good to see you. PH Roy says it's shite. The Impossible Face, it's overcast and damp mostly. Ooh. Flights with Joel is here. Good to see you, Joel. Missed you at Expo, buddy. The weather was perfect with you. Nice. It's been lashing rain. Yeah, it was raining here earlier. Zybog Doc is here all the way from Denmark. Hello from Tipperary. Hope you're keeping very well. Thor is waking up. Yeah, the weather's been mad, isn't it? Very hot in Plymouth, says Uniform Goose. Practically Geek is here. Good to see you, buddy. Hope you're well. Should be 26 today. We're not getting that at all. It was nice this morning, you know, and then it rained. But anyway, hey, Crotty is here. Hi, Murph and Fireflies. Welcome back. Sun shining here, but it's windy in Cove in the County Cork. Brilliant. Pico is here. Welcome aboard. So yeah, we have a fair bit of stuff to go through. We'll ramble over to this screen here, right? And I got the light working. We'll come over here where it's less, you know, Murphy's face on your screen. And, well, our backdrop, lads, this here, complete with ambient sounds. This being the latest release from IniBuilds. We're going to be checking this one out in detail in a little while. But I thought it'd be nice as an, you know what I mean, a backdrop to see what we're going to be doing. Do you know what I mean? So we're actually inside a terminal. What? Absolutely bananas, right? And this is IniBuild stuff. Pretty cool. Jan Markham, thank you very much indeed, dude. 31 months. What a ledge.
Passengers for Qatar Airways Flight 1335 to Nairobi, please proceed to Gate C6 for boarding.
Those going to Nairobi go to Gate 36. Isn't that pretty cool, isn't it? Hermit something, good afternoon. Jefferson 2001, the man, the myth, the legend, has rambled in. Good evening, Murph and Fireflies, he says. Still recovering from the old jet lag. Back to it now. It's going to be busy, but epic. It just is, Jeff. You're going to be flat out. But yeah, awesome hanging out with you, man. It really, really was. We did a stream yesterday. We were showing off the newest release from A2A. It's their AcuSim Aerostar. We had a lot of fun with that last night. Just having an early look and seeing what it's all about. I'm very much impressed with it, or impressed by it. But look, we've a lot more going on here. And this from IniBuilds, this is on a whole different level, really, lads, isn't it? A different level is this. I mean, even coming down here, look, we'll speed up this camera. Look at the water, look. Do you know what I mean? I mean, come on out of that, would you? Isn't it savage? So very pretty, very nice, and yeah, we'll be checking out this entire scenery pack. We have, you know, the airport. They also have landmarks for us as well. So yeah, absolutely incredible, right? Absolutely incredible. Ivan Sky is here. Good to see you, Ivan. Hope you're well. Wombat is in the house. Not Singapore, no. This is Doha or Doha, and it's actually next door to the international airport. It's the Hamad Airport, Oscar Tango Hotel. Really, really nice, do you know? But yeah, Wombat, good to see you. Cyrus lost your streak. Ah, jeez. It's good to see you though, Cyrus. Hope you're well. I kind of wish Ini would make the Al Udeid, which is a military air base nearby. I fly in and out of there a lot. That's like one of their largest air bases, Colonel Fork, isn't it? The Orchard, I think it's called. Spent 2 hours on stream going around Doha. The sounds are incredible. Announcements are so good. I didn't hear the same one twice. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Yeah, curious about the night lighting. We'll have a look at all that in a moment, lads. As I said, there's so much to go through tonight, and as I said, hopefully it's going to be our full recap of what was at you know, Flight Sim Expo, and of course everything that would, you know, that's making the headlines over the past week or so. And there's a lot, there really is. So it's proper exciting. I mean, there was so much announced at Expo. I mean, before we were going to Expo, you know, we were chatting saying, I wonder like how different it's going to be versus FS Weekend, right? Because I mean, FS Weekend, we got to see an awful lot of stuff when it came to the hardware. We got all the hardware and more at FSExpo, but there was also a ton of announcements. And yeah, just so much to go on. Gibbo Ireland, good to see you, my dude. Hope you're well, man. Gibbo, how's your jet lag? Mine is lagging. One of the largest in the region. The RAF, the US Air Force, and Qatar's Air Force all use it. Ooh, I think I watched a video. Didn't they do like a camp tour or something? I think. I'm almost certain that was Doha. But anyway, friends, we're going to pause the simulation here and we'll let everything load. There's a beautiful little new Carenado airplane, right? We'll be checking that one out in a while as well. Just let that do its stuff there in the background. And, well, we need to open up, holy, the sheer amount of tabs, Batman. And that's page 1, right? Now, I wonder, actually, lads, hang on there now. Let's not pause that because I think that upsets the sim. So I can turn it down. There we go. See what we can do with science. Brilliant, right? The A350 packs are free. Yeah, we're going to go through all that now in a moment. Right, this one here. We shall start off, friends. And a shout out, of course, to Vashko from MSFSaddons.com and to Callum and all the lads at FS Elite. They were so busy over the last few days. They were flat out, lads, flat out. So, yeah, we've a good bit to cover. Anyway, we'll start off at the very beginning. A2A. They've released their AccuSim Aerostar 600. It's an early access product and it's only for Flight Sim 2024, the first native release. And it's working fine in AccuSim. And the version of the aircraft is 0.9. 0.9, and they're saying, listen, if you don't want to go for the early access model, just wait till we get to version 1.0, which I imagine is going to be couple of weeks maybe, and we see how they can go with it. I flew it yesterday on a stream. I really enjoyed it. It needs a bit of polish, right? There's a bit of work, I think, when it comes to the sounds. Some of the visuals, bit of polish needed here, there, and everywhere, and also some of the logic when it comes to the engines, right? But apart from that, it's a very solid early access aircraft. But anyway, they did say it was going to come out in July, and here it is. A2A Simulations launched the AccuSim Aerostar, the 600 variant for Flight Sim 2024. It's in early access and you can buy it directly through the A2A website for $49.99. It's the company's first fully native aircraft for 2024, designed to take advantage of the Sim's latest features, including that of how they managed to get their EFB to work natively inside, the Microsoft EFB. I was fairly impressed with that. The release not only introduces A2A's first twin-engine aircraft for the latest iteration of Microsoft Flight Sim, but also the debut of its AccuSim 2.0 framework inside 2024's platform. Which is interesting. Fornax, good to see you. Thunderbolt, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, lads. So the Aerostar delivers A2A's signature in-style or in-depth systems modelling, dynamic ground handling, and also the finely tuned engine behaviour, all powered by the latest generation of sim technology. There's a couple of things not yet fully included with the aircraft, right? The circuit breakers aren't fully working. As I said, there's a bit of head scratching with the engine logic. Some of the nav radio stuff, there's little kind of pockets of stuff there that we need to kind of figure out. But as I said, it's very, very good. Very, very good. Do you know what I mean? Rec simulations are having 50% sale. Nice, we'll have a look at that for sure. Kramer Dim, good to see you. Why are they still encouraging early access stuff? Have people learned nothing? Well, I mean, you have the option if you want to adopt it or not, right? I mean, it's not a case that you have to purchase the aircraft. You could argue and say, no, listen, just hold on to it and tell us when it's ready. That's quite okay. But I think where they're going with this, based on the sounds of what A2A were saying publicly, they were like, they were facing challenges, timelines were against them, and they're releasing it as is, as an early access, and they want to get the community feedback. Don't forget, when it comes to beta testing these, depending on the company, beta teams tend to be quite small, especially when it comes to general aviation, 10, 15 folks maybe. So the more people you can actually give access to, well, the more information you're going to get back. But yeah, it's hard to call, really. Jan Race, thank you very much indeed. 45 months. What a ledge. Cheers, buddy. Hope you're well. So yeah, as I said, we flew it yesterday. The video is live now on YouTube if you want to go back and have a look at it. We took it through its paces and outside of the normal flight envelope. Did our walk around. The walk around, because it's using the native Flight Sim 24 walk around, I find it just a little bit kind of rugged and janky. It's not as smooth or as... I kind of like the idea of, click and bring me to the next station. Maybe you prefer walking, around yourself. I just find the camera is a little bit kind of moves quick, and you know what I mean? It's just, Jesus, where's the thing? It's a little bit cumbersome, but it works, right? It works fine. They do, of course, have the integration when it comes to, you can have no GPS. You can go with a 430, a 530, or even a 750. All that seems to be working quite well in it. Haven't tested it yet in a multiplayer environment. That could be interesting. And of course, it just needs another slap of, veneer and polish. But anyway, detailed engine modelling, including per cylinder simulation, accurate flight dynamics, that's all been run by AccuSim. Integrated EFB, really impressed with that. The GTNs are in there. Fully simulated Century 4 2-axis autopilot, and that worked pretty well. Custom electric engine monitoring via the JPI EDM computer, both the 760 and the 790. So, yeah. There's some people kind of scratching their head saying, why would they not have released this into 2020? A lot of people are still flying in 2020, right? But this is a 2024 exclusive aircraft, so that may not sit well with everyone, but that's pretty much where it is. Do you know? Heisenberg, it's good to see you, buddy. Well, A2A made good walk around for the Comanche. They did, yeah. A2A were the first ones to bring in an interactive walk around mode, and they did that with the Comanche. Inspector fuel and all sorts of cool stuff. They also have like the usual stuff that, you know, what the Comanche has. It's kind of the same foundation, if you like. You know, it has failures, it has wear and tear. You do have options for kind of changing things inside and outside the aircraft. That'll all come later. Really interested to see if A2A will will they enhance this product down the line? Will they add different engine variants, more power, less power, or even the jets, right? This thing had, it was designed to carry jet engines, which is friggin' nuts altogether. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. It's at version 0.9 as of now. And they're already getting the feedback. I was looking at the Discord earlier on. They're getting a lot of feedback. I think V1 is flying it at the minute, and he's finding his way around it pretty quick. It just needs Murph to crash it 1,000 more times. Yeah, that'll work, Gene. That'll work, right? But yeah, it's interesting. Time acceleration not supported, right? HUD information inaccurate in external views, and the installer may fail. But I do believe the installer is working now. I think they've updated that bit of code. Stevie B, it's good to see you, Stevie. Hope you're well. So A2A encourages users to report any bugs or suggestions directly through the A2A forums, where they also have snippets of their upcoming flight manual. All right, the flight manual doesn't ship yet with the product. They're still working on it. But for some of the core systems, they already have, detailed information available. You can pick that up over on their website. There was no real lead into this. There was no hype, there was no media, there was no showcases, there was nothing. It was like, well, here it is, right? So an interesting move from A2A. I mean, certainly, 3 years ago or 2 years ago for the launch of the Comanche, that was a big to-do. This one, no, let's just push it out. So yeah, interesting stuff. Lieutenant Bob, good to see you. Nick is here, welcome in. So I feel like I'm in a different time zone all of a sudden. Join the club, right? Join the club. So that's from A2A. Carenado releasing the Cessna, well, it's a CT210N. We know it as a Cessna. It's a turbo Centurion 2, I think, was this make for Microsoft Flight Sim. Now, I didn't fully have a look at this airplane yet. I haven't flown it yet. I've literally just loaded it in and I saved, I think, 4 camera views. Nothing else. So I'm very eager to see where Carenado are going with their aircraft development. I did see a video that they've added in this kind of physics-based logic when it comes to, you know, some of the gyros and stuff in the airplane. That's pretty cool, right? That's a new depth of systems modeling from Carenado. But anyway, this aircraft, it is a single engine, right? Piston engine, high wing, comfortably breaks the 180 knot barrier. And it's very powerful, which is great to hear. Today's Marketplace update brings exactly that. Carenado releasing the Cessna CT210 Turbo Centurion. Looks beautiful there. Retractable landing gear. The 210, quite a machine. Retractable gear. Turbocharged Continental TSIO 520 and 310 screaming horses, right? The ability to cruise at 190 knots true. It climbs high with a service ceiling above 27,000 feet, and it flies far with a range north of 900 nautical miles. That's an incredible spec to have in a high-wing Cessna. I mean, considering this isn't Grand Caravan neck of the woods, considerably smaller, right? Oh, it's brilliant. Carenado's version aims to capture this all-rounder spirit. The developer describes the aircraft as designed for efficiency and capability in one package, which sounds about right given the real-world aircraft's reputation as a go-anywhere touring machine for owners who need more than what the Skylane, or not even a Skyhawk, can offer. Beautiful shots here. There's never been any doubt in my mind. Carenado have, for as long as I've looked at their stuff, made some of the most visually stunning aircraft. They look lovely. They always did. Their modeling is some of the best in the business, and textures, liveries, all that jazz. It looks absolutely gorgeous. Do you know what I mean? So we'll have to wait and see. Where's this now? Thunderbolt says, hi there. I've seen already a couple of my YouTube vids on Twitch. May I ask one question about career mode? Is it possible to fly the Douglas DC-3 or Curtiss C-46 in career mode? I don't think so. Lads, if anyone in the chat can help Thunderbolt out there, can you fly those in career mode? I think that surely the DC-3, but I can't. I don't know. I think the circuit breakers work too, which is a first for Carenado. Interesting. Gave you an Aerostar jet link in the Bremen Bar. Thank you, Super Ty. Fly with Craig. Good to see you, Craig. My dude. Hope all is well. But back to this thing. The Carenado CT210, as usual, it's a stunning model, but it seems we're getting something more than usual from the developer this time round. The aircraft comes fully equipped with a mix of classic avionics and modern upgrades, the likes of the Garmin 530 and 430 stacked by default, and you also have support for the community favourite GTN models from both PMS50 and TDS. Autopilot duties are handled by a Bendix King KFC 225 paired with a Garmin GMA 340 audio panel and also the GTX 330 transponder. It even comes with a weather radar, a Bendix King IN 182A, and an engine data management 800 system for those who enjoy leaning their mixture with surgical precision. A tablet interface lets you toggle avionic configurations, and some thoughtful touches for simmers flying in 2024's new career mode. Well, this aircraft is ready for missions, first flight, ferry flights, and flight seeing. That's becoming a standard feature in Carenado's latest releases, reflecting how closely the studio is leaning into Flight Sim 2024. Performance specs aside, there is a lot to appreciate if you enjoy systems depth. With a manageable learning curve, Carenado, they've modelled operational circuit breakers, a functioning emergency landing gear hand pump, and also a digital fuel flow indicator with a proper fuel calculation logic. On the sensory side, the studio's new Real Experience, this is all new, package brings little bits of immersion, such as animated startup jitters on the attitude indicator, shivering needles, subtle panel shaking, and what Carenado describes as high-quality, digitally recorded sounds. Carenado sounds have always been a little bit lackluster over the years, some of them better than others, but this is going to be interesting. The package comes with 8 liveries, and there's 2 variants. You can go for like the standard or one with the weather radar. So interesting stuff. A turbocharged GA Classic at a modest price. It's $19.99, that's a good price, I think, even for Carenado aircraft. So it's available from the InSim marketplace right now. We're going to be checking out this aircraft a little bit later on our live stream because I'm mad to fly it. The last time I flew a 210 was back in the world of X-Plane. So looking forward to it. Bill Scanlon, good to see you, Bill. Hope you're recovering from your Expo jet lag. Just, no, but I am slowly. Do you know what I mean? Wicked Lumberjack says, no, I don't think you can fly the DC-3 in career. I don't understand why all the base game aircraft aren't usable in career, but there we are. 100%. Sarah Doman, welcome in. Schutz says TDS have started making mods to get the GTN-XI in for default 2024 aircraft. Yeah, that's awesome. The other plane, $49.99, is mad for GA in my opinion, says Irish Jet Red. $49.99 for the Aerostar from A2A. Yeah, it's pricey. $49.99. No two ways about it. It's a pricey GA aircraft. Caleb is here. Good to see you. Murph, do you know if there's a sim brief profile for the Aerostar? I haven't seen one yet. If there is, it'll be under a P60. P60 is the Aerostar ICAO, I believe. Now, moving to some airliner news. Well, CSS have released the first major update for their 737-500, the classic variant of the 737 for Microsoft Flight Sim. If you're flying around in the 737 Classic, well, it's time to check for updates because the devs have just pushed out what they're calling the first big update, which is version 1.1.3. Right, it's now available through their own CSS launcher, and it brings a list of improvements. Visual overhaul inside and out, and we can see things like ambient occlusion, exterior weathering, improved shading, all that sort of stuff. The fuselage UV mapping has been reworked, and also an official Substance Painter paint kit to help painters get their work updated. System fixes, things like LNAV, VNAV, auto throttle, and flight control computers have all been returned, and simmers should now notice the aircraft behaving far more predictably in managed flight, properly maintaining bank angles, pitch speed, and following constraints. Some of the standout fixes include VNAV now respects speed, LNAV no longer overshoots, and the autopilot won't randomly trigger bank angle warnings. Pressurization logic has also been corrected, pneumatics have been fixed, and engine start logic being tweaked, resolving the N2 rollback and bleed air. I got this aircraft for 1 month. This is their pricing model, right? You can rent the gadget for a month, rent it for a month for $5 a month, rent it for a year, I think for 50 or 60, or buy it outright. For like $120. This thing is dear if you're going to buy it outright. However, the only thing is they're going to be adding more variants, including that of the 300, the 400, and so on. I haven't flown it since. This looks like a decent level of an upgrade, maybe to jump back into it. So I might give it another blast and see what happens. So let's see what happens there. Good news from CSS though. If anyone is enjoying that aircraft, well, great news. There's a massive update. It didn't really do anything for me. Do you know what I mean? Roy says, question about career mode. I've never used it, so I checked it. How much? Is that a lot of credits? It probably is. Yes. That's a lot. Pretty sure those credits are only for the beta client. Oh wait, if you're in beta, well then yes. They won't carry over to your actual career mode. Hope that helps, Roy. Moving on, Got Friends. We got to check this out a week and a bit ago. Got Friends releasing the AS33ME for Microsoft Flight Sim, a cutting-edge glider experience. And just July has kicked off with Got Friends, and well, they've updated most of their other fleet, right? But this one, of course, being the newest. And I gotta say, right, I don't do an awful lot with gliders, but I had a lot of fun flying this, and I'm definitely going to be doing some glider flights soon because it's like total chill. And then all of a sudden, you know, you don't have the thermal or the wind has changed and suddenly you're losing altitude, right? It's absolutely fantastic. So we're going to be checking this one out very, very soon. We did get an early look at it. And like some of the animations that they had, like the bug wipers, right? They're like the screen wipers up and down the leading edge of the wing. Incredible stuff, right? But the good news is it's now available. The latest release is a purpose-built simulation of a modern electric self-launcher glider. And I mean, when you talk about what Got Friends have worked on this, you know, Stefan Langer, two-time world champion, right? And his aircraft has been modeled meticulously in this. Comes with two variants, you know, depending on the wingspan. So that's been included on this as well. There are a ton of features. I think the loudest thing about all of this with the glider, it's the new avionics package that Got Friends have developed. It's a fully functional avionics package. And it's open for other developers if they wish to use it to put it into their gliders. It's very customizable. It's easy on the frames and it's very easy to read and interact with. It is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Black Sheep Jean bought it last night. Nice one. Creo, yeah, it is. It's a lot of fun, man. Mystic says, Merv, can you let anyone know if they get any message from me on Discord? Don't click anything. Somehow I've been hacked on Discord and I have sent nothing to no one, says Mystic. Okay, Mystic. Good man. Warning to all on Discord. We better say it here now. Let me see here now. Where did we put that? I suppose in announcements. Would it be? 1 second now. Let's do this now. May have had an issue with his account and some spam messages might be going around. Ignore them. And don't click on the links. Thanks. Good man, Mystic. We'll do that for you there now. Got one and reported it. Sweet. Okay. Dave Cleary is here. Legend Dave. Welcome in, Dave. Good to see you. Langer. Brilliant. Noel K. Good to see you. But yeah. All right. That's grand. No worries. Anyway, go back to this. The interactive instruments designed to replicate real-world functionality. Simmers can inspect persistent settings between flights, support for hardware buttons, and also rotary encoders. Lots of cool stuff on this. And of course, it has the self-launching capability. Not only that, right? They have a feature that you can use multiplayer aircraft to tow the glider to launch it. That's pretty cool, right? So yeah, I think we definitely need to have a go at this soon. So yeah, it's an absolute classic one. Lads, I have to say, if you haven't done much with gliders, right, I can assure you this is a phenomenal glider. And as I said, it's total chill, just kind of gliding around, but it becomes so real, so very quick when you start losing thermals. It's a real challenge to keep this thing flying from time to time. So highly recommend it. It's about $19, $19.99. You can pick it up over on the Got Friends website. It works in both FlightSim 2020 and 2024. And yeah, great stuff here from Got Friends. It's an absolute masterpiece. That's that avionics unit there, lads. It's class. Like, it's absolutely class. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, Viper Strike, good to see you. Who be this now? Is it Juragers? Hello from Texas. Hello from Tipperary. You're looking well. T. Allen says, any presence from Blackbird Simulations at the Expo or chatter about their SR-71? I didn't hear them. Actually, were they there? I don't think I've seen the lads there. They could have been walking around, but they didn't have any boots. They weren't present there with a stall. Now, who were there was Parallel 42, and they actually brought a Super Patriot with them. It looked absolutely amazing. More people were getting in and out of the aircraft, but it was class, right? And it had like campfires and all this kind of stuff around it. But anyway, they announced a new aircraft, the Legend Nomad for Microsoft Flight Sim, and Parallel 42 adding another airplane. So we've already had the Freedom Fox and the Fox 2, the Super Patriot, which is coming very soon, and next up then is the Legend Nomad. All these kind of bush flying aircraft, and do you know, I couldn't get over it how simple it was. When you look at the airframe of the real world Patriot, there's nothing to it at all. And yet it works so very, very well. Now, Parallel 42 were also busy when it came to, letting us know all about news. For instance, their utility chase plane. There's talk of that now going to be supported for Flight Sim 2024. And that's great news because it's an awesome camera system. No word on Flow, unfortunately, but they are making some quality of life updates, but no news of Flow yet for 2024. But anyway, the aircraft, pretty cool, right? The Legend Nomad being developed in collaboration with none other than the YouTuber, bush pilot, and aviation content creator Trent Palmer, the same figure behind the Freedom Fox. So it's looking good for this. In the real world, the Legend Nomad, it is a experimental, highly modelled aircraft, or modified aircraft, based on the American Legend Cub, customized extensively by Palmer to suit his unique style of bush flying. Nothing by way of price or by release date, but it is something that Parallel 42 are working on. Exciting news there. And as I say, the Patriot is going to be the next aircraft, so should be a lot of fun, right? I saw it on the dev forums, which are public. Good progress being made on Flow, says Energizer. Ooh, nice. Yeah, they kind of said when they get back next week, they're going to, start pushing out the updates and we see what happens. Looking forward to it, though. Just waiting on the WinWing to announce an overhead panel at this point. Dude, that's all they have left to do, really, isn't it? Bill says, bought it last night, great plane. Need a little dual instruction on the electrical system. Hope you cover that in your review, says Bill. 100%. How do these vendors decide on what planes they will develop? I've always been on the lookout for a T-38 trainer, and I can't seem to locate one. It depends. Most developers I speak to, it's because they're passionate about a particular aircraft or a project, right? So some of them from Microsoft, I think Microsoft will issue them certain planes to say, hey, they'll put a tender out, or maybe they'll talk to developers. These are the following aircraft we want added into the sim, or maybe a SO will build them. So I'm not quite sure, Hank. T-38 would be nice though. The follow-on aircraft of the T-38, I could be wrong here, but wasn't that like the T-7 Red Hawk? That's from Top Max Studio, and that's a great plane, but that's more modern. Do you know what I mean? Old veteran, good to see you, buddy. He's in and then he's gone. Off to the granite store. Ooh, get yourself some granite. Good stuff, Scott. So that was the news from Parallel 42 in relation to their upcoming aircraft, the Nomad, the Legend Nomad, but also then when it comes to Flow and chase plane. Some interesting stuff happening there from Parallel 42. They were certainly busy. Certainly busy at the event. So good news there. Now, FlightSim Studio revealing their Super 27 expansion. That's the 727-100. That's the 727-2 and also the 100. And also an E-Jets update. Jesus. Dennis C, absolute mad thing. Thank you very much indeed. This is the start of funds to build a Murphy's in Minneapolis. Right. Is there no Murphy's in Minneapolis? We'll have to sort that. Thank you very much indeed, Dennis. You absolute ledge. Amazing support as always. And you're very kind. You're very, very kind, sir. Right. So here we have the 727. And, FlightSim Studios, they had quite a bit to say. They're on the stage. Massive development update covering everything from the regional jet to classic airliners and light GA. Martin also went on to talk about their general aviation aircraft. The Technams are going to get a splash of update as well. The expansion for the 727, the Super 27 expansion, for those unfamiliar, the real world Super 27 is an upgraded version of the 727 with newer, quieter and more efficient engines. Also, it features some updated avionics and a modernization effort that extended the life of the aircraft for operators worldwide. Brand new engine models, has a modern Collins EFIS suite, a new digital vertical speed indicator, upgraded autopilot, new transponder options, and so on. The Super 27 will be an expansion pack, not a standalone aircraft, so it'll work with both the existing freighter and passenger variants of the FSS 727. Martin also confirmed that the teams plan to develop the 727-1, the shorter original variant of the iconic trijet. The project will follow the Super 27, but it's not expected this year. For those keeping score, the 727 family will eventually include the Freighter, which is out, the Passenger, which was just released, the upcoming Super 27, and the 727-1. Once this is done, FlightSim Studios will say that their 727 lineup will be considered as finished. And then we'll have to wait for Raoul and Alex, FS Reborn and SWS, because they're also working on a 727. Now, the E-Jets update approaching final testing. The long-awaited major systems update for the E-Jet series, the 170, 175, 190 and 195, well, they continue to move closer. Martin showed an extensive video of a flight of the E190, demonstrating the current build capabilities. A lot of it mainly for the avionics, fully custom autopilot, complete VNAV, including path planning, improved FMS for proper speed and altitude constraints, and also a new vertical situation display. Some functions like autopilot VNAV modes still in refinement, and the vertical profile and constraint displays are now fully operational. Testing has started with a small group and will expand steadily over the coming weeks, and if all goes well, the update will be released as a free upgrade for current owners. The timeline depends entirely on testing feedback. I would say, if that was an upgrade to the E-Jets and they were going to charge for it, we'd have been getting our pitchforks there, lads, because, I mean, Jesus. But anyway, the Tecnam aircraft, FlightSim 2024 native, the P2012 and also the P2006. These are great little aircraft back in 2020. They also announced that both these aircraft are being fully updated as native models for 2024. And yeah, that's exciting because they're just nice airplanes. And the Tecnam aircraft are becoming very, very popular because, well, they're cheap, you know, as in parts are cheap, and they're very efficient running. So FSS plenty on the plate at the moment, and they had quite a big announcement trail over on at FSExpo. So lots of stuff happening there with the studio. Now this one, I got weak in the knees. Aerosoft and Tolis have announced an Airbus A340-600 aircraft for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Groundbreaking announcement. So we were a little bit worried with Aerosoft, right? I mean, you know, I do reserve that word very, you know, for only the special type, but the A330 was shite. It was a disaster, right? Just not good enough. Not from the standards you would expect Aerosoft. And you know, you mean that in a nice way because, well, the CRJs have been getting a lot of love lately. Finally, we only have to wait 4 years, but they're getting it. The A330 was like, what is this? The good news here is Aerosoft, well, they've clearly listened because they've contracted none other than Tolis. Now, anyone who doesn't know that name, Tolis, they're an X-Plane developer, and, you know, you pass the torch to them. They have some of the best Airbus aircraft modeled in flight simulation, right? Some of the best. The detailing of the systems, the modeling, everything here is very, very high quality. So Aerosoft are working with them. Very exciting. They confirmed the A340-6 being developed natively for Microsoft Flight Sim. It's not a port from the Tolis X-Craft lineup. The aircraft is being built from the ground up to take advantage of Microsoft Flight Sim's unique technologies, including the modern rendering system and also its own flight dynamics. Tolis is responsible for all major aspects of the aircraft, including the systems, flight model, avionics, and overall logic, leveraging their extensive expertise in Airbus development. Aerosoft is also providing the artwork, 3D modeling, and publishing support. And it's important to note here, Tolis actually have official Airbus endorsement for their products. Interesting stuff, right? This is good news, by the way, lads. Like, apart from if you're into airliners or not, it's good news in a lot of ways, right? First of all, it's good news from Aerosoft because up until this announcement, okay, maybe, you know, they've released a couple of decent sceneries, but up until kind of this moment, I was very skeptical. I thought they were in self-destruct mode. I was like, what are they actually going out of their way for people to avoid them? They've turned a corner here, I think. That's the first good thing. The second good thing is, well, Tolis, right? We know they're very busy over in the X-Plane world. They're working on a project with Flight Factor to, you know, bring out the A350. When you have an X-Plane developer who's able to kind of, you know, lean into both platforms, well, this is going to be potentially huge for us because, well, we know the level of system depth that X-Plane has pretty much out of the box, and how long developers have had a relatively unchanged ecosystem. It's just been, enhanced over time. This is very good. This means we're going to be getting potentially a new depth of system simulation from the X-Plane world being injected into Microsoft Flight Sim. It's pretty cool, right? And let's see what happens here. Come on, Hotstar Challenger. But anyway, during the presentation, it was confirmed the A340-6 will have a fully custom fly-by-wire system, accurate FMGS and MACD built specifically for Microsoft Flight Sim, detailed failure management systems consistent with the TOLUS philosophy, right? And like hundreds of them, comprehensive weight and balance, and also aircraft configuration tool. Aerosoft didn't comment to release a release window or price, but we know that they're working on it. Great news here, right? Now, staying with A340s, IniBuilds, pull up the handbrake. IniBuilds teases an Airbus A340 for Microsoft Flight Sim. IniBuilds appears to be hinting at the development of an Airbus A340 at the conclusion of the trailer recently released for the A350 ultra long range, a Lufthansa A340-3. Registration Delta Alpha India Golf uniform briefly appears, raising immediate speculation within the community about the developer's next project. Ooh. The teaser was further acknowledged in a post by the company's official Facebook page, where IniBuilds asked followers, "Did you see our little teaser at the end of the A350 trailer? Hello, Delta Alpha India Golf uniform." That ICAO code, right? So, while it doesn't constitute an official announcement, the deliberate inclusion of the aircraft in a highly polished promotional video suggests that the A340 may indeed be in active development. It's a logical next step, I suppose. I mean, look at IniBuilds. They've already done the 320, the 321. They've done the A350. This is logical, right? So we could have two A340s on the way. Now, anyone who's fans of what IniBuilds have done so far in relation to the A350, and we have news on the A350 here now in a moment, well, this could be huge news now as well. The A340, it's a mad looking plane. It's ridiculously long. 4 engines. Pretty cool, right? But yeah, 98 Vulcan, good to see you. Slept in Thursday here in the middle of a mini cyclone. Oh, Jesus. Keep well, my dude. Jama is here. Good to see you, my dude. AN340, yeah. Nuts, lads, isn't it? I thought I heard Thola saying release this year. They believe releasing this year, but I didn't get any kind of official news. Gibbo says, I promised myself I'd stay away from Aerosoft, but this might tempt me. I'm in the same boat, man. Same boat. It's the Aerosoft providing artwork that worries me, says Nick. Well, I don't know. I mean, I thought the exterior model was quite good on the A330. The systems were lacking. You know what I mean? So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Our 330 the 330 was crap. You know, I don't think so. To me, that 330 needs to be hangared and then redeveloped. I'm not a fan of the Aerosoft A330. The CRJs are great though, and the newest update is supposed to be fantastic altogether. You know what I mean? But anyway, look, this is great news here as well. If IniBuilds are working on it, we're going to be spoiled for choice for Airbus. That's never happened before. But anyway, great news, and yeah, a lot of excitement around the A340. So IniBuilds, the A350 gets the ultra long range variant and much more in a massive free update for Microsoft Flight Sim. IniBuilds releasing a major update to the A350, bringing the long-awaited ultra-long-range variant for the Dash 9 into the platform. It comes with the version 1.10 update. It's a major overhaul that delivers an expanded feature set, improved performance, visual refinements, and new immersive scenario, and it's all free for existing owners. Let's start with the 350 ultra long range. Now fully represented, complete with changes to fuel logic, aerodynamic tweaks, and specific cabin layout modelled after the real-world Singapore Airlines ULR configuration. The addition expands the operational envelope of the 350 considerably. It's now possible to realistically replicate some of the longest commercial flights in the world, with the aircraft correctly reflecting the increased fuel capacity and performance requirements. Version 1.10 doesn't stop at the new variant. IniBuilds have introduced a wide range set of improvements, covering everything from system stability to visual polish. What in the name of what? Why is your man tied into his chair? Look, he was drinking too many cans. Right? There's all sorts of situations, medical emergency, unruly passenger, smoke in the cabin, right? You know, the heads-up displays are getting work. Lighting here looks absolutely incredible. And new render shots here as well. That's kind of mad, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Please, IniBuilds, fix the WASM issues though. Dougal's still having WASM issues. Yeah, like people are talking about any sign of the IniBuilds A350 for Xbox. Not yet, and I haven't heard anything. I've heard no news from them yet about that. You know what I mean? Dougal is getting WASM crashes still. That's an issue. That is an issue. But you know what? I'm not sure, is that an IniBuilds thing or is that a Microsoft Flight Sim thing? Because Dougal, if you have 2020, try the A350 in Flight Sim 2020. I don't think it has any of the WASM issues. Or maybe it does. Flying Tonight, good to see you. I haven't had any WASM issues on 2020 with it, you know. I'd rather fly the Ini A330, which is free in 2024. Yeah, agreed. Yeah. 100%. PMDG managed to fix it, says Dougal. Okay, interesting. What else do we have here now? IniBuilds also seems to be keen to address the most common complaint, which is performance. The team reports that they have streamlined back-end systems, reduced WASM crashes, notably by removing the problematic combo system, and added low-resolution texture pack for those to further frame rate improvements. So the latest and greatest update, if it's is it still having issues, Dougal? That is the question. While IniBuilds indicates that the A350 is now reaching a mature stage, development isn't slowing entirely. Upcoming improvements still work in progress with TCAS Auto, FLS anchor points, improved vertical display, additional refinements, and so on. So yeah, it's available as a free update from your Ini or INI manager. Great news there, right? Northland Air, good to see you, buddy. Lufthansa is the only major operator of the A340. Other than that, I can just think of is Swiss or Azerbaijan. I'm not quite sure. Simbit World Official, very good afternoon. Hope all is well. So look, huge news from IniBuilds. And like, again, they were very busy at Expo. They had a huge booth. And we're going to be checking out their sceneries as well. So yeah, Dougal, let us know how you get on if that's the latest update. And sure, we'll try and figure it out. You know. Contrail, so we saw this at Expo. Contrail stepping into aircraft development. See the Falcon? Now they're not calling it the Falcon, they're calling it the FA50, but it's a Dassault Falcon, right? Contrail, best known in the flight sim world as a marketplace and add-on management, it's now entering a new phase. During Expo, Lars from Contrail took to the stage to announce the company's first in-house aircraft project, the FA50. Ooh. This marks a huge step for Contrail, which until now primarily been focusing on distribution, offering a storefront and desktop app that simplifies the purchase and management of Microsoft Flight Sim add-ons. Now the company is joining the ranks of aircraft developers. During Friday's announcement of this year's Expo, Lars revealed that the iconic trijet business jet from the 1970s and 80s corporate aviation world, known for versatility and transoceanic range. The announcement was accompanied by a trailer that showcased the aircraft in the Portuguese Air Force livery, which is a perfect example of the Falcon 50's real-world service in governmental and military operations. They used this a lot for flying, what was it called? MATS missions, which was Ministerial Air Transport Services, right? We have a video here by Practically Geek. We're going to show it. We'll have a look at it. We have some tunage. I'll probably get in trouble for showing it because that's just how YouTube works. Even though Practically Geek is in the audience and you probably say, Murph, you have my permission. But we'll do it anyway and we'll see what happens, right? Let's take a look. It does look very pretty, doesn't it? Right. So the Falcon, if memory serves me, didn't the Flying Fabio fly a Falcon? No. But yeah, just it looks really, really nice. So according to Lars, the aircraft features an endurance about 7 hours. Non-stop transatlantic flights are capable, such as New York to London, in favour of the weather. Right, a typical cruise speed of Mach 0.76. Not sure if that's correct for the FA50, but anyway, service ceiling of 49,000, well above typical airliner altitudes, and the ability to operate from short runways and high altitude airports. So I last flew the FA50 in X-Plane. Would you believe it, lads? Carenado made one of these back in the day. Ooh, right. So, yeah, we'll have to see what they're doing. In terms of avionics, a GNS XLS flight management computer, the Apollo MX-20, a Collins EFA suite, and a fully custom Collins Auto Pilot. Nice. System aims to replicate the specific blend of analog and also the early glass cockpit technology. Release plans, they're targeting release later on this year for 2020 and 24. Pricing has yet to be finalised, though Lars stated it's going to be positioned fairly. And yeah, I mean, it looks the part. It's a badass looking private jet, this one. I mean, 3 engines, come on, man. You know what I mean? So yeah, I am excited for this, definitely. Do you know? I, for one, am excited to have this as another corporate option. Absolutely. Yeah, it seems quite finished. It really does. Really, really does. Mr. Dan, good to see it. Yeah, it's class looking, isn't it? And we can already see from these snippets, and shout out to Practical Geek, great showcase of the video. I mean, look, we can see static elements. We can see, like, the model detail here looks superb. Everything's sharp. Everything looks clear. And very up close to the aircraft. You can see the textures. Cockpit, as I said, it's a mix of glass and steam gauges as well. Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Keep an eye on Contrail, though. Great news. Now, moving on, we go to our newest famous flyer, another aircraft we're checking out tonight. This is a Piper, a PA-28-236 Dakota. Has just been released from Microsoft Flight Sim for free for 2024 owners. It's the third of 4 aircraft that the team promised as a goodwill gesture regarding the state of the release. Following the rocky launch period last year, as with the previous 2 releases, this one is free for Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 owners. And for those sticking with 2020, well, it's available in the marketplace for $14.99. If you spend any time in a Piper Cherokee or any of the PA-28 variants, that's your Arrows and such, well, the Dakota will definitely feel familiar, but with a welcome performance boost. It was first introduced in 1979. It evolved from the long-running Cherokee line, which dates back all the way to the 1960s. It's simple but capable. Fixed landing gear, 4-seat touring aircraft powered by 235 horsepower of the Lycoming A340, paired with a constant speed prop, cruises at around 166 miles per hour, climbs at around 1,100 feet a minute, and it can carry you about 850 miles. Not too bad. Service ceiling of 17.5 gives some flexibility when it comes to trying to dodge some weather and all that jazz as well. We're going to have a look at this trailer as well. It's Evitech. Good to see him, dude. Let's have a look at this one now. Hide me head, right? Whoop, you divvied you. Looks very, very pretty indeed. Now, Carenado have been releasing aircraft like this from Microsoft over the years. We've seen quite a few of them already, right? Pretty looking machine, this. Again, you're going to be at home with anything from the Piper range, the PA-28 family. This one just giving it a little bit more oomph, right? And that's what we want to see. So let me see. 98 Vulcan, I've flown the Piper a bit already. It's very nice. Ooh, nice. Kind of practically geek, yeah. Carenado have a list of aircraft that they need to release on behalf of Microsoft. So they've been fairly busy. What I find nice is the fact that they got their own one released as well. You know, Carenado have been quiet for some time, so we can see what the story is. So the Dakota only needs 885 feet, depending on weight, for takeoff, and about 825 feet to stop, meaning that this thing can get in and out of some of the smaller airfields, right? Angle of attack is here. Good to see it. I noticed that the wheel pans were on and off in shots. Maybe that's a customizable option. Yeah, we're going to have a look at it. Yeah, we're going to have a look. It's a first-party release from the team, developed as part of the Famous Flyer series, typically focuses on the iconic general aviation aircraft with historical significance or strong community recognition. Can we please have a Junkers W33? Just asking, you know, for a friend. Right, this one is pretty good. Got most of the basic avionics, missing DME. But it does support the TDS GTN. Oh, nice, Agent Prometheus. Good stuff. The plane is available for free for 2024 owners, or if you're on 2020, you can pick it up for $14.99. We're going to check that one out a little bit later on as well. Now, Flight FX. This is terribly exciting. Flight FX, their C750 set for takeoff on July 10th. Right. July 10th. So when is this? Right, this could be interesting. But anyway, Jesus, we'll be looking at this soon, lads. Right, but at the moment they've just confirmed that their take on Cessna's Citation 10 or X, the 750, it's ready for release. Mark your calendars for July 10th, when the aircraft will become available exclusively to the Microsoft Flight Sim marketplace. It's available for both 2020 and 2024, priced at $29.99 US. Ooh. If you've been following on with the project, you know the journey hasn't exactly been a straight line. Flight FX themselves admit it's taken countless late nights and endless reworks, and in their words, more caffeine than any doctor would recommend. But now, after many hours of development, it's finally ready for departure. Flight FX isn't holding back on features. The C750 arrives fully loaded with high detail simulation of the aircraft systems, avionics, and the performance characteristics. It's not just about getting from A to B, though it will. The Citation is very fast, one of the fastest ever built, and it's doing so with a level of fidelity that simmers will have to come to expect from the studio. So when we look about, when we look at Flight FX, I mean, we saw the Vision Jet, right? We know that Marwan is there with the Honda Jet. Beautiful stuff. Their most recent release was that Piaggio, the P180, and I think we've all agreed that's an absolute cracker of a plane. Beautiful. So at the heart of simulation, it has a bespoke Honeywell Primus 2000 suite, covering everything from the PFD, MFD, VSD, all the way over to the FMZ, FMS, and also the aircraft offers full VNAV support across climb, cruise, and descent. It's powered by a custom FADEC system with the option to use VNAV coupled auto throttle, managed through the integrated VAMS tablet, and Flight FX are also simulating the engine performance baseline system, which dynamically affects the engine behavior based on real-world operating conditions, such as temperatures and pressures. You'll also get the choice between a winglet and non-winglet variant, each accurately modelled with performance differences reflected in the sim. And they've also promised a fully fledged deep simulation of pressurization, environmental, hydraulic, electrical, fuel, and ice protection systems. You can expect complete RTU and autopilot functionality, including IRS alignment, CAS, the crew alert system, messaging, engine sync, and a detailed FADEC logic, all operating in a way that mirrors the real-world aircraft. The Flight FX VAMS 2.0 tablet returns now with even more functionality, featuring Navigraph and OpenStreetMap integration, a SimBrief linked load manager, and options to toggle the auto throttle switch and switch between the LCD or CRT displays, and also different cabin configurations. The ground services page covers essentials like covers, chocks, and GPU connection. There's even an active noise reduction feature to dampen the cockpit sounds if that's your preference. It looks and sounds to match. The volumetric lighting, realistic strobes, and enhanced bounce lighting, both inside and out, interactive elements, and realistic clutter, right down to dynamic placards that change with your registration. The soundscape comes from recordings made from one on site in California, covering everything from the engine starts to APU hums, mechanical clunks, chimes, even the cabin interactions. Boris from Boris Studio is at the helm here, so expect a top-notch soundtrack from all across the C750. This thing has a massive feature list, right? Massive. In a box, man is here. Good to see you, buddy. If you remember from a previous update, there's a small caveat for those flying in career mode on FlightSim 2024. FlightFX notes a persistent issue with the autopilot disconnecting in career mode, so the aircraft won't be supported in career mode at launch. However, they say that it's on the radar and is going to be addressed in future updates. It's been a long flight, but the runway is now in sight for the FlightFX Citation 750. It's available next week, July 10th, for $29.99. We reckon this is going to be a standout entry to the simulator's growing fleet of business aircraft, and keep your eye on our channel right here for more news on this one. Soon, hashtag, exclamation point, hieroglyphics, trademark, copyright, registered, right. We'll have more on this aircraft very, very soon, lads. So great news, great excitement. It is a beautiful looking jet, and I'm really excited now to be, just give us more of the business line options, the business type aircraft. We've seen it, right? I mean, the Duke's close enough. The TBM definitely. Starship, of course, is there, right? The FS Reborn, FSR 500. We can see a lot of these kind of, businessy aircraft, but we need more of the jets. More of the jets are coming in there. The PC-21, was it? Or the PC-24, Carenado's one, the default one of the sim. Right? Not great. The Vision Jet, FlightFX is slightly better, I think, right? This is going to be a lot of fun. The Honda Jet. And we know that Just Flight also are working on... a Learjet 45, which is going to be very, very... very exciting because it's such a great airplane. And of course the Lear 35, which is out as well. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, very exciting to see this, lads. The default Vision Jet is FlightFX. Not really. No, it's not. It's not. There's differences between, would you believe it, Energizer. There are actually differences between it. But yeah, bargain. I think so. 100%. Alton is here. Good to see you. I would love to see a Vickers Viking sometime. Yeah. Just Flight are working on a Tonka too. They are. Irish Jet Red says, would love a Gulfstream. Gulfstream have never given access to their aircraft for flight sims. They've never licensed anything. They just say, no. Always a big fan of biz jets if they're good quality. Yeah, I think this is going to be class. I really do. Johnny Aardvark, good to see you. I'm really looking forward to this because the Longitude is a go-to for a lot of folks, right? The CJ4, the CJ3, they're, right? But this... and the speed of this could be absolutely fantastic. I mean, this is a cross-the-pond aircraft right there. Right there. So anyway, we move on. Synaptic sharing a new news about their A220. And we got to try this at FlightSim Expo. It was over on the IniBuilds booth. Synaptic Simulations released a fresh development update for the hotly anticipated Airbus A220 for Microsoft Flight Sim, coinciding with this year's FlightSim Expo. The update brings a closer look at recent progress of the system's development. There's a lot of visual enhancements and also a surprise announcement on the sound design for the aircraft. The team reports steady progress since the major live stream earlier in the month, and development continues at a rapid pace. They're aiming this to come out in Q4 of this year. One of the main highlights of the update is the continued refinement of core systems. Synaptic confirming that the A220 now features a fully simulated APU with voltage and frequency ramp-up behaviour and also accurate bus transfer logic. It's part of a broader update of the electrical system. The hydraulic and fuel systems have also been further refined, offering more realistic behaviour. Performance improvements are already in there. Optimizations addressing memory leaks and streamlining the system architecture. Navigation and automation improvements such as the Simbri flight plan uplink now fully operational, and also Navigraph charts are integrated into the cockpit displays. The sound of this aircraft, for the first time, Synaptic has confirmed that the A220 soundscape is being developed in collaboration with Echo 19. Fantastic news here. Loving what Echo 19 is doing thus far. And as I said, we got to have a look at this aircraft at Expo. Now, folks are probably saying, what's going to make the A220 stand out? right? And what I've looked at, thank you, Mr. Dan, what I've looked at here is the logic of the systems is what they seem to be really focusing on here. And I don't just mean like, you know, if one circuit breaker pops, you can actually see the impact on additional systems, even redundancy systems. It's not as simple, that's failed, what do you fix? No, that failed, now all of this stuff is impacted by it. And you kind of get snippets of that when they talk about the realistic APU startup. I mean, making sure the voltage is correct before you put that power in there. There's videos online, you often see a fella trying to plug in an APU and the thing sparks out in his hand, all the sort of jazz, right? Or the GPU. So this is really interesting to see what happens. And you can kind of see things following suit now. Like with Black Square, with the level of detail they put into Starship, a lot of other developers are looking around going, hey, that's cool. Let's do it, right? So this is great news. So yeah, really looking forward to the A220. And it's just that short range little flyer. In the real world, these things are replacing the aging ERJs, the E-Jets, right? So very excited to see this. And now we're going to have some sounds from Echo 19. It's going to be class. Shall we have a look at the quick trailer? Have a gawk. I mean, it does look very good, this thing, doesn't it? Looks absolutely incredible. So yeah, very excited to see when the release actually happens for this aircraft. But as I said, we got a chance to check it out over at FlightSim Expo, and a lot of excitement for it. A lot of people are queuing up to give it a go. Echo 19 is in the house. Love your work, man. Shuffle Shoes shuffles in. AJH, hope all is well. It's not a jet, but we would love for you to try our new Bush aircraft, a Chinook SJ, coming soon, and native to 24. Send you early release as soon as it's ready. Baz, sure thing, Baz. Yeah, I'd be happy to check it out, man. You can drop us an LDM. Right, happy to have a look. Kando is here as well. Good to see you. Wambio, good to see you, man. Kando, we need to talk. We need to collab on a thing. Right, we'll chat later. But yeah, does someone say Bush? Kando's like, who? Wambi, hope you're well, buddy. Kando, you were missed at Expo, right? I'm just saying, you know, we'd have gotten you into terrible trouble. But anyway, great news here from the A220, and there's a lot of excitement, and I think rightfully so, behind this aircraft. This started out life as what was to be a free aircraft, but then they kind of said, do you know what? We need a lot more depth, right? And obviously it costs to develop these aircraft. IniBuilds then jumped on to give them a hand as well. This is going to be a class airplane, I think. So I'm looking forward to it. Now, moving on, at FlightSim Expo, well, PMDG were showing off renders of their upcoming Boeing 747, Queen of the Skies. And they were in full attendance this year's FlightSim Expo, having a huge booth on the show floor. And their focus was mainly on the 777. There was stuff there with the DC-6 as well. But they were also showcasing some of their stuff for their upcoming 747. They're very much work in progress, not representative of the final quality of the plane. But some of the renders that we can see here, I mean, here we're looking at the overhead, right? And circuit breakers and like, just, I know the renders, they're not in the sim, but like, that looks real. I was like, yeah, that's real. You know what I mean? Monty is here. Good to see you. So yeah, I was impressed to see all this stuff. We like, you know what I mean? That's that's all we're really missing, I think, when it comes to the heavier aircraft, a 747 and PMDG. That most logically, that should be the next aircraft they push out, right? So, yeah, they didn't give us any more information. They didn't tell us how far along it is. They said nothing. It was just, oh, by the way, we're also working on this. So it was definitely cool. I mean, look at that look, right? It came from Matthias's desktop look. Users Matthew desktop, right? Brilliant. Weren't they showing off the 737 cabin? They could have. I didn't see that actually. I did see the DC6. Robert Randazzo. There was a queue of people trying to talk to him, and yeah, as I said, it was all to do with the. Did they mention the 737? I'm not actually quite sure. As in, we're saying the 737 for Flight Sim 24. I don't think I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it announced. If someone has info on it, though, let us know. But I didn't hear anything about the 73. Definitely the 74 and the DC6. And I think the DC6 update is next to come out. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, PMDG were there. There was a huge presence of PMDG this year. Now, Microsoft releasing their Dakota. We've already covered that, but we'll cover it again, right? We already showed the video, so we'll skip that. Jesus, that's what happens when you have loads of tabs. Bluebird Simulations, they have a new trailer. And another trailer here from Practically Geek. We got to see a trailer during the announcements of Bluebird's upcoming 757. We have to watch this because I think it's very fancy. Bluebird were also at Flight Sim Expo, and you could hop in and give it a quick shot to see how it's coming along. One thing I'll say though, like, it's very hard to get like a decent kind of feeling of what the aircraft can do. If it's not in your own system, not with your hardware, it's kind of hard to, you know what I mean, different button configurations. But we have another trailer here we're definitely going to check out. So here we go. Jesus, though, right? Looks absolutely incredible. I am so very looking forward to that aircraft. Absolutely gorgeous. I mean, the only 757 in town right now is the it's over in X-Plane, right? So I have promo fatigue now, right? Yeah, I mean the promos. It's great to see all the promos to build the hype and done properly. You know what I mean? It's sometimes dev release videos and they're like, oh, what are you doing? But no, this is looking great. This aircraft is probably the most hyped airplane like ever, right? Years of saying how great and how good it's going to be. We haven't seen it yet. We haven't had hands on. There's a render shot here on the video. It looks absolutely incredible, right? As in, just look at the detail on the friggin' up at the glare shield look. I mean, look at the state of that look, right? So yeah, I'm very excited to see how this aircraft is going to be. So No news when they're releasing it, all that jazz. But yeah, it's just get 7.5s are just beautiful looking airplanes. You know what I mean? So yeah, let's see how that goes. So Miltech simulations, again, there's more videos here, but they confirmed the release date for their upcoming MH60 and more. Right, Miltech Simulations wrapped up the presentation on the FSLE stage that was over on Expo, or at Expo, and the team started off talking about the new mission hub, which I can't wait for. It's a new mission scenario editor, similar to that of like kind of DCS and Arma, that kind of stuff, and it's going to enable us to create any kind of missions we'd like to see. It's going to start off, I think, in single player, but they've plans for multiplayer that'll follow on a little bit later. Onto the MH60, 3 variants, utility, traditional Jayhawk and a Seahawk. And the level of detail is superb on this helicopter, and the team described it as their best work to date, right? So yeah, really looking forward to this. The sounds have been developed in partnership with Echo 19. The man has not slept in 6 days, but the helicopter even comes with a working weapon system. Pretty cool. Originally, the product was slated for release in March. However, the team visited a Danish warship with a helicopter in active service, and the decision was made to include a search and rescue variant. This was pushed back, and the team confirmed the helicopter is now releasing in July. It'll be priced at around $40 and the price includes all variants. What? Fantastic stuff. The team also confirmed that their Miltech Fighters 2 project has been transferred to another developer. They've announced for the first time a partnership with Blackbird Simulations. The Miltech team are building an A1H Skyraider, and this is expected to release this summer, and the team have a working version of the new warplane at their booth at Expo. Let's have a look at this video, and this is just class looking. I mean, the excitement levels for this thing, absolutely incredible. Shout out to Aviation Lads there for that incredible trailer. Oh man, I cannot wait to fly this thing. It's coming out very, very soon. It's due to release this month. All the variants for $40. This is going to be class. If you don't know the kind of quality to expect from Miltech, they brought us they brought us a lot. The Osprey, the CH-47D, Chinook, incredible stuff. And this chopper, man, it cannot wait to fly this. So yeah, great news there from Miltech. And July is definitely going to be a heavy month, right? This one here, this is the scene we were actually loaded in at. The IniBuilds Doha Hamid and also the Doha landmarks, or Doha landmarks, have been released from Microsoft Flight Sim. IniBuilds dropped both sceneries, and if you missed the trailer, we got one here we'll have a look at. This beautiful. We're actually on the ground at this airport, and we'll check out some of the local sites here as well. You can pick this up for £19.99, excluding taxes. Handmade ground textures, crisp, bespoke texture states are sets for the runways, aprons, paths, and roads. True to life airport landside recreation, custom ground decals, signposts, you name it. This is huge, lads, massive. It's a 6 gig install, so that'll tell you, right? If you want to add even more detail, IniBuilds Doha Landmarks is also something you want to check out. It includes the Banana Island, fully modelled, the Pearl Stadium, and also the Doha Port, the Katara Towers, and many, many more. This one you can buy is $9.99. We'll have a look at the Doha City one because we're actually on the ground at the airport. So quick look at this one from IniBuilds.
Like a memory. Since the last time that I let you leave. How deep is shallow water? How high is too high? I feel it pull me under. Just another touch. How deep is shallow water? I feel it pull me under. Just another touch, another touch. How deep is shallow water? How high is too high? I feel it pull me under. Just another touch, another touch. Yeah, I got my head down, and I can't see her, no, and it pulls me under. Can't see the light from the dark, I know now. How deep is shallow water? How high is too high? I feel it pull me under. Just another touch, another touch.
Like, isn't it getting absolutely incredible, the level of detail we're seeing now in the Sims? Like, absolutely incredible. For those who may have missed it, if you pick up the Doha Hamid International Airport, you can get the landmarks completely free of charge for a limited time. I think that's up until the 7th, I think. And yeah, it's pretty cool. They're also running their own Expo sale as well. Some of the stuff can be picked up at a discounted rate, but yeah, we're going to check it out here on the stream. We're going to see what the impact might be like when it comes to your FPS. But yeah, it's pretty cool, right? Drone, you're very welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Lafritas is here. Welcome aboard. Zappel, good to see you. Father's Game, welcome to see you. Or good to see you. Welcome in. Excited for it for the virtual US Coast Guard. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, looks incredible. The MH60. But yeah, great stuff here from IniBuilds. We're going to be exploring this here now in a moment, but unbelievable, right? Now, staying with IniBuilds, I actually spoke to Ubaid on the floor, right? So the A350 cabin packs. IniBuild announced that they were releasing the cabin packs for such as BA, Virgin, Emirates, Qatar, and the idea being is they were scanned, a lot of work went into them, but it didn't sit terribly well with the community. They were like, wait, what? You're going to charge us? So IniBuilds, okay, hang on a second. They pulled the product, had a discussion, and now they've released the cabin packs for free, right? Nice, very nice kind of move. And they just said, look, a lot of time and money went into developing these. So tell you what, you can have these for free and let us know your feedback. If you'd like more, we'll start developing more. So yeah, great news now that we have all this for free. If cabin packs are your thing, right? I mean, it's a great way, especially on a long haul flight, go exploring the cabin, right? And it'd be great to see it then in, realistic interiors. So it was a nice kind of touch. IniBuilds said, tell you what, you can have them for free. So it goes to show they listen. Do you know what I mean? So the cabin packs, I mean, they look fantastic. don't know if you saw the trailer video, right? If we skip ahead, like when you look at the detail, depending on the aircraft type, Virgin Atlantic there, different modelled seats, the configurations, the lighting. I mean, it's all unique to each of the cabin packs that they actually have, right? So Roy says it's actually heavy on performance. He says these packs. I haven't tested them yet, Roy, but yeah, that's interesting. Dougal says really like flying the 350. Energizer says I probably wouldn't have minded them charging for it if the plane wasn't €90 to start with. Yeah. The BA stuff is in there as well. I mean, look, it's highly detailed, very accurate. They've nailed the lighting, and depending on the airline of choice that you want to fly, and they're now for free, so great stuff, right? Yeah, for free, Dave Cleary. Yeah, it's mad. So common, premium, economy, and economy layout. So they've done all the different classes of the cabins as well. Qatar is included here as well. So they're for free if you want to grab them now. All the thanks to IniBuilds, and yeah, good stuff from there. Now, X-Crafts reveals the E-Freighter for X-Plane. So X-Craft, you guys know I love flying the Lineage over an X-Plane. Well, they were at FSExpo as well, and they revealed that they're developing an E-Freighter for X-Plane 11 and 12. Marco from the team said that the plane will come with a full suite of stuff when it comes to the regional cargo ops. So, full suite of the automated systems, ideal for regional cargo ops, interactive ULD loader, and it's coming to X-Plane 11 and 12. Nutty Slack, good to see it. The freighter for X-Plane will be coming in the future for both 11 and 12, taking full advantage of the new capabilities of the sim. So, great news here from X-Crafts. I mean, they already have the full E-Jet family. The Lineage is a standout one for me. I just think that's such a beautiful airplane. But the freighter variant could be very interesting as well. This is more of your short haul freighter work. But yeah, I'd be definitely interested to see this when they release it. X-Craft have done incredible work. The models of these aircraft, if you're familiar with them, well, these models are actually the ones that FSS use. Flight Sim Studio use the exterior models of these aircraft. That's how good they are, right? And yeah, the avionics inside the E-Jets over on X-Plane, different kettle of fish. They're outstanding, right? But yeah, great news there. Now, this one, I didn't see this, but we caught up with it now. So Fabio Merlo, this is the guy who designed Flight Control Replay. Well, he's come with a brand new tool for those looking to do some plane spotting. And I think this is going to be interesting for anyone who does VATSIM or just want to have a look at, virtual plane spotting. Great idea, right? It's a brand new product by Fabio Merlo. It was announced over on the FSLE stage at Expo. Flight Control Spotter is the latest from the developer behind Flight Control Replay. Designed is based on Fabio's own interest in plane spotting. Flight Control Spotter is a tool. It allows you to go out in the simulated world and take photos of your favorite planes, and you'll be able to save specific locations, take pictures, search views by ICAO code, and more. It even features a nearest tower spot view as an option. Fabio also wants to give a detailed account of why he decided to make the product and how it all came to be. It's all on the trailer above. If you want to watch more announcements and so on, that was just from FS Elite. Have a look at the we'll have a look at the trailer of it, right? Just to show you what it's all about. Let's have a gawk.
Whether you're an aviation enthusiast or just love plane spotting, Flight Control Spotter lets you become a real virtual spotter right inside the sim. This in-sim toolbar gives you the freedom to explore airports from tower view or create your own custom spot view anywhere in the world. Nearest tower spot view. With one click, jump to the tower of the nearest airport, ICAO code and airport name included. Spot view by ICAO. Browse nearby airports, pick your favorite, choose a runway or parking spot, then jump straight into position. You can even name and save your view to return anytime. Custom spot view by position. Save your exact location, whether you're in the cockpit or using your avatar, using GPS data from your aircraft. Manage spot views. Load or delete saved views anytime. All data stays local for quick access. Flight Control Spotter uses the built-in MSFS drone camera, so you're free to move, zoom, and explore your view. Want to fly again? Just hit Take Plane Control, and you're back at the controls. From busy international hubs to remote runways, Flight Control Spotter puts the world of aviation spotting at your fingertips.
So, yeah, right. It's coming soon. It says coming in the summertime. I'm unsure will this work on multiplayer or even with FlightSim. I probably need to see more into this to see what it's all about. It's like a flight control replay with kind of new areas in which you can load up default cameras. It's not chase plane. I mean, chase plane kind of does that, right? But it'd be interesting to see if you can actually lock on to other aircraft. I mean, that's what we're looking for. You know what I mean? And I'm not too worried even about model matching because that depends from user to user. The challenge with something like this, I think, is going to be from the LOD. Like, how far is it actually going to look at these aircraft? Do you know what I mean? Does this require that the airport developer use the correct tower placement function? Possibly so, Wambi, yeah, possible. If you got global traffic in X-plane, then you can do this and see the correct traffic. Yeah, you can, Sunjammer, yeah. Yeah, it's chase plane, but with world view mode enabled. Kinda Echo 19, yeah, kinda. Yeah, I don't know. Look, that was interesting though. No idea of price or when the actual date of release, but you know, Fabio goes into, you know, why he did it and why he's making it and so on. You can look at other planes in multiplayer, but it's bugged in 24. A bug in 24. Really. But yeah, look, it'll be interesting to see, and it'd be interesting to see. We need to kind of see it more. Do you know what I mean? Moving on, TerraBuilder. Did you see this? We had to look at this a few weeks ago. It's now been released. Version 2 of the Kennedy Space Center. This is class looking, lads. You can pick this up in the marketplace. Version 2 is a free update, right? The Space Shuttle Scenery add-on gives you the chance to launch rockets in your sim from one of the most famous spaceports in the world, the Kennedy Space Center. You click on the launch button in the sim and watch as the 20-second countdown starts. Once it reaches 0, you'll be able to see your rocket take off whilst engulfing the area in realistic dynamic plume visual effects. The rocket itself will roll and pitch based on the correct orbital azimuth, and it'll start accelerating towards orbit. You can watch as these launches from the ground or while in flight, and you can even watch some of the videos below as an example of what you can see and hear. So yeah, it's this is cool looking, right? I don't know if you saw the feature or and the video at Expo, but it was class, and they cover a number of different ones. I mean, they've SpaceX, they got this space shuttle, they have the Apollo stuff in there as well, and yeah, I don't know. I mean, you throw in your own weather and see what it does and see how it works. But I was very, very impressed with this. We were looking at the different views of it. So you can select the different ones: Apollo, shuttle, and also the Artemis Space X. High fidelity detailing, dynamic ground, striking visual effects. Looks class. There is a trailer here. Really, Murph, another trailer. But check it out. And it's available now, right?
And counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery.
Well, look at one of the launches.
3 onboard fuel cells.
Check it out here, look.
Start. 2, 1. Boost ignition and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery.
That's cool looking. And the clouds are a bit like, you know what I mean? Like, we were watching this trailer and we're like, they actually got the sounds right. It sounded like an actual rocket. That would be cool. If you're flying along, you know, right? Could you imagine, you know, your TCAS, traffic.
2, 1, 0. All engine running.
Isn't it class?
We have a liftoff. 32 minutes past the hour. Liftoff on Apollo 11. Tower cleared.
We got a roll program.
Pretty cool, right? Now, it's 4 flights in 2020, I believe, with 2024 coming soon. Let's see if there's that in here. Free update existing, also available now on 2024. Sweet. It's from the InSim Marketplace, right? So, yeah, that was really exciting to see that. And, like, some of the photos were class as well. All the different eras. They add a button to your, the bar at the top, and you select it and away you go. So it includes all of the scenery and also then the rocket launches, which is class. Yeah, looks great. I think it looks fantastic. What sort of use you're going to get out of it all the time? Hard to know, right? But it definitely looks impressive. You're going to check them all out. Maybe play around, time of day, weather, all that kind of stuff. And yeah, see how the old drone camera goes as well. You know what I mean? It'll be pretty cool. Jack Center, yeah. All the planes reporting rocket launches. Could you imagine? It'd be brilliant. News about the LOD issue from the release notes. Modified a new LOD curve to keep a parabol over screen size 100 and activated new curve by default, says PH Roy. Nice. That's interesting news. Sean says, sorry, I had to nip away. Did you mention the discount from IniBuilds now until the 4th of July? Get Doha City and Landmarks for free when you purchase a copy of the Hamid Airport. So it's up until the 4th of July. Thank you, Sean Dale. Thanks a mil. Shuller says, yeah, I'll have to fly the Starship in for a rocket launch. That's what it's all about, lads. You can kind of see where this stuff goes. It's like, right, we're going to Florida, we're going to fly up this way, and we're going to watch a rocket launch. Might even do that ourselves this coming Friday. So, yeah. Sunjammers saw Atlantis take off. No way, man. That's cool looking. Really excited about that. Now, SoFly also had a couple of announcements. They're working on some new things. One of them is this aircraft sound enhancer. Now, this one to me was very similar to what we've seen on FS Realistic, but they go a little bit more than that. SoFly working with a number of partners on this project, including TerraBuilder, Dark Ocean, and also Echo 19. Together, the collaborative approach will bring a range of customizable options to anyone looking to add and diversify the sound effects suite for their aircraft. The interface has been designed from the ground up to offer flexibility in terms of turning on or off different sound effects. And you can see some of them here, right? ATC regional sound effects, right? So it'll play, stock ATC stuff. And you can do it by location here by clicking on our options, right? The sound effects you can have: aircraft movement, cabin environment, the pilot, the cabin, ground roll bumps, touchdown velocity. Seems to be a lot of options here as well, The A350 is also $10 off during this sale as well. Thank you, Sarah Doman. $10 off the A350, lads. Aircraft sound, we can see the various aircraft that are in there. You can customize the profile, and you can also add in community profiles, which is a nice touch. So it's all about getting like different sounds. You're enhancing the sounds effectively. That's what this does, right? There's 500 authentic sound effects. Experience the rush of wind, turbulence, aircraft rattling, icing, water landings, ground rolls, you name it. Dynamic and realistic audio reactions. Every sound is linked to real in-sim conditions. There's no looping, no scripts, just authentic responses. Natural variations for immersion. Built-in randomness ensures that every bump, shake, and scrape sounds slightly different. Fully customizable. Localized generic ATC effects, and also has aircraft profiles and community sharing. Pretty cool, right? So this one from SoFly, slated for a summer 2025 release for all platforms. So yeah, it's a huge idea for adding in a ton of different sounds, and I mean like sounds like roll, turbulence, wind noises, all that jazz. So yeah, interesting stuff from SoFly. Not the first time they dabbled with sounds. They did their eco sounds as well. I thought that was very good. I mean, that brought sounds to anywhere in your sim. Anywhere. Do you know what I mean? Neon Jedi, thank you very much. Jesus, 51 months. Thank you very, very much indeed, my dude. Hope you're well. Retriever Neil says, years ago, I took my family to Florida, visited Disney and Universal, but the highlight was watching a shuttle launch. Beats the parks every time. We'll never forget it. Dude, that's awesome. I'd love to see a launch. Whenever we go to Florida, we need to tie it in with a launch because it'd look absolutely class. But anyway, great news there from SoFly. Now, staying with SoFly, they're working on a new airport, Bristol Airport, being made for FlightSim 2020 and 2024. SoFly founded in Bristol, producing their home airport with support of Hangar Studios. So just renders right now, right? But anyone familiar with Bristol Airport, you can see it. It's early days yet. But the fact that that's their home airport, we're expecting good things. The airport is due to come out in Q3 of this year, and we've got a couple of renders here as well. So there's a new Bristol airport on the way. So yeah, looking forward to that for sure. Now, this is a bit of news that came outside of Expo. Just Flight's FS Traffic makes the jump to Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. Now, FS Traffic, great bit of kit. I use this for model matching and so on. They've released a new version that takes the AI traffic utility officially compatible with Flight Sim 2024. It's the first traffic update made exclusively for the new sim. It introduces a handful of key enhancements aimed at ensuring compatibility with FlightSim 2024 and also ironing out several user-reported bugs. The headline here is full compatibility with 24, and if you've already made the jump, this update makes FS traffic ready for action, bringing back scheduled AI traffic across major airports with the same detailed models and liveries users came to expect in FlightSim 2020. Beyond basic compatibility, the update includes additional LODs for aircraft models, which should help performance in 24's more demanding graphics environment, a new layout rebuilder tool in the traffic control center, that does all the schedules and liveries and all this jazz, a fix for persistent invalid ICAO errors, aircraft INI file corrections, and finally updated operations manual. It's worth noting it's only compatible, this update, version 1.0.8, but it's only compatible with FlightSim 2024. This is something I'm looking forward to because I use FS traffic for my VATSIM model matching, and I've been struggling flying on VATSIM in 2024 because the LOD is too great. I can't see other aircraft far away. I wonder now, is that going to fix that? Because we know that Just Flight have done their own bit of work. So yeah, looking forward to this. It's an upgrade, and if you already have it, well, you can grab it now in 2024. So great stuff there. There's a video here again from Practically Geek. He's been flat out with the stuff. This video here was going through on a live stream showing all the stuff that the traffic injector can do. Now, another thing I use FS traffic for is on the upcoming SayIntentions traffic injection model with their AI living world. It works very, very well on that. But you can see the crack. You have all your different schedules. They have wintertime, summertime, model matching, of course, is going to be there. You have all of that stuff now with Just Flight's FS traffic. So great news there. Now, this was awesome. Navigraph. We had a look at their SimLink version 2, and I saw the thing in real time. We have it on our video here from Expo as well. I could not get over the speed, the absolute speed. Like, I mean, if you were to bring up Navigraph now, right? Let's give this a second to load up. But like when you're kind of moving things around the screen, it's all right-ish, right? It's not bad at all, right? The map is fairly responsive, but at the moment, the current SimLink is updating your position. I think it's once every 4 seconds. I think. Well, version 2, it's every second. Every single second. So the fluidity of the movement of your charts is going to absolutely go insane very, very soon when Navigraph get that out there. Not only that, but they're now in partnership with Rogers Data providing VF4 charts for Europe. This is huge. If you wanted to get VF4 sectional charts for Ireland, for example, well, you had to ring up the Ordnance Survey and you'd have to buy the paper charts, which are about €25. And as soon as you buy the charts, well, anything printed, as soon as it's printed, it's out of date, right? So this was great news here. European VF4 charts. The biggest one they mentioned was their taxiway routing. This was absolutely class looking. Basically, for taxiway routing, it's reading the airport, it's reading the charts, it's giving you the proper labels, and there's also really handy hold short points. So you can say, right, just taxi me to this location, or when ATC is calling it out, you can literally say via Bravo, Bravo 2, Bravo 4, hold short runway 16, and it comes up on your charts. And because with SimLink V2 is working, you should never really have an issue at an airport again trying to get your taxi instructions. It makes it very, very clear. So we got hands-on with this over at Expo. It was absolutely incredible. I couldn't believe how good version 2 was. Yeah, wait till you try it. When you try it, you'll be like, oh man, this was good, right? What happens when you land? Like for me, when we're flying on VATSIM, you know, we're going to have an idea of where we're landing first. I mean, I'll always open up Navigraph and I'll say, right, where am I going to land? Where am I going to expect to vacate? And you go in here and you'll have a look and you say, right, well, sure, we'll probably ramble off here at Alpha 8. We'll get on to Bravo and then we'll ask for further taxi instructions. Can you imagine when all this then say, well, we're going to go via Charlie, Romeo, turn right onto Kilo and it's parking on stand 503. It'll do all of that for you and give you a perfect paper trail. One thing, or one of the reasons why I wanted this, is because currently we can't write anything on the global map, annotations. We can't do anything on the global map. So I'd always have to open up the airport chart and then you can draw and show your route there. With this, it'll do it automatically. But not only that, it will progressively taxi you. And what I mean by that is, if you get to a whole short area, once you're clear to go beyond that, you can just click on it, it removes the restriction, and then it kind of paints the yellow brick road for you using the app. Pretty cool, right? I was impressed by this. But auto routing is there, manual route binding, incremental routing, visual alerts, hotspot awareness, and so on and so forth. This was Navigraph chatting at the gadget.
Join me on the stage here.
So there's Magnus. They're a lovely bunch of lads. They're sound. But you might see this now. Hang on. We'll skip ahead to where they have their... Once you see the thing moving, I thought this was class, lads. I really did, right?
Without further ado, let's have
Let's have a gawk here. So we're looking at the progressive taxi, right? The charts thing is absolutely deadly. But progressive taxi, I thought this was cool. This stuff here, look.
Similar to the networks gates list we
have a look at this
right now for live traffic. They are categorized by terminals, and intersections are categorized by runway. When you open a section, it'll automatically zoom in on the map and highlight the terminal. As you can see, we've got O'Hare up here with colors for each terminal. When you have your own ship position enabled through Symlink, your start points will be automatically added to you because we want this feature to be a workload reducer mainly. The main way you plan your route is through the taxiway selector. The dashed line you see will always show the shortest path through the taxiways you have chosen. You can also select the holding points you want to stop at along the way, and you can filter them using the input field. If you're not interested in choosing your taxiways, perhaps if you're flying offline without air traffic, but you still want a route to guide you, there will be an auto route button which will build it automatically. It also takes into account directional rules which are encoded in our airport mapping database, such as the ones at Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. Now, this isn't always the best way for planning your route, because sometimes air traffic might be mean and give you a bunch of weird zigzagging turns, which can't really just be declared by a bunch of taxiway names. So there is the incremental build tool, which was shown in the trailer, where you can select your terms as you go, and of course, you can filter with an input field. Now, once you've planned, the most important part is the awareness and guidance this provides. You can see there is a taxiway routing widget now will be included in charts, which shows you your route plan delimited by turns, stand entries, exits, runway entry, exits, and runway crossings. It also shows your selected holding points, and all the path after that turns red, so you're aware you're not allowed to go there just yet. If you were to then click on the hold, you can mark it as cleared. It will turn green and the red will disappear, so you'll make sure you're always tracking where you have been cleared to go by air traffic control. It also shows hotspots, areas where you need to be careful when taxiing and be extra aware of what is around you. It also shows your progress. If you have Symlink enabled, a blue line will appear, and you will also receive distance to go information to each turn, so you're always aware how long to go before you have to think, turning left, turning right, stuff like that. If you diverge from your route, a dashed line will appear from your icon, I think you see in the bottom left of the screen, which will guide you back onto the planned route. We don't have it recalculate like your car would, because it's more important to stay on where air traffic has specifically commanded you to go. Of course, arrows indicate the direction, and any parts that you have revised or unplanned will be dashed. Some other small little features that will come with this when it comes out is a stand information modal. So you can click on any stand at an airport mapping database airport, you see the name, the aircraft that are not allowed to be there, the terminal, what fuel types are available, and whether it has ground power, jetway, and towing. Of course, you can click on them, and as you might also notice, there are directional arrows now shown. This is Amsterdam Schiphol, and they have a lot of complicated rules about what directions you can taxi. We also have a host of features that we weren't able to demo to you because they are not yet implemented. We want to add visual and oral warnings for people like me who may get a bit clumsy and need something blaring at them out of my iPad to tell me when I need to stop or turn. As with hotspots and perhaps live traffic as well, live traffic can be shown on your route list. The airport mapping database also provides maximum wingspan info and restricted aircraft, so those can be taken into consideration while you are planning, so you don't take your A380 down a grass taxiway, for example. There is also maximum speed information which we could show. And perhaps also a useful one would be hold category selection. So especially like Heathrow, you get two holds next to each other, different categories. We want to make it clear which one you're selecting. Perhaps if there's low visibility operations, you need to be further away for a higher category ILS.
So you can kind of see from the trailer, like, I mean, this is a huge release from Navigraph, right? The usability of this can't be kind of stated enough. I mean, to give you this level of kind of foresight of what's going on the ground, in particular when it comes to ATC, whatever about, you know, offline flying, right? But, you know, using this with something like VATSIM or Pilot Edge or whatever, you'll be able to listen in. Well, maybe don't do Pilot Edge, or they do IVAO, sorry. VATSIM or IVAO, that's what Navigraph covers so far. At least at the moment, right? And they have announced integration here with Beyond ATC. I would imagine SayIntentions are going to get in there as well. With their traffic injection, you'll be able to follow and see their aircraft on it. Yes, it could be a car park as well, right? But yeah, I think the SimConnect version 2, I think that's the big one, or the SimLink version 2, right? Because it also has an updated hook for the third parties to kind of inject data onto it, which is friggin' nuts, right? I mean, that's where your VATSIM comes in. That's all of that comes in, meaning now that we should get much more cleaner and more precise updates. I'll just get back to see if you can actually see the movements of it here from their demo. Where is it now? Will this show it? Let's just skip ahead because they just have a trailer, but if you see the thing in motion, look.
125, taxi to Terminal Echo in November.
See how smooth that is?
On November, left on Bravo, right on Charlie, right on Alpha to Terminal Echo.
Right, do you know what I mean? This is going to be class, and we do have some footage here that we have ourselves from Expo. We'll show it here in a little while. But I was really excited to see all of this, and then the last bit of news we had from Navigraph is about their upcoming Flight Academy, the Training Academy series. That's going to be an addition to what we're used to, and really excited for that, because that's a way for you to learn how to do procedures, learn how to fly effectively from Navigraph. Genius, right? So yeah, really looking forward to when this comes out. I'm chomping at the bit to get my hands on this version 2. I think it's going to be a game changer. I really do. So let's see what happens there. But great news from Navigraph. You know, they were relatively quiet when at FS Weekend, right? They were just saying kind of quality of life updates. This is where they showed everything that they're working on, and they plan to release this soon. They didn't give us any dates, but we know they're going to release it soon. So yeah. Absolutely looking forward to it. Oh, my red beard. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Who else come in there now? Fort Noob, it's good to see you. If I've missed anyone, lads, you're all very welcome in. Simon Sav is here. Welcome aboard. Michael Walsh. How are you, Michael? Hope you're well. Yeah, this, I can't wait for it, lads. Cannot wait for it. Now, also that was released prior to FlightSim Expo, the City Update 11. We got enhancements for Boston, New York, and more in Microsoft Flight Simulator. The Northeastern United States, 2, a free update. Massachusetts, New Jersey, New York, and Rhode Island. I haven't even checked this out yet. So there is a trailer here we're going to have a look at, because I haven't seen it yet. And, well, I want to see what they've worked on, and let's see if we can spot any sort of familiar areas. It's only a minute, so let's have a look. Ah, Jesus. Yeah, we need to go flying here, because it looks incredible, doesn't it? So New Jersey, we get the northeastern New Jersey, central Jersey, New York, Manhattan, Brooklyn, Long Island, all included. Coney Island we saw as well. Rhode Island, including Providence, Cranston and Warwick, has all been added in. This looks class because, I mean, like, we only flew in here the other day. So to fly back here soon to see what these updates and enhancements made, the only kind of thing I'll say about photogrammetry, it's not for walking around at ground level. Give yourself minimum 1,500 feet altitude to give yourself the best kind of results. It's a city update. It's free. If you're on 24, it's just beamed straight to you, but you do have to enable it from inside the store. Or if you're on 2020, you can grab it from there as well. So pretty cool. Hammer Nails, good to see you, buddy. Purple Kona says you would never see a moose that far south. Right? Brilliant. Phantom Diablo, waiting for a convertible plane so I can get the cool breeze and get away from the heat. Right? Toto is here. Good to see you. It's a pity that the New York City scenery is conflicting with the Sam Scene version. They'll update it, I imagine. So you have Sam Scene, and also you'll have Sam Scene that needs an update. You'll also have Sam Scene for Boston. Right? There's 2 updates, and possibly then an update from what are they called? For Boston, it was Flight Tampa. Possibly. You know what I mean? Flipper Alloy, good to see you. Tarnish is here. Welcome aboard. Welcome in, everybody. Hope you're having a great day. We're back at the thing with the yoke with the stuff. And, well, let's see what we can do here. But that's a free update and a very welcome one. That was Microsoft's kind of gift to FlightSim Expo. Right, because they didn't attend. More on that in a bit, but that's available now. Eagle Dynamics releasing an update to DCS, and they have an expansion to the Sinaya map. I think it's Sinaya map. Eagle Dynamics have released DCS World Update, introducing a range of fixes and improvements across the simulator, including adjustments to the radar behavior, AI logic, aircraft modules, and third-party campaigns. The patch also expands the Sinaya map on. It's by On Retech with a new terrain coverage and also airfields. The latest updates adds medium detail areas covering parts of northern Israel, Lebanon and western Syria, with several new airfields that have been introduced. Additional changes include reworked terrain textures, updated normal maps and so on. A couple of render shots here. Yes, it does look pretty nice, I gotta say. DCS, it's just a platform I just haven't had time to kind of get my head around yet, but I will at some stage. And it's good to see them getting updates here as well. I think the biggest news when it comes to DCS in the last little while is the release of that aircraft, which is the Corsair. I mean, that just came out, and looking at this and listening to the feedback that all the guys have been giving. Did anyone see a trailer for this, actually? Hang on. I didn't see a trailer for the Corsair, no? Let's have a look. Corsair trailer DCS. Yes, let's have a look at this. Right, we'll have to look at this because Jesus, right? And I've been listening to a lot of folks who have it. They've been screaming about it. They absolutely love it. You know what I mean? Purple Kona, thank you very, very much indeed. Jesus, the man's gone bananas. Gifting a tier 1 sub to God Friends are in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in, lads. Yeah, come for tea, stay for the crack, right? And pineapples, indeed. Fireflyer Squadron in DCS will be grand, right? Man, I hope those God Friends didn't announce anything. Oh, wait, hi, Tongs. Their video was at FlightSim Expo, yes. And the excitement, not only for the updates, lads, that they've done, but also the friggin' glider, the AS33ME mechanical version. So it has its own engine in which we can go flying. So yeah, it looks class. Big Sierra, good to see you, buddy. Did you do any exploring while you were in town? We went to many a pub. Yes, we explored all the sites that had beverages. Let's check out this. Like the trailers you see in DCS are just absolutely bananas, right? Absolutely bananas. They look incredible, right? I get all the videos are going to be shagged tonight. We're using everyone's music, but I got to say, I mean, they look absolutely incredible. The Corsair being the latest release into DCS world, and it looks incredible. You can see, you already saw from the video, but looking at here, I mean, carrier operations. This thing, we didn't see many of these in Europe at all. This is all kind of Pacific neck of the woods. But what I've heard so far from anyone who's grabbed it, they love it. They absolutely love it. They're really impressed by it, and the missions and all the jazz that are in there as well. You can purchase the F4U-1D, the Corsair by Magnitude 3 for DCS World. It's a discounted price of $47.99 because it is that of an early access. But pretty cool looking, lads. Do you know, I mean, when you see the trailers of DCS, for anyone who doesn't fly on DCS, and I'm one of those, right? I fired it up a couple of times and I'm just like, oh, but when you see the trailers, I mean, if you're not sitting there going, I would love to be able to just give that a blast, it looks incredible. DCS, by the way, is free. You just pay for the extra modules such as aircraft, and you have Jesus. Yeah. Well, that escalated quickly. You have the modules such as maps and aircraft, right? A hype train has been started because buttons have been pressed. Floxfly TV, good to see you, Foxfly. Welcome in. One Fly Air, good to see you. And I don't need it. Jesus, I need it, says Energizer. Right? That's kind of where you're at. You know what I mean? I don't even know what kick started that hype train, but sure, anyway, we'll take it. Thank you very much indeed, lads, for the support. And yeah, I see Purple Kona there with 2 gifted subs. Thank you very, very much indeed, man. What a ledge. How did that start? Who pressed the button? We just don't know. My Red Beard says, makes me want to mount a 30 cal on my A320, right? Do you know, the FAA had them. There's a couple at the museum in Yeovilton. Oh, nice. Interesting. Sweet. Yeah, it looks incredible. Corsair wins for low visibility on landing and vast amount of torque. Absolutely.
The car in swinger, baby.
There's buttons being pressed at an alarming rate. In a box man with 5 gifted tier 1 subs. What a ledge. The 7 purple, Star Blonde, Sparker. Who's this now? Jesus then. Is it Maldiveric? Thank you very much. And Spank the Monkey. Thank you all very much. You're an absolute legend in a box, man. And lads, of course, if you just got a tier 1 sub, do be sure to say a thank you. Brilliant. Sourdough Man says you have to buy a mod beside the F4, for example, carriers. Well, let's have a look. Early access weapons included. So it has so this has an Essex class World War II aircraft carrier. It includes 8 Japanese ground units, including tanks, trucks, and anti-aircraft guns available to all DCS players. And it comes with a number of 8 training missions, 7 single player, 42 instant action missions, all included as well. So it comes with quite a lot. So pretty cool. Baz, thank you very much indeed as well for the Prime subscription. Lads, you're very kind. Thank you very much indeed for your support and generosity. You're brilliant. Absolute great bunch of lads. So that was the news from DCS. Now, we're not finished. This is just the software side. I told you it'll be a long one. We have news now of where next year's Flight Sim Expo is going to be held. FSExpo will return in 2026 and it's going over to Minneapolis. AZ Blue Line, thank you very much indeed. 42 months. What a ledge. Cheers, buddy. Minneapolis, St. Paul confirmed for Expo 2026. This is going to be interesting. From Las Vegas to Providence, and now we're going to Minneapolis. I'm looking forward to this one. Minnesota, right? Minnesota. The largest city on the slightly earlier, announced this year's show will be heading to Minnesota's largest city. The event taking place at the St. Paul River Center, a convention center in the same vein as Rhode Island, just 10 minutes from the main airport. Anyone flying from Ireland, there are direct flights from Dublin, and so on and so forth. We're going to go through our Flight Sim Expo stuff now. Everything that we kind of covered over the weekend, but we'll chat about it, right? I have a video here that myself and Gibbo ran the floor. We had Muse helping us out, and Scott and Adam and all the lads, Naughty Gnome, the whole shebang. But I just wanted to dive in on some of the things that we saw, But yeah, looking forward to this. I think for Europeans, I think anywhere that they're moving each year, I mean, you move the entire FSExpo carnival, if you like, to different locations. We're always going to be interested because, especially for me, it's somewhere that we can go exploring in the United States, right? And, you know, Evan has said, you know, the demands of the flight sim community is, listen, we want to make sure that it's from, you know, good connections from airports, good logistics in terms of transport and transport links mainly, but also hotel prices. I mean, they're aiming for the $150-ish per night. And that's why Florida heavily requested, they can't get the prices in Florida. Las Vegas, I loved Vegas. I thought it was great crack. I had my reservations about Rhode Island and Providence because I just said, well, that's one very kind of yin yang, right? Tis black and white, lads. Tis black and white. I really enjoyed it. I absolutely enjoyed it. I thought it was an awesome venue. So, yeah, Las Vegas versus the Twin Cities in June. Yeah, I don't know how Adam's going to manage this one. He's still in Vegas at the moment. El Bapino, you're very welcome aboard. Hermit Something says, I don't believe the hotels are directly connected to the convention center in St. Paul. It'll be interesting. In Vegas, it was in the same resort. At Providence, you had the hotel, the Omni Hotel, and that was connected to the Rhode Island Convention Center. So it'll be interesting. The average high on June 12th in Minneapolis is 79 degrees. So yeah, considerably cooler, right? So looking forward to that. A lot of international directs go into there. They capture the Midwest market that might not have the means to fly somewhere like Vegas or, 100%. I'm excited because it's going to bring us somewhere different, right? That's the main thing. Got a text from Adam earlier. His first night was a washout. He didn't win a cent. He sent me a video that he was betting on Black 17, right? Black 17, that's on roulette, and Black 18 came in. He was raging, right? Petrol Head, good evening. Hope you're well. I'm looking forward to this, lads. You know, I mean, as I said, I looking at Providence, I was like, well, I'm going, but how are we going to get on here? It was brilliant. You could walk everywhere. And that's a major thing, right? So you could do an excursion to Fargo. Ooh, nice. And Brainerd, don't you know? Right? Minnesota, don't you know? Hans Gruber, good to see you, buddy. Sean Smith, welcome in. Welcome in. Mountain Man says, do you think if they stand put... Right now, do you think if they stand put at one location, more vendors would be more willing to bring hardware for sale instead of traveling around? I know it was a topic that was brought up this year. The company showed off products, but you couldn't buy or limited quantity on the floor. That can be a thing, right? But they're always going to be limited. I mean, if you look at the trends now, and we're going to get into hardware right now, right? When you get into the trends right now, hardware vendors are in savage supply. There's lots of hardware vendors now, and the vast majority of them, not all of them, the vast majority of them are actually coming in out of Asia, right? So, well, you know, the west coast of America would probably better suit them, not necessarily the east coast. This is moving across in the middle a bit, you know what I mean? So yes, the dates of this, it's on slightly earlier than usual. This will run from June 12th to June 14th, right? Let's have a look here at Sky Scanner. Just for the sheer gas, we probably won't get the rates fully right yet. Let's have a look at some maps here as well, and let's have a look here now. Out of Ireland, and we want to go to, what was it, St. Paul. So we were here, right? We're over in Rhode Island. This one is going to be all the way over here in Minneapolis, Minnesota, neck of the woods. There's Brainerd up there, right? And well, the convention center is, what do they call it? St. Paul Convention. If Murphy could spell convention, St. Paul River Center. That's it down there. Look, so there it is. That's where I believe it's at. And well, let's just have a quick look now. We'll look right. Say nothing now, lads. We're looking for bars, right? Is this the one, St. Paul River Center? Isn't that what they said, isn't it? Yes. Yeah, St. Paul River Center. So this is where we're going. Right, so hotels and all the jazz. Let's have a look around, right? Let's see. We have, right, there's the Amsterdam Bar and Hall, right? Is there any, hang on now. This could be great. If anyone sees a Murphy's now, let me know. The male bathroom is here, always important. Terribly important. Kellogg Boulevard, Intercontinental Hotel, right? Might be a bit of a walk down to it. Kellogg Park, looks nice, isn't it? Tavern, very good. Palace Pub. Mickey's Diner, right? Man, Mickey. What else do we have in the area? Smorgies. Downtown Woodfire Grill. Seems a little bit more spread out, doesn't it? Pub. Irish pub. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Patrick McGovern's pub. Where are you? Actually, you're only up the road, look. Right, McGovern's pub. We could be laughing in here now, lads. Let's have a look at some of the pictures. Hello? Can we now look at the picture? So there's Patrick McGowan's. That's going to be an option, right? Close that. And let's have a look at some of the pictures. See photos. Yes, it looks like a pub. Jeez, it doesn't look fancy. Patrick McGovern's. That's an old Cavan or Monaghan kind of neck of the woods, McGovern, isn't it? Oh yeah, that'll do, look. What is that? Oh no, oh dear, oh no, oh dearie no. That one looks nicer. Fish, why would you eat fish? Yeah, that could be interesting. Travel thousands of miles an hour and go to an Irish pub. That's what we do, lads. That's what we do. We tell them that we're from oh, they do Smiddix, look. Ah, jeez, we're laughing. Yeah. No, I'm looking forward to it. It's all about learning a new area and planning for this. I don't know what I'm going to do yet, if it's just going to be an a flight sim kind of weekend, if you like, or do I fly in somewhere and kind of head over that neck of the woods. We're very close to Michigan. Well, I say very close. Right. I was like, sure, that's grand. I'm going to drive now down to Denver. And the lads are like, that'll take you days, Murph. Oh, would it? You know, they did Smiddix and Murphy's. No, they did Kilkenny Muse, I think. But anyway, we're moving across the way, so I'm looking forward to this. You know what I mean? Looking forward to this. Minneapolis, it looks like a beautiful city. Even the pictures here, you can see it. Like, it looks gorgeous, lads, doesn't it? Very, very pretty. So I think this is definitely going to be somewhere awesome to go for a Flight Sim Expo. And I was, you know, like, it was the same at Providence. I was like, what's going to be going on in Providence? Like, you know, you never hear of Providence. But I have to say, just everything's in walking distance, some beautiful buildings. The city skyline was gorgeous. Plenty of shops, plenty of pubs, restaurants, all that jazz was there. We had absolutely everything that we needed. It worked out quite well. So yeah, excited for this one. So that's going to be happening next year. So from Dublin over to Minneapolis. And we're saying next year, June. We go as far as June the 12th. So we'll be flying on a Wednesday. I'm probably coming home on a Monday. But let's have an old gawk and see what happens. We'll go economy because we're miserable and cheap. And well, let's have a look. Just to get an idea, right? Because there should be direct flights, I think, from Aer Lingus. That's interesting. So they're not giving any direct flights there. We don't want to see stops. What about Shannon? Shannon's just the best airport in the world. Do you know what I mean? You want to go to a music pub? Yeah. Murph, you need to do Oshkosh one year. Oh, no, it's on my list, man. I would love to do that. I would love to do that. Jesus, look at all the stops we have. Right, Shannon's not a good option, so we'll keep an eye on it, lads. We'll keep an eye on it. But anyway, that's where Flight Sim Expo is going to be next year. Very much looking forward to that. Aer Lingus and Delta both do direct, but the schedule probably isn't out yet. Yeah, that makes total sense. Makes total sense. Right, moving on. We're now going to have a look at some hardware. Right, and then we're going to look at our Flight Sim Expo kind of catch up. And then we're going to have a look at tonight's stuff, right? Murph, whenever you're able to come to Osh, I'd love to help host you. Thank you very much, McFly. Now, Oshkosh has been on my radar. I nearly got over in 21, or was it 22? That was my plan to go. Just resources and time off work and all this jazz didn't work. And the friggin' cost of it, you know. Micro Center is a 15-minute drive from the convention center. Purbacona, I wonder will that laptop I was looking at be in stock? The one I wasn't going to buy, if I'm asked. You know, by Mr. Two-Tone. But anyway, right, lads. Hardware at Flight Sim Expo was every bit as prominent as it was at FS Weekend. And then some. WinWing, of course, capturing the imagination just when it comes to the absolute scale and variance of their hardware options. However, a lot of this stuff is not available yet. And you know, we were asking about, you know, how are they getting on with their logistics from, you know, fulfilling orders, and they're building a new warehouse and they're doing all this sort of stuff to try and get around it. But let's not let that take away from what we saw from WinWing at Expo. They had an absolute ton of stuff, right? And it's great for us as flight simmers because they are very aggressively bringing the price down of flight sim equipment. the WinWing equipment I own. I have an FCU. I have 2 of the FMSs. So far, it hasn't let me down yet. Will it last long? The verdict is out. Oh, I also have an Orion as well. Anyway, the stuff that we're showing off, right? And we have some pictures of it here. Radio management panels, like this is stuff for like under $80, right? Transponder panels, audio panels, landing gear auto brake panel, engine and warning display panel, and a tiller. So you can kind of see where they're going. And you know, if WinWing have released all of this, or they're showcasing all of this in the world of Airbus, we know that they're following on when it comes to Boeing. An important point to note with relation to WinWing, it seems to be aircraft specific. As in, this is an Airbus module, this is a Boeing module, right? So you want to kind of take that into consideration when you're looking at all the various panels. I mean, if you want to be building your home cockpit and you have the space, it's going to be very hard not to be really looking at the WinWing equipment, right? However, let's look to see what they have. It was weird, right? Because they're all giving cheers about prices, so nothing's available yet. You know, this was 700, now it's 500. Yeah, woo! It was like one of those Windows 95 launch dates. You know the ones? Show us, make the stuff available first. But anyway, it looks class, and the pricing here, it's not only good, it's aggressive pricing. Because back in the day, if you wanted to get yourself anything like a tiller, hundreds of euros for a tiller. And even at that, it didn't work great. Remember that tiller box we looked at? WinWing have a tiller. I think that's going to be very popular, right? It just is, right? It just is. An ECAM, if you want it, I mean, that's up to you. What's a tiller do? Go beep. The tiller steers you on the ground. And you can see that the pedal disconnect is on there as well. So it looks class, right? Anyway, really, really exciting stuff. They also looked at a force feedback Boeing style yoke. They talked about the first yoke system, the Cyber Taurus, a Boeing-style yoke equipped with force feedback, and the company claims the yoke is designed to deliver realistic replication of control loading forces found in the commercial airliners. That's why I've always kind of scratched my head when it comes to force feedback for Airbus. You don't really feel it. You feel a little bit, but don't forget it's fly-by-wire. You know what I mean? But anyway, the Cyber Taurus, they still haven't given us a price. They announced this back at FS Weekend. It looks absolutely incredible. Now, whether or not, how consumer friendly is this? Unless, of course, you're building a full flight sim home cockpit. Think of the logistics and the ergonomics around your desk. Yes, give us the tiller that's on the ground, but suddenly you now have to sit back here to use it, right? Which mightn't be a big problem, but like, depending on what space you have, and I'll just show you kind of my setup. I have a button here for my setup. Sure, I have. Like, this is where my controls here are on my office, right? Me rig lives over there. That's different. But like, if I had that yoke here, how do I reach the pedals? Like, hello, right? So I think that's going to be potentially an issue, but I think it's more aimed at, you know, it's not a consumer product. They haven't even given us a price on this yet. We all have our own theories. I reckon $2,000, maybe less, could be more. The rudder pedals were interesting. Because you can get the standards for 328, or you can get the EB140s, which are 499, but they have force feedback. Or if you want absolute force feedback, well, they're going to be 599. And I thought that was pretty interesting. So the Cyber Taurus, this is all the force feedback branding, right? And you can see it's very much Airbus here on the left, and they come with different torque measuring, meaning that, you know, you'll be fit as a fiddle moving all this stuff. That was their announcements live on stage. They did have a lot of cool stuff there, though, has to be said, but there's nothing available just yet. And you know, WinWing have been making stuff for a little while now. You can buy the Orion stuff. It was always popular in DCS. Now they're very much pushing things out over on the side of Microsoft Flight Simulator on the civilian side, which is always great to see. Do you know what I mean? It's a ton of fun. Where is this now? You know, so yeah, so that's WinWing, bananas and loads of stuff. WinFlex, they were there, and they've launched a new RMP combo cube completing the Airbus modular glass or glare shield panel. So WingFlex have announced at FSExpo this weekend they're launching the combo cube add-on, which forms part of their modular Airbus MACD panel. The combo cube combines the functions of the Airbus radio panel, transponder panel, TCAS, ATS, or ATC method and autoland indicators, and the company's existing MACD and EFIS panels to form 80% of Airbus's glare shield panel. Wingflix say that they've taken time to get exact matches for the front elements present on the real-world unit. It's also backlit, and they're offering a pre-sale discount, as well as the bundle on 3 units. Simmers can pick up the combo cube today for $159, and all 3 units bundled come to a total of $549 for that. That's not terribly bad. $549. So you can see what WinWing are doing. They're pushing the prices down. So Wingflex are like, yeah, we can do that. So I think that's not bad, right? Don't know if any of you guys have anything from Wingflex. Later this year, the company says it's also going to release a new overhead cube. We'll be monitoring the Wingflex socials to let you know what's going to happen there. But I thought this was very interesting. 80% scale simulation, less space and more functionality. Interesting. So that's the Wingflex stuff. And the same is said about WinWing. I mean, what have they left to do? Well, you're going to have the Boeing lineup, but then I reckon you're going to have the overhead panel stuff, which is going to be absolutely mad, right? Now, Meridian, I didn't give Meridian much exposure over the weekend, and for good reason, right? I mean, a lot of people are excited about it, but don't forget, lads, we've seen this at FS Weekend, right? So that's why I didn't really go over there, because I genuinely didn't like what I saw, right? And what I mean by that is I was very excited at FS Weekend because I saw that Nicky was there and he was coming out with all this, you know, modular stuff and like, Jesus, yeah, this is good innovation and he's making things better. I was always concerned though with how access would be to these panels, moving your controls forward or back, right? But, you know, I was excited for the product. And at FS Weekend, the delivery was so-so. But he said he'd have renders at FlightSim Expo or at FSExpo. That's when you'll get to see the hardware. And it was a promise. He actually stood on the stage. He promised, right? So we get to Expo and Nicky comes up on the stage holding a prop, like some sort of a ghetto blaster. And he says, yeah, well, I don't have anything here. I just have production mock-ups, or effectively, you know, proof of concept. That's all it was, right? Now, he did bring other members of the team with him. Don't know who the team are. I've never seen them before. And they're all doing the same crack. They're just talking about what they're going to be doing. And I don't think I'm being harsh on this. I'm calling them out for what they're doing. Why on earth did he present himself at FS Weekend knowing that nothing was yet ready? This was the same shite that got him in trouble the last time with Honeycomb. The orders couldn't be fulfilled. There was a backlog. They had logistics. Support went out the window. And it was someone else's fault. Right? Someone else's fault. Then he rocks up to FSExpo. He's nothing to show us except for, let's be honest, bits of plastic. This stuff didn't even move. You couldn't even move the throttle. There were signs in this equipment telling you, do not touch. Huh? And he tried to go on and on talking about, oh, how great this is going to be, yada, yada, yada. He ran over his time and I don't know if you saw the video, they effectively muted him. Shut up talking, will you? No. Right, turn off his mic. That's what happened. So the point I'm making is, I don't think I'm being particularly harsh here, only because at FS Weekend, this was the spiel he gave us. He gave us this spiel. He showed us all of this stuff, right? And like, people are, you know, if you see it for the first time, quite rightfully, you're going to get excited for it. It looks great. Oh, look at this. These are modular. Wow. You know, I can put a radio panel in here, or I can get engine instruments. Yes, brilliant. But he'd nothing to show. And it's the same story again. Nicky, what did he do? He jumped before he looked. He had nothing lined up. And all they're doing is saying, this is coming, that is coming. You know, it's out of our control. It's someone else's fault. Like, shag off. Would you just shag off? Wait until you build the stuff. Wait till you have a stock of the stuff. And then come out and tell us, now you can buy the stuff, lads. Do you know what I mean? Like, why would you not do that? It's very hard to, and like, you want him to succeed. You really do. You're like, geez, the poor old devil had a bad old run of it. But then you see him continuing to do this. It makes no sense to me. So I didn't give him the light of day at all. And it was busy, and a lot of people got over there. And I'm not saying anything about any, content creator who went over, especially if it was the first time they were looking at it. And to hear the story and, just to get kind of captured by this imagination that Meridian have to say, hey, we're going to do all this cool stuff. Who wouldn't get excited for it? The point I'm making is we saw this at FS Weekend and we were promised, oh, things were bad and I didn't have enough time and, Johnny forgot the car keys and I couldn't, like all this was said. Then you get to Expo, the very same thing. Oh, we didn't have it. And then appear on the stage. Look, I actually have one here in my hand. Like, shag off. Just honest to Jesus. Do I think this would be good hardware? It looks good. Right? The control, the throttle, the yoke, it looks very, very good. But until we actually know we can buy it and it's delivered and it's good quality and what have you, they should be like just ignored. Shh, quiet now, lads. Go back, sort out your logistics, sort out your stuff, and then come back to us when it's ready. That's my kind of 2 cents on it. Honeycomb are there. They didn't have any issues about selling gear or what's available or, you know what I mean? Anyway, there's all politics and drama, but that's why I didn't cover a lot of stuff from Meridian over the weekend. As I said, their products do look incredible, but all we have are 3D scans. And like the stuff that was on show, for all I know, they were 3D printed. They weren't working units. They were props. Or just props. And it was sad to see. So, let's see what happens. I think, 6 to 12 months will do Meridian the world of good, But for me, I would just be like red lights flashing and like, all sorts of alarms going off in my head. Be very careful here. Buyer beware on this until the units are out. If you're an early adopter of this, like you've been warned. You know what I mean? Yeah, they had a huge booth, so much wasted space. It was wrong. It was just wrong. Do you know what I mean? So lads, like, just be careful. Yes, you can get excited for it. Of course you can. Yes, I'm hoping it's going to be brilliant. But like, if you're considering about becoming like early adopter or, just pinch of salt. Maybe wait a little while and see what happens. Because history is repeating itself. You know what I mean? I remember last year's those Delta panels he showed. Yeah. Like, there's no doubt Nicky has incredible ideas. Wonderful ideas of, hey, we can make this. But it's all talk. Until we actually see the stuff, lads, it's all talk. So just be careful of that. I'm rooting for them. You want them to just deliver this and do very well. But when I thought their FlightSim Expo was a friggin' fiasco. Like I was sitting there during the announcement and like I even leaned into Gibbo and I was like, what the hell is this? Like, Jesus, what is this? You know what I mean? So yeah, it was interesting. When the demo units had a sign, do not touch, it's not a good sign. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, Cody, good to see it. We need more turbo props. Agreed. Anyone can have ideas. Heck, I could be a 3D render of a yoke. All singing, all dancing. Doesn't mean I'm going to get made. Yeah. Snakebite are slowly saving honeycomb. Yeah, like, look, I'm not too worried about honeycomb. Because I mean, they're not over promising. They don't seem to be overstretching, and outside of the drama, they're doing their own thing, Was there many people at their booth compared to others? They had a good bit of traffic. There was, because people who would have saw this for the first time, you're going to go over and have a look at it because it looks cool. I mean, the gear looks great, right? But you're just listening to, oh, it's going to do this, it's going to do that, it's going to be brilliant. Well, where is it? You know what I mean? And the presentation was an absolute farce. It was a disaster, like just absolute catastrophic. Like that did harm to the thing. You know what I mean? But anyway, let's see what happens. Gerald, good to see it. It's not going to work. The small push buttons behind. It might. But yeah, my concern is how close it is. And like the display unit they had, you couldn't touch it. But even if you wanted to, the throttles don't move. So like, it was a solid unit. You know what I mean? So yeah, what can you do? But anyway, Frankenstein is here. Steiny, you're very welcome aboard. yeah, I think it's interesting. Where's this one now? Don't forget the Virpil force feedback yoke. Kramer Dim, yeah. So Virpil are talking about bringing force feedback into all of their stuff. They weren't at Expo though, and that's probably a good sign. Why would Virpil come out to Expo to say, "Hey, we're going to make this," and then then they say nothing, But yeah, interesting stuff, lads. Interesting stuff. So that's, if you're wondering why I didn't cover much for Meridian, that's the reason. I'm rooting for them. I want them to succeed. The gear looks very, very good. We just haven't seen it yet, But anyway, yeah, 100% Muse, 100%. Now, this is the stuff. This plus two others I was blown away by, right? Moza. And let's look at the difference here between Moza and, say, Meridian. Moza gently came into the flight sim market, right? The AB9 and their the MH16. Two products. There you go. I think they had another stick, right? And that's what we do for flight sim. And before they announced anything else, they had a look at their existing hardware and they said, this might work for truck sim or racing sim. Moza are a racing sim company. That's what they started with. And then they started saying, we're going to start looking at yokes now, right? And they started talking about yokes. And then they have their lineup for FlightSim Expo. And I was genuinely impressed by Moza. And the reason being is they haven't kind of gone in a particular area for an aircraft. What I mean by that is, right, I have two WinWing FMSs. One's for Airbus, the MAC-2. One is for Boeing, right, the FMC or whatever. That's two different units. And okay, it's grand. They're affordable, $100 each or whatever. But it's two big units, right? And who has real estate these days? No one has, right? So when you look at something like Moza, it's similar-ish, but it's not necessarily for that particular aircraft. Think about Thrustmaster here with their TCA stuff, yeah? I mean, if you wanted to fly the Airbus, they had the gates locked into the throttle, which shag all used to if you wanted to go fly in a helicopter or if you want to fly Boeing. You see what the point I'm making? With Moza, it's different. They're going for something down the middle. It could be whatever it is you want it to be. You want to put it in an Airbus? Sure. You want to put it in a jet or a helicopter? Sure. You want to put it in a Boeing? Sure. No problem. It's not necessarily pointing at a particular manufacturer. And I like that because it gives us flexibility, right? But anyway, they unveiled their upcoming AB6 force feedback flight base. Now, just to kind of give you an idea of the Moza infrastructure, anyone who has the racing stuff, and I'm only new to this, I have the OR5. It's the truck steering wheel. The OR5. So the OR, whatever that means, that's the motor, right? And the 5 is kind of pointing it to the strength of torque that it has. So an OR3 would be lighter to turn than an OR5. An OR9 would be much harder and more prominent force feedback than an OR. You get the idea, right? Anyway, the AB6, which is a smaller unit than the AB9, less torque, but it has improved options and stuff by way of two axes buttons, these little dudes right here, right? It is, right? And then you've got some buttons. And it's worth noting that this connector, that works with Virpil. I think Thrustmaster as well. It doesn't work with WinWing. They use a different connector on their joysticks. But you could have a Moza base and, put on your favorite Virpil stick if you'd like. Anyway, the point of this is, I got to use this stuff. And looking in particular at the AB6, which is going to be sold, the AB6 and a new MHD flight stick, right? You can buy this, and the price they're looking at was around, I think it was $500 or $600. We can go back in our video. Zach gave us a great presentation. But this one single unit, and it's a bulky unit. Even the new version, this AB6, which is considerably smaller than an AB9, it's still big, right? It's bulky, but it comes with a desk clamp as well. That's all you technically need, because you could put a throttle on it, right? Because it has these axis switches. You can put a throttle or a mixture, right? Or dual throttle. Or, I don't know what you can do, but you effectively have a HOTAS system with one piece of hardware. And that's good news. That's just great news. I need to get clarification if the same technology on the software will allow the AB6 double up as a gear shifter. No reason why it shouldn't. I mean, that's a software thing. So this sort of stuff, I would be saying this is hard not to consider if you're in the market for a new joystick. And I have to tell you, as much as I love Virpil, and I love them, as much as I enjoyed my Thrustmaster stuff, of all the gear that I have, and I've loads of gear, force feedback is a friggin' game changer. It's one of the things flight simulation in general is missing. It's getting some feeling of what the air is doing to the surfaces of an aircraft. Unless, of course, it's fly-by-wire. Know what I mean? In terms of trimming out the forces, in terms of feeling resistance, in terms of knowing if the aircraft is nimble, and so on, right? So it's a good deal lighter as well. But you have 6 Newton meters of force, programmable front panel lighting is all there, dual throttle sliders, so you can have your engine 1 and 2, realistic torque feedback, compact mount-friendly design, full metal construction, 15-bit magnetic encoder. If you were to try and put that back into, you know, the sensors of how the stick works, this is magnetic, slightly different. High-performance outrunner motor, universal flight stick, so it's universal. Versatile mounting, they've said that twice. Compatibility with leading flight sim games, sure, and advanced software. Most of the software is very good, right? It's hard to explain if you've never witnessed it yourself before. Yeah, like, you need to experience force feedback to say, like, once you use force feedback in a flight sim, it's nigh on impossible to go back to using non-force feedback. It transforms your simulation experience tenfold. It's nuts what it does, lads. I'm telling you, it makes such a difference, right? Anyway, they also have announced this new MHG flight stick, and you can kind of see where it's getting some of its inspiration from. There's a bit of F-18 in it. There's a bit of Gazelle in it, right? Anyone's familiar with the, right? There's a bit of stuff here. Plenty of buttons. Intended for space flight and flight simming, right? The axes of this, so people are always wondering, well, what do I do for rudder pedals? Well, it has a twist axis built into it on top of its normal range, yeah? Has a 2-stage trigger, just like your Virpil stuff. Hall effect, hat switch. Lighting is all there. Ergonomic design. Reinforced carbon fiber construction. It's not plastic, right? And there's loads of stuff there. And the fact that you have hardware trim, Steiny knows all about it. When you're trimming out the forces, like, the joystick will stay where you've trimmed it to. Just like, you know, the yokes will stay in a real plane where you trim them to. You know what I mean? So this is interesting. Then there are throttle quadrants. Now, Gibbo was looking at these, and they are a bit plastically. He says they feel plasticky, right? There's other ones that I was looking at, the slightly larger ones. I don't know, was it on this list? It could be an older one. But anyway, the idea behind these throttles, well, you buy the throttle and then you can buy the 2 different packs, because they have a Boeing style or an Airbus style, or both, if you want to have, and you can kind of see the configurations in here. So nice touch, right? So the throttle quadrant designed for Jesus! Is that very loud in your head as well? Black Sheep Gene, thank you very much indeed. So what can I buy for single, double, triple and quadrant GA planes? We'll have a look now in a second, right? That was loud for you as well. Grand, so y'all got jump scared. Brilliant. Thank you, Gene. Very kind of you. Where was I? Oh yeah. Full range of aircraft, single-seat fighters to wide-body commercial jets, equipped with adjustable motion, swappable grips, and finely tuned axis controls. It offers flexible throttle solution across civilian and military aircraft. Thoughtfully engineered to meet professional standards, it supports complex multi-engine configurations with plug-and-play ease. So you might be saying, right, modular throttle lever system. You have 4 axes on this control. So if, for example, you wanted 4 throttles, why not? You just need to get ones that would fit it, right? Or you can use these. They're an axis, so you can tell the sim what an axis is doing, right? I like the way that it's interchangeable. And again, the prices on these, we'll get the full prices, because I think, as I said, Zach on the video that will show, he was going through all these. I was just impressed, and I have this on video, we're going to look at them. I was very impressed, because the whole point of this, lads, it's you're not necessarily sticking to one particular aircraft, if that makes sense. Now, if you're in the market and you only want to fly Airbus, well, sure, go have at it. Do your Airbus stuff. I like these because they're in the middle, right? Anyway, the last one then was the MRP rudder pedals, right? Crafted durable metal and tuned for performance, the MRP rudder pedals provides fine control over the pedal angle, spring, preload, and resistance. So these are very similar to what we would have had with the MFGs. I actually had a shot at these, and they're very similar. They're very fluid, right? Anyway, all metal construction, metal brake pads, and again, you can use them if you wanted toe brakes. Precision swing arm, optional adjustable damper, so you can really get your own forces in there. And stealth inspired design. They're a cool looking bit of kit. Anyway, this other one, this was class. This is what they kind of teased on Twitter or X, whatever they call it. And it was these screens, and I said, yeah, this is very DCS though. No, it's not. So it's a full-scale cockpit grade replica, but you don't have to buy all the screens together. It's modular, right? So you can just buy one screen or buy two screens, whatever. They're 7.1 or 7.1 inch square displays, right? Swappable magnetic bezels with pogo pin interface. All right, magnetic bezels, sweet. VESA mount compatibility for putting them onto a VESA mount, attach them to your wall. Angle adjustment, high tactical controls. It comes with the Moza cockpit software, lightweight, rigid construction. I thought this gear was only like for DCS, and it does work very well with DCS, right? Because it'll actually read the screens directly from DCS. You can pop your radar on one screen, and it's F-18 inspired. You can also use these in Microsoft Flight Sim because sure, we only dragged a GTN 750 and popped it on, and you have these buttons on the side. So you can say, hey, what does this button do? Well, this button does that. What? You can put a moving map on this side. For instance, you can drag Navigraph into that if that's what you want. So it's not just for DCS. This will wire into your Microsoft Flight Sim as well. And these screens, they're just like any other screens, but they have all these buttons over here, and you can interact with your sim. Plus you have all the different knobs and dials and bezels, right? These are pretty cool. I was very much impressed with this. And again, we got them on the video as well. So, yeah, very, very impressed by this. It's the Moza stuff. I don't know if you've seen the Moza software, right? Moza cockpit software, that's what I have. Just to give an idea. We've seen Moza stuff when it comes to trucking, right? This is what the Moza software looks like. So it'll say, well, what devices do you have? And then, you know, what platforms are you running in? And these are profiles by default. So you click on it and say, right, well, here's my base. And when you go into it and say, well, what do you want me to do? These are all your torque settings, profile settings, inertia, the dampener, the friction, everything you can dial in yourself. But there's something beyond all of this, which I think is absolutely deadly. Because what Moza has with all its force feedback, they do these profiles. And you can save a profile, you can export the thing, and you can also upload it. And I'm unsure do WinWing do this. Maybe they do. But this opens up the door to something quite unique. So let's say, for example, you know, we're using this equipment tonight and we're doing a flight in, you know, in a Cessna, right? Let's just say for pig iron, it's a Cessna. However, the Cessna we're flying tonight is a 1962 variant, heavily used. It's not the most responsive, right? But we can actually create a profile to mimic or dampen the control responses. Everyone can then download that, upload it into their controls, and now we actually have a way of changing the handling characteristics of an aircraft outside of what the developer has done. So you can actually have a very unique experience based on the handling of an aircraft. And then you might say, right, well, after this flight, we're going to fly a brand new Cessna. It looks the same in the sim. They can't change it. But now you have more responsive control surfaces. Do you see where this is going? I think this is mad. This is huge. It's fantastic because it's all using force feedback. So, okay, we have to fly in high winds with this, you know, the ailerons just don't roll back. You really need to push them back out of a turn. And yeah, the rudder's a bit messy, and our trim tab on the back, we never figured it out right. So we all have this problem. We got to stay on our rudder pedals because we can't trim the plane until we land. That's what you can do with this stuff. I think it's cool. I'm mad excited for this. But yeah, pricing is going to be everything here because Moza and WinWing, these guys, I think, are really pushing. They're really pushing. They're doing some class stuff, right? But anyway, yeah, I was very impressed with Moza. And we'll see what else they kind of bring to the table over the coming weeks and months. Two other things I want to look at. One of them, of course, was the Altimeter Motives. Fantastic name. And the stuff that they have. You might be looking at this thinking, Jesus, this looks terribly complex and expensive, and this stuff is absolutely incredible. And we show it on the video, but I wanted to showcase these lads loudly. And the reason being is, What it is, it's a very thin aluminium panel. So it's metal, right? Panel. And they've built in knobster switches and all this kind of jazz. And it's put on the face, it's put on top of a monitor. And it's bolted on and it's latched on. And they have Air Manager, whatever, running in the background. This was some of the most beautiful avionics I've seen at the entire weekend. It was stunning. And I was struggling to think, hang on, is that an actual gauge? It was nearly impossible to see, was it a gauge or was it like a screen behind it? I was very impressed. And the pricing on this, nowhere near what I thought it was going to be, right? So let's load it up here. This, for example, right? Let's look at a Cessna 172, for instance. So here's your Cessna 172. There's a video here. I'm sure we can look at the design and how everything works, right? Not the best of videos because it looks kind of clunky. It isn't clunky. It's super, super smooth, right? The dials don't jag. Like, they're perfectly smooth. Very high frame rates on all the dials. Incredible stuff. Not a great video. Let's have a look at the pictures. Can I just like show the picture without... No, that's about all we can do. This panel here is for a Cessna, and you can see it's steam gauge, right? And you can see all the buttons work. It's pointing to every button you can press, pull, all that press, pull, twist. That's $425, and it's free shipping. Huh? $425. That's like €400, maybe less, $390. You'd be thinking an awful lot more, considering like if you wanted to go the old SciTech route. Sure, each of the screens were £100. Then you had to buy the panel for like, you know what I mean? I was blown away with this. I thought it was brilliant. It's a USB connection and a HDMI lead. That's it. And they do lots of different stuff. They've included G5 in some of the units. I was really, really impressed by what this stuff was. One of the lads bought one of them and it was just like, I mean, look how beautiful that is. Look. Absolutely mad stuff. So Altimeter Motives, have a check of their site, lads, and I got to mess around with them over there. I'll pop that in the chat. I got to mess with the hardware over there. They are definitely worth a shout. Definitely worth a shout. Do you know? Maverick has a pick of that panel in action. Yeah, like it was just class, lads. It was just class, right? So what we're going to do now, I told you it was going to be a late one. We're going to go back here to our video, and well, here's two. I'm not going to show it all because like you've already seen it, but I want to showcase some of the things. So here's two Egypts walking around. But what we'll do, we're good looking lads. We're going to start by rambling over to where these lads were, right? So that's the Bluebird sim. This fella was hilarious. Have a look at it, right? Because these lads...
Did I get a refund?
No, shag off. These lads were all about... I thought the screen was going to fall. You know, I need to start wearing caps. Yeah, I could do with a diet as well. But anyway, you can't change who you are. I was looking at this, and these lads were... I was like, what the hell? And now, it's an Xbox controller being manipulated by human engineering, but it was interesting to look at. Let's have a look at this, right?
You can breathe here. There is actual space to move around, which is quite nice.
Have a look.
Yeah, go on, have a go, Murph.
How are you doing?
I'm good. Good to see you, sir. I'm Murph.
Nice to meet you. I'm Michael.
Michael, it's can you explain what have we got here?
Okay, you probably well, I'll just start from scratch. This is a giant joystick / yoke.
Okay.
We plug into any game system. Now we've got 2 axes of motion and a bunch of strings. That means we've got the motion and we've got exercise.
Okay.
So we can work up a sweat while we're shooting down the enemy airplanes.
I'm liking it. That's because I thought like we were walking by, we're like, oh, they broke it, and no, they didn't break it. It's ingenious. So the whole idea is it's
fun.
It's different.
It's multi-dimensional and it's exercise.
Yeah.
And you can put as many springs as you need.
Different torque, different resistance.
Yeah. And then as you get better in the game, you get more fun out of it. You can play different levels of the game. We don't control that. It's all about, look, we're just moving the joystick the hard way.
That's incredible, leaving the engineering. But what about interacting, like buttons or, you know, can you get a button press?
Yeah, they're right here.
Okay.
So like I'm going along, look, the target's right there. See the red? See the red?
Yeah.
All right, so I can just grab that B button, shoot off the missile.
Wow.
And I missed.
That's great. I have that effect on people. It's fine.
I'm sure you do.
Very, very interesting. And built for console. I mean, you could work with PC as well, or
Yes. You can just stick the controller from anything here.
okay.
So you go Sony PlayStation, Xbox, a PC, all going to work the same way.
I have that effect on people. It's totally fine. No, it's intriguing. It's so very, very different. And is this your first time at a FlightSim Expo?
Yes, we went to Sun and Fun with ugly prototypes.
Okay.
And got feedback, and that's how we ended up with a stand-up unit because you're using more muscles.
Sure.
Okay, and then that's working very well. We've got a few little changes here to like make it stronger here and there, but other than that, we'll be on the market very soon. And
That's
about 1,500 is what we're shooting for.
About 1,500. Okay, and that's platform, all the springs.
The rig, yeah, the whole everything.
So 1,500 quid for that, and you might say, wait, what?
Super.
Now it's interesting because it's a new take on flight simming. It's flight simming for fitness. That's what they're doing, right? Had to show it. Thought it was interesting and mad, right? Absolutely mad. But we'll come down the road here. Just this stuff, lads, is just like, this is class, right?
Viewpoint, it means you can interact with what's up there. With Toby, you can't do that. If you pause the view,
We're talking about Track IR here, which is pretty cool. I really want Toby to give us
Toby have said it was an issue with
an
the sim,
update,
but
you know.
Track IR, they've always nailed it. So we got to see what happens, you know, with the new chase plane to see.
You would have thought they'd fix that.
Check
by
this out now. This is
I
class.
would've thought so, yeah.
Altimeter
Oh,
Motives,
jeez.
right? Just deadly, right?
This is great excitement yesterday. Bernoulli, very interesting stuff, and you know, take your flight training to another level, and yeah, very, very interesting stuff. The you know, it's
So Bernoulli, that guy was on stage and he was talking all about you know, it'll take you from PPL, commercial, IFR. It's using AI. We've seen a lot of new folks with AI, and yeah,
This
straight.
is,
Look
folks,
at
right?
this.
So it is a monitor, right? So you need a 24-inch monitor that this overlay sits on top of, but the quality of the interface and the overlay and each of the dials clearly coming from, you know, your monitor underneath, but it just looks so impressive, all there in one place. So that's the dual Garmin G5s. Now the price for this, and it is like, this is high quality, is $308 as a show price for two G5s. If we move on here to the right, they've got other variants as well. So this is the Baron 58. The show price for this, same deal, it sits on top of a monitor, but it has the multiple inlays for that realistic appearance, $360. So very interesting from Altimeter Motives. This other one is a 6-pack plus, and for the show this weekend, they only have, I think, a limited quantity of about 10 that folks can buy. So this sits on top of you need, of course, a USB and HDMI interface, but this sits on top of another smaller monitor, clearly. And then there's more as you keep going, Muse, in terms of other options that they've got. They've got custom panels. There's a Piper PA28 one, if you're able to have a quick look at that. Price for that, folks, is $330. So quite reasonable. And then a 6-pack plus, which is $318 as well. So cool idea. Sits clearly on top of your monitor. You can have your own one, and it's just the overlays, which I'm sure you could swap out easily enough if it's just a USB connection. So quite impressive, actually, just to have that touch and feel and see the quality that they offer.
ones I was really looking at the smaller ones. Hey, Fox, how's it going, buddy? Just over here, the 6-pack plus. And as Gibbo was saying, like it's I mean, they're panels that like sit directly over the monitor, right?
There's Muse looking at me waistline.
Yeah, food out of me, bring it up there now, good and high. There we go. And remember, use the joystick for the.
But first the Muse did a great old job. So that was the Altimeter Motive stuff, and it was class. Like for the price as well, it was absolutely incredible. And look at the response
I'm looking
times.
at this
Look.
thinking this needs to live on my desk because a lot of
Like
the time.
Jesus, lads! Like the refresh
I'm
rate.
looking at this thinking this
28 one if you're 28.
I'm looking at this thinking this
Look at
needs to live on my desk because a lot of the time, you know, we'll look at the iPad solutions. You know, we got Air Manager. You can get those digital dials.
Yeah,
there.
so it's using your monitor, right? So it's using the backlight from the monitor. It's using Air Manager running in the background. I was so impressed by that stuff. Honest to goodness, it was just brilliant. I didn't buy one. Flockstrap bought one, and I was like, oh man, there he is there, happy as a right pig in the proverbial, and Splash 6 beside him. I was so impressed by that. And myself and Gibbo were so impressed that we're like saying, "Jeez, for the price, lads." Do you know? So if you have the real estate in your room, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So I was just catching up with Splasher and Foxtrot. We moved along then. This is the Navigraph stuff. You have to look at the response times here, right? Because we get in and I mess with the screen and do all this sort of jazz. That Simlink version 2, it is so fast. It's ridiculous. The response time on the tablet, just incredible. Really, really great. And I can't wait. Cannot wait for them to release that. It's going to be absolutely class. Do you know what I mean? But of all the stalls, I mean, this it's. I'll download the video. I must upload it onto YouTube if anyone wants to watch back our floor walk. We covered a fair bit of ground, just walking around the entire show floor, and we saw a lot of cool stuff. We really, really did. The hardware stuff was just class, right? Just the Doff Reality stuff. That was chatting to Navigraph. Let's have an old blast up the road. Ubaid, of course, from IniBuilds. Great chat with him.
Yeah, it's our second one exhibiting formally. We came to a lot. We love the show, so glad to exhibiting this year.
Nice. And yesterday, of course, on the stage, a lot of new releases, updates, of course, the 350 getting further developments, and then your announcements this morning in relation to the cabin packs.
Yeah. So we launched Doha yesterday, Doha Landmark, so you get for free with the airport if you buy it this week. 350, which has been a great success with the free ULR update, and some cabin expansion packs where there were some discussion points about that.
Sure.
It's free now. We a lot of time goes into a lot of these things that we make, so we thought there was a value add there. But we understand, so they're free, people can enjoy them, and if people want more, they can let us know, and we can discuss that later down the road. But it's been a great show, lots of good releases, everyone's engaged, so really happy with how the weekend's gone.
I love it, and again, the importance of, when developers, you're listening to what your community wants. I mean, good or bad, it doesn't matter. You need the feedback either way, right?
Yeah, like I started. Not many people know the backstory, but I started this when I was 18, and we started it because we wanted to make cool flight sim things. Mm-hmm. So you see a lot like IniBuilds got a bit corporate-y, or we got too big, or we're not in tune. But my evening yesterday was sat with the teams like, how do we make this better, right? Because I don't want anyone having a bad experience. They should all enjoy it. So. Feedback is literally what keeps us up awake at night. So keep it coming, positive or negative. We want to be able to action it very quickly, but it's on the radar. And people have probably seen with the 350, lots of updates. Continue to update it, lots of cool add-ons. We only do this because you guys support us and buy our things. So
hello there.
Massive thanks and thank you for the support, and we'll keep updating things.
Absolutely, and it's great, and it's you gave me the chance to kind of delve in to see more of what goes on in the background. I mean, we were saying it a lot of times. It's the finished product. That's where people go. I mean, does this work? Why does it do this versus that? It's intriguing to see the backstory. Is in okay, well, why work on this project? And like your next release or next upcoming release with the 406, the Caravan 2. I'm super excited about that.
About people like you, last year, if you remember in Vegas, we were on the rooftop and you gave me feedback. You come, you make a release, and that's it. So why don't you take people behind the scenes? And we took that away. Like
I tend to give a lot of feedback. It usually gets me in trouble, right? All the time. Enzo, thank you for the follow. So that was chatting to Ubaid from IniBuilds, and again, it's a great insight into what they're working off. The FlightSim.com. Now, this is where. This is class looking, right? But it's expensive. There's no point saying otherwise. This is expensive stuff. Now, as Fabian said, some people find this very, very, very affordable. If you're rich, right? He's a good attitude. But like the FlightSim.com yoke, I love this new thing they've added. Basically, what it means is, say I'm here in Tipperary and I'm flying, and we're doing a joint cockpit on realistically, it's only going to be X-Plane. And let's say you're in California and you have a FlightSim.com yoke and we're both in this shared cockpit experience. Well, with this software, when I turn my yoke, your yoke moves as well. I mean, like the application of this is massive. Think about training, tutorial-based stuff, friggin' anything. So this was cool. So that's what they were kind of showcasing here on top of all the other hardware that they were bringing into it, right? I thought it was very, very interesting to see what they were doing there. And awesome, right? I mean, we just need shared cockpit capabilities in the sim, right? But we'll see what goes on. Caught up at Swiss, gas fella. We're chatting to Swiss. That is a scream.
So, are you enjoying the show?
Yes. Look at it, it's turning into a double interview.
He interviewed me,
I mean, it's
called conversation.
Right?
Yeah.
It's quite different than. It's quite different.
It's called conversation. I don't shut up.
It seems more.
But anyway, Swiss was there. Good bit of crack with him. What else now? I just want to drive us on a little bit. Right, so here's the lads at WinWing. So check
no
this out.
price officially yet, I think, for this, but this was the only device of all the announcements yesterday that actually wasn't, didn't have a price confirmed. This is the force feedback rudders.
This is WinWing, right?
They've stopped working, okay, but again, there's a fairly sizable, as you'd expect for force feedback, motor here, and they've stopped working, so I guess it's a sample. But yeah, it's got some weight to it. That was, if memory serves, 500, I believe. You can't remember? Yeah, okay. 72 newton meters of torque for those ones. Okay, they're big. They're big. There's lots of excitement for these. So, great job. Okay, we'll keep going, musicals. If you could just get a span of the desk, you can see again the whole point of the expo here, which is to focus and get really hands-on, touch and feel. Press all the buttons, particularly of all the panels and so forth. So there is lots of excitement and interest in literally everything that WinWing are doing at the moment. Let's see if we can focus in on some of the panels in particular, because prices, of course, were all released yesterday. On average, there were some outliers, but on average, it was around the $77 mark.
Go on, Muse, just burst your way through. You'll be grand. That's the shot
We're trying
by.
to sneak in here because there's lots of interest, as I say. Let's move over here, perhaps. We might have a bit better look just to be able to show you. Yeah, I think over here.
Like, that stall was super busy.
And then on the other side of the WinWing booth, you can actually use it in the sim. So yeah, really, really impressive work going on for WinWing. I think we're all excited to place our orders. So they're really stealing the show, though, I think it's fair to say.
They really are, and like as you know, as Swiss was saying, like, what are they going to do next year? He's kind of right there, right? I mean, it's what we see here now today. You know, a lot of this we saw at FS Weekend. A lot of it we saw last year. You know, so yeah, it's pretty cool. It'll be interesting to see kind of where we go next year, for sure. Defo, you know.
And I think when it comes to WinWing, it's all about the availability. When can you actually buy the stuff? What's the lead-in time going to be? Yeah, the throttle quadrants, all the hardware, it felt great. It really did. I mean, it looked the part. It felt great. And like as I'm saying, like it's that aggressive pricing model that they're going for. I thought it was very interesting. But yeah, it was super busy and around their floor space there. But class hardware, lads. You know what I mean? But yeah, it was quite busy on the floor for sure. I think I liked it the way and I left Gibbo on his own. I was like, Gibbo, you got this. He's like, yeah, Murph. That was looking at Orbex. Went over to Parallel 42. Phenomenal setup. Great boot. They were so busy out there. Jet was there with the lads. And there's Jamie there just having an old yap. We just grabbed him.
We're going
having
to
a chat
for a
with us.
second. Is that okay?
Perfect.
We didn't even ask. We're just, sure, listen, we'll go in.
Oh, yeah, just come along, it's fine, totally fine.
How are you?
All good, all good. A little bit tired now, ready for an afternoon nap.
Yeah, right. I was like, no, we're going out for a run.
Yeah, we've had some food, so we're feeling a little bit more up for it. Just been around, started doing some streaming. We'd just been over the pub to do some streaming. Came back in here, and then the gimbal just keeps rotating, so we're struggling a little bit with that, but we'll get there.
The very same. Like, you were kind of half thinking you weren't going to come this year to Expo, because you were saying, like, the announcements, you were like, well, it's kind of calm, there's nothing majorly there, but you came anyway. Yeah. How are you finding it so far? I mean, were you kind of underwhelmed, or just it's what you expected?
I am blown away more than I was at Vegas.
Okay.
Yeah, I've preferred the area, I've preferred the Expo. I just think it's been better in a lot of ways. And yeah, I like Providence.
It is. It's definitely different, and the vibe is different here, right? I mean, it's a lot closer. Yeah. People aren't as staggered out all over the place.
Normal day-to-day life in an American city. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
so you can just go and get a nice drink, go to a nice restaurant, and just sit down and eat some food. It's not crazy all the time like Vegas. So yeah, so impressed with everything, all the hardware, all the software, you know, how it is. It's brilliant.
And in particular on the floor that you're looking at?
Literally just went over to the Bluebird guys and had a chat with them. And my question about the Bluebird was, what's the deal with 2024? And Shervin from Bluebird's a great guy. And he was saying that he's going to get 2024 very soon, or he's literally in the process of moving to 2024, and he's like full steam ahead to the release of that. Did ask about the 787. I think he realised he maybe announced that a little bit too prematurely. But WinWing, you saw the stuff they are dropping. I mean, in Lelystad it was incredible, but here it's like, wow. I mean, I thought they'd done a lot in Lelystad, but now I'm just absolutely blown away by what they're doing. IniBuilds, obviously their stuff is incredible. The Doha scenery. I've been speaking to you, mate. Can't say about what's coming, but there are some very, very good IniBuild sceneries coming up soon. So, looking forward.
And he's got the 220 over there as well. Did you get a look at it?
I haven't had the chance to go over there and give it a try, but yeah, I'm looking forward to that as well, for sure.
Well, listen, we'll let you get back to it, dude. As always, thanks a million, all right? And catch you later on.
See you later.
Sweet.
And again, like chatting to Jamie there, the point, the point we're kind of making there is at an FSExpo, or indeed FS weekend, everyone's there. I mean, walk up and say, how are you? Right? Do you know what I mean? So, pretty cool. Camp Out just dropped for 2024. I think it was already out, Firefly microphones, visualize, right? Brilliant. So this is the Patriot that Parallel 42 brought with them. Absolutely mad looking. So simple. Like, the thing is so simple. It's like, really? That's all there is to this aircraft? What a beautiful machine. That was very popular. Lots of folks getting involved with it, just to have a look at it and, touchy-feely and all this kind of stuff. So that was pretty awesome, seeing that on the floor. And again, Parallel 42, their booth was huge, man. Their booth was huge. Aerosoft, we're chatting with the lads at Aerosoft. Rafa was there. That was very exciting. We had Naughty Gnome here, doing a live interview, putting them under pressure. What did you have for breakfast? Then I appear out of somewhere. This is over at PMDG, so they were showing the DC6 and the 747 renders, of course, that were there as well. And I think that for the scale that PMDG had, and there was there's Robert Randazzo over there. There was a queue of people. We didn't want to, Robert, how's it going? Good to see you. Who are you? I'm your man. Look, I fly GA all the time. But it was great to see PMDG out there in force. They're like the OG, aren't they? I mean, they've been making aircraft all the way back to FSX. Great to see them. We had a great chat with Just Flight, actually, as well. And where is this now? So here's Meridian, just to show you. Display only. Please do not touch. What?
Because, I mean, look at the gear, looks great. You want the thing to be great. It's just unfortunate to they don't have it here to kind of show it off. So, yeah.
Okay.
Like, it was all just kind of pictures of it. You know what I mean? So, yeah, wasn't too elated about any of that now. So, where did we end up going over here now? Actually, there's old Jeff Sherlock. We had a chat with Jeff. I'm mad about Jeff's storm chase and stuff. Hang on, we'll skip ahead here now to Jeff. But they said we're working on it. Yeah, Parallel 42, yeah. With Flow. They said they are working on it, but I don't think we're going to get Flow anytime soon. Chase plane we have a chance of getting, but Flow, no, not so much. But that was Meridian. I like the floors. Look at the floor space. It was all wasted. You know what I mean? Nick, Flight X, good to see you, mid dude. It was great catching up with you this weekend. Hope you had a blast. And we're here just doing a recap of Flight Sim Expo. Loads of fun. There's Eric Flight walking around. Yaw Man were there. Again, that's up with the PMDG stuff. There was just so many cool things here, lads. It was fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. So I think we ramble around the corner. We have a chat with Jeremy from the Flight Sim web shop. He was there. Honeycomb, I mean, look, you can see their stuff. They've all the gear out. You can try it. You can, do all the stuff you need to do. It was done very, very well. Hayden, good to see you. And there's Jamie there getting his camera going. And there was Jeff. We said hello to Jeff.
Hello, young man. We're going to just nab you now. We're going to say hi to Jeremy. Jeremy has his Flight Sim web shop. If you want to get in behind the counter.
Oh, yeah, no.
Jeff, how are you? It's good to see you, buddy.
Doing good, man.
It's, of all the expo, I mean, the expo count for you, I mean, you've been to a lot of them by now, right?
Yeah, this one's a lot bigger than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, it's, the weather was a little bit different. It was 96 when we got here. Can't survive in that heat. Compared to Vegas, though, what's your take on this year? Is it?
I don't want to say anything bad,
Yeah.
but no, it's very clean and professionally
It's very relaxed or
done
something,
here.
isn't it?
Yeah,
It's chill.
It's a chill spot. And in the very beginning, when they first opened everything up, it was kind of chaos. But right now, we're finally starting to have people filter out. We actually get to touch things.
Yeah.
Because I haven't got to touch like anything.
Yeah. No, it's good, and it's again, it's bumping into people. Like the whole point of our stream today, it's like, well, you know, if you can't make it all the way over here, well, this is what it's like, right? I mean, we were at FS Weekend in the Netherlands earlier this year, similar in terms of, you know, releases and information, because it's not that long ago, right? I mean, what are you going to do in 4 or 5 months? But it's the vibe is always different here because it's more full on.
Yeah.
You know, how's the flight sim with you going? I mean, you're getting busy with all sorts.
Yes, I'm in the midst of building that new flight sim room. So I've got the H6 about done, the motion rig, and then I'm gearing up for hurricane season because I want to make sure that's ready to go for when I fly the Blackbird Dirty 30 into the hurricanes.
So Jeff working on loads of content already, and it was class. We went out for a couple of pints. A lovely person, lovely man. I was chatting to Jeremy. He was selling all the gear at Flight Sim Web Shop from his own resources. We got to meet the legend that is.
So nice to meet you.
This your first expo?
Yes.
Hangar Studios
How
was
you
there.
find it?
It's awesome.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you know, it was gas yesterday. Because once your name was, once it was even said in there,
I
the
know,
cheers.
It was like so cool. I was
Right?
like, hey, this is awesome, you know? Like, I can't believe it. I'm on cloud 9 the whole time I've been here.
Oh, man. It's
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah, it is.
And like, okay, I mean, favorite aircraft. I mean, as you build them,
Yeah.
everything becomes a favorite as you're
Oh,
building
yeah,
it. But
yeah,
then you got to be like, oh, I'm tired of this. Let's move on to something else. But you just don't get that with your aircraft because they're always fun to fly.
Oh, yeah, I try to keep it so that there's always something you're going to find the next time you get into it.
Yeah.
You got to have like 1,000 hours to be able to finally truly appreciate how much has all went into those. But it is that way. My newest plane, it might be out next month. We'll see. Depends on how good my PC lasts. I got the American Champion Scout coming.
Sweet.
So that'll be the next one. And then after that, I have
Wait to hear this.
Turbine Legend, which is another plane that people probably have never heard of. But it's a fast home built. I don't know if it's exactly experimental. I haven't really done all that much research into it yet, but I know that I want to do it. So
nice.
Yeah, down the road. And then I have my stealths that I don't know if that many people know about. The F-117.
There's only about 6 people watching here, so like no one's going to know about it now. It's totally fine.
The F-117A and the F-117N, which is the Navy.
Hangar Studios are working on F-117s, lads. Absolutely mad, right? Mad. But yeah, really nice guy. Yeah, Jack Black, we're waiting for the saxophone. The SayIntentions booth, we had a bit of fun there with Marigin and with Brian and the whole team. Launchpad, I did want to chat about some of this. We'll cover it now in a bit. There's 2 things from SayIntentions. 3 things mainly, but 2 things that were new for me, which was Launchpad and if you have a flight sim idea, right? Launchpad is for you because you can talk to SayIntentions and say, hey, I've got this idea, and they'll say, okay, well, this is how you're going to do it. Do you need funding? Do you need to, right? Some incredible stuff. And then they have Pocket Sky as well. Well, have a look here.
So SayIntentions have had a busy weekend, right? They've done a lot, you know, they've talked about a lot of different announcements and updates that they're coming with. Launchpad, I'm intrigued by, if anyone had a look at that. So what they're doing with Launchpad, it's a way of giving you access to all sorts of resources. If you have an idea with Flight Sim and you want to develop it to get it somewhat off the ground, that's where Launchpad comes in. The whole, you know, turn your great idea into an actual product. And that's SayIntentions trying to help out fellow creators to try and, you know, get stuff built and published within the sim. So it's freaking cool, right? And like even where the prices are, like $16.25 a month, that gets you the premium edition of SayIntentions.
And as you can see here, I mean, look, this is giving you a full rundown of what it is, right? We'll help you refine your concept, providing engineering and marketing support and plug it into the SayIntentions ecosystem. Then we help you with the launch, straight to a hungry audience of passionate flight simmers. Engineering, funding, marketing, they're doing all that stuff. And that's SayIntentions. You can see the address there, sayintentions.ai//launchpad. If you have a flight sim idea, talk to them, right? Just talk to them because they'll tell you if it'll work or not, right? And I thought this was really good because here you have a developer who's working on the bleeding edge of technology. We know this with AI, but they're helping out other creators. And you mightn't even be a developer. You might be, I have an idea, I want someone to help me, right? These are the guys to talk to because they'll help. If they can, they'll help. And I thought this was great. It's great to see this in the flight sim world. I mean, here we have a developer who makes their own products, and they're saying, "Hey, you want us to help? Come on over. We'll give you that help." That's huge, man. That you know what I mean? It's huge. So yeah, massive
stuff in that. I mean, it's
massive stuff from SayIntentions, and of course Pocket Sky that we're going to show off here in a moment. This was Wing Flex, I think.
All the
I think we'll play it on here a little bit. I could be wrong though. There's old veteran behind us. It was the aircon was pretty good in there, I gotta say. But outside it was hot as balls. It was hot, man. So yeah, we'll ramble on from here, and we go down and we look at more hardware. And we're getting close to Moza now. So if anyone who's looking at Moza, we'll show you the crack, right? Because there was loads of cool stuff around.
Yes, you go for Dougal. This one is in particular for you. So come and follow me.
It's for Dougal, right?
So this caught my eye, and it's funny the things that catch your eye. You know, you don't expect it, and then just out of the blue, it just finds you, and it's like, oh, you could be in my life. I might actually buy you.
Oh, this is deadly.
So this is a company called Moto Zolo Aviation that I personally have never heard of, but really what they're about is...
Now, just, you need to see this. It's absolutely class looking. This is one of the best bits of stuff I've seen at the entire expo. It's not for everyone because the pricing is like $5,000 or $6,000. In saying that, it is giving you a complete cockpit. Granted, it's miniature, so it's giving you an overhead for an A320. It's giving you the entire front screen and panel, and it's also giving you the lower console. This is a full A320 cockpit, but it's miniature. Right? Have a look. It's unbelievable.
With all the equipment that there are nowadays, they're big, right? They're full size, and this is clearly not full size. So my hands are quite normal. That's a TwoToneMurphy logo, by the way.
Shut up.
My hands are quite normal. What are you on the overhead? So this is the overhead, right? So in comparison to my hand, it's probably 2 hand sizes down for the whole entire overhead. Now, that's one thing. So it's miniature, okay? But the second thing is, and it's really difficult for you to be able to see this, but the quality of each of these buttons, when you press it, you actually do feel it. There's the annunciator here somewhere, I think. Yeah, so it's actually all on at the moment, so you can see it all lit up. But every button has a different feeling to it, as you would expect in the real aircraft, right? Everyone is different, and it looks really, really impressive. Let's keep going though, because here it is again for the entire center console. So you'd say, okay, well, what's different in comparison to the likes of the mini cockpit? Yeah, but look at this. It's all to scale. These buttons here have the proper detent that you'd expect, and a different feel for each is really, really something that I haven't seen to this level before. If we keep going over then finally to the center console muse, it's exactly the same deal here, where again the buttons in terms of the feeling of them, so for the parking brake, lifting it up, you do have to secure it a little bit, I've noticed, and turn it. It is totally different as you would expect for each of them. The depress here, really, really high quality. There's not much that I can say, even in terms of the throttles. So if I move the throttles, as I say, you need to secure it a little. Like, there is proper resistance there for the detents to get them in. Trim wheels, I don't think are moving, not that you'd expect them to move in an Airbus, manually at least. The engines, and then the flap lever. Again, you have to pull it down. There's a good bit of, thanks for securing that for me. There's a good bit of resistance there. The quality of the MacDo, really, really nice. And then moving I want to get my hand out of the way so you can see this, but moving the dials. So that is the 3 devices at the moment. Now the pricing hasn't been confirmed yet, but it's around 5 to 6.
Well, it's funny you should mention that. We've just...
I found a person.
Pro Sim license, okay, comes with it. So 5 to 6, is that what you said? $1,000, okay. Over to you, Murph.
Yeah, no, so I'm Murph. It's good to see you. Gina?
Yeah, I'm Gina.
You're very welcome. So this is all a new
I nearly
project,
called her
right?
Jemima.
Everything's new. It's modular, which I love. I mean, you can take parts out.
Take the part and then you can become like a travel package. Like you can just put in and then this directly to connect with the Microsoft Flight Simulator.
It's brilliant, and we were looking earlier on, like even down under the main dials, we have lights, just as you would find in the real aircraft.
Yeah, it's all functional with the real A320, and then it's like 32 retractable knobs, same as the A320 Airbus flight. Yeah.
It's brilliant, and I love the idea because no one has the space at their desk, right? I mean, it makes it miniature. It makes my hands look fantastic, as my community are going to get a good laugh out of. But availability, when might we start seeing this that will be available to purchase?
I think it's about after 2 to 3 months, and we're gonna sell it around the $5,000 to $6,000, and you can check it on our website.
Okay, so just to explain, the $5,000 to $6,000 though, that's everything that we're looking at.
Yeah, it's including the joystick and the overhead panel, also the parts, and then you can also exchange to the ISIS and the this one. Okay, you can put it here. Yeah, and then you can connect directly.
I mean, did you see it?
And it's literally plug and play. So, is there your own software running in the background to make this work? Obviously, with the sim.
For this one, we do not have our.
Like I go back over what Kiva was saying, but like you literally just take the panel off, right? What? Unbelievable! Like that was class looking, right? Not in everyone's price range at all, but absolutely brilliant, right? This is over to Moza. This was friggin' class now, right? So let's have a look at this, lads. The Moza gear is class.
Well, there's certainly here at least, it's multiples of that for the full size gear, and it's particularly of that quality. And unfortunately, I know it's like on your end of the screen, you can't actually feel the quality, but you can feel, the effort that's gone into that. So yeah, a lot of money, but it was cool to show, and particularly for Dougal, wanted to make sure you saw it as well. So we're over here at the Moza stand, so we'll head on over to Murph.
Yeah, sweet. Okay, so literally just here, we're here with Zach, guys, and lots of exciting news from all the new hardware coming out from Moza. And you're going to bring us on a quick tour of your new stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. So we can go over a lot of the new stuff, and we can discuss how it integrates with our existing product line as well. This is all existing hardware here. All of our new stuff is right here. So
the state of that transition, don't give up. Jesus, for some lads.
Our force feedback yoke base, we have a new Pro yoke coming out, so it's actually going to have a touch screen on the center that's going to allow you to touch it, add widgets to it, nice. And kind of customize it.
Now, just to show you that, right, that's a touch screen on the front of your yoke. That's huge, right? I mean, engine displays, Navigraph, for example, right, on your yoke. That is class. That's just take me money now. It's brilliant.
To your liking. So it's a touchscreen UI. Very big thing for our force feedback yoke. Coming on next here, we're going to have the MTQ throttle quadrant. This is kind of a nifty item here. So it's going to ship for about $200 to $300 US. It's going to be modular, so you're gonna get it shipped with the kind of generic fighter grips here that you can use on any aircraft.
Okay.
One of these is screwed up, so I can show how. I guess they both are. So you're going to be able to disconnect them. You're going to be able to disconnect the flap levers and the spoiler levers, and replace them down here with these.
Nice.
So we're going to have the two most popular brands of airliners and their respective throttle grips with spoilers and flaps. So this is going to ship for $200 to $300. And these are going to be $50 a piece. So if it's listed at $300, you'll be able to fly Boeing, Airbus, and generic fighters or aircraft for about $400 and about 2 minutes of effort per swap.
Interchangeable, and you also have a ton of buttons here, and you also have, these are multi-switch switches, right? They rotate, push in.
So there's going to be plenty of rotary switches. There's a 2-position switch here. A lot of people said that would be great for the igniter switches on things like the Airbus. Additional switches here, a little gear lever here. So it's going to be very, very useful, very, very multi-platform focused.
And like, even for yourself, looking at this, I mean, look at your own experience over the years with flight simming, anything from military, commercial, and civilian. I mean, you've done pretty much everything, so you can see the use case straight away.
Absolutely, yeah. So, for example, you hop in DCS, you want to fly the F-18, and you need your slew keys for your tactical displays. You need your 3 position switches for your speed brakes and your comms. So this right here provides pretty much anything, and these can be used for flaps and anything else, right? So you can use them for flaps, speed brakes, whatever you want. In a military jet, typically the speed brakes are on the stick or on the throttle, the actual throttle handle. So you could use these for something else, like radar zoom, radar scaling,
countermeasures.
Yeah, absolutely. Countermeasure modes. So
and like it was funny because like one of the things that we saw from Moza, as sim enthusiasts, right? It doesn't always have to be just the flight sim, it could be driving as well. And Moza, of course, well established on the driving side, but what we saw with the AB9 was genius, because you could take it from a flight sim peripheral and now make it into a racing or just a driving sim. And that's so important now because, well, what are we seeing? There's more gear being built and sold, and we're like, I just want the one, man. Like, and the idea of having a touch screen built into the yoke. Awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's one thing we wanted to build on as well, is the modularity aspect for certain. And also the community and flight sim in general has been missing a very valuable piece of technology for a very long time, which is that force feedback. So, in the community, modularity, for example, and quality, it wasn't really, a thing. And now you add force feedback to that equation, it kind of game changer, absolutely. And one base fits it all. I actually had a young couple come in here that wanted to get into flight sim together, but they're kind of butt heads because they're like, well, I like helicopters but I like airplanes and space sim. Moza base does it both, right? The helicopter cyclic, you got to push it forward, stays forward to trim the rotors. The airplane, sits stiff with the airflow, and it kind of reacts accordingly based on speed. And I was talking them through it, and you can just see the eyes light up. It's one product does it all.
And again, as you say, like force feedback, it's far more than force feedback because flight simulation, our tendency was to rely so much on the software, so much on the add-on. But now the hardware is bridging gaps that, well, we didn't really think we'd get this far.
So one thing for me, I have real-world aviation experience, and the cliche with flight sim has always been it's a valuable training tool, but only for specific use cases, right? And like instrument IMC, right? Instrument flight, flow training, learning how to use systems. Now with the force feedback aspect, it adds in, now you can feel wing dip, you can feel turbulence, you can feel gusts, you can feel ground roll, you can feel all these different things.
The impact of an engine out to do, adversity on all this.
Absolutely, yeah. So for me, I see a lot of use cases in it for VFR pilots in training, crosswind correction, learning how to fly by the feel of the engine. It's a very, very valuable tool. So actually, with that being said, we have a new base coming, probably Q4, early Q1. It's going to be the AB6. Biggest difference is that the AB9 is about 9 nanometers of feedback. This is 6.
Okay.
So still a lot, still very, very versatile, very, very hefty and premium. But the nice thing is it's going to ship with this new stick grip. So this is going to come with it. Pretty generic stick grip and by generic I mean it has endless use cases. A lot of people have told me it looks like a MiG-29 stick. Some people have told me it looks like a Gazelle stick, which I don't quite see the Gazelle, but
a little bit at the top, And again, I get your point. I mean, by generic, you're saying it's more accessible, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not leaning too much in one direction. Be it we've seen on other hardware developers like here's an F-16 or here's an F-18 or here's your A10, right? This is somewhere in between where it's giving you the best of all of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And so the nice thing about this product is it has a Z-axis built in, so you can lock the Z-axis. But this entire unit's going to ship with a desk mount. It's going to ship with the base, and it's going to ship with the stick for about $400 to $500 US.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah. So it's
and the evolution of the base, because we got buttons in here now, and we also have not just switches, but these are axes built into the it's genius.
Yeah, absolutely. It provides a lot more features and again, like a big thing for us is providing quality and accessibility to force feedback at consumer-friendly prices. So it's one more step towards providing a technology that the community's been missing for a long time.
Absolutely, and like, because people have, I mean, I use Moza. People have seen it, like, yeah, it's really, really good. Like what you have here in particular with the AB6. Yeah. I mean, this could be your entire flight sim rig because here's your throttle if you need it, and you got everything set up. It's awesome. It's great to see. It makes it more accessible.
Absolutely, and you could really have a full setup here too. Like again, referring to that young couple that stopped by earlier, they were very space conscious. So like, ticked all the boxes: helicopters, planes, Z-axis built in, or Z-axis extension, which we have over there. Yeah. And our goal is to provide a full ecosystem and that's premium in a way that it's accessible too. So that's a big thing for us. And then right here too, we have a very early development version of a G1000 panel. Yeah. So we're going to have a big focus moving forward on expanding that accessible general aviation ecosystem. It's very early development. I don't have a whole lot of technical.
That's
it looks gorgeous.
Yeah. So
G1000.
I don't have a whole lot of technical details on it just yet, but definitely stay tuned for that. And then one thing that everybody's been looking forward to is finally bringing the ecosystem full circle to rudder pedals. Yeah. So I don't quote me on it, but I do think that these are also slated for that Q4, Q1 timeline. I'm not entirely sure on the estimated pricing, but I can check on that and get back to you when we meet up tomorrow.
100%. And like, look, the important thing here is for Moza, as I said, very well established on the sim racing and driving. Yeah. From the flight sim, they kind of dabbled in the market and they gave us the AB9. And then all of a sudden, no, we got more than that. We got yokes, we got force feedback built in here. Now we got, there's panels coming in at us, and of course pedals. Yeah. And these pedals, it's Moza are learning from what's happened kind of before and also around them, because they're trying to make this stuff just accessible to everyone.
Absolutely, yeah. And another thing too is, we're bridging gaps in both markets, right? So you have your general aviation pilots, but we're also expanding in the military market as well, like you see with our MTP and MTPL, which is, obviously based on, takes inspiration from the Boeing F-18. But we also have a whole upfront fighter panel over there. So over there on the Station 3, I believe that is, there's a whole upfront panel with upfront control panel displays that connect into DCS World. And
well, that was the most latest announcement of, like, it's a full. Yeah, come on, let's ramble over. Yeah, this class, come on over this way. Look, there's lots of, and even as we're rambling, like, it's just when you see hardware, man, it's so good. Now listen, try not to fall over here, Muse. We'll do our best, right?
So,
hey guys, how's it going?
So this is also another new edition. These will actually.
I forgot to give him the mic.
All of the screens and the
I fixed it though.
From the sim, obviously, primarily focused on the F-18.
Sorry, we'll have to go again because I'm in Egypt. I'm standing here in pure awe going, oh my God, it looks so good. And Parnell Zach is talking. So, sorry.
No, you're good. So obviously it takes inspiration from the F-18. It is connected to DCS right now. I'd have to load I think somebody crashed the Hornet. The last person flying it. So if the Hornet was open, it would actually show all of the screens on the displays with the buttons here as well. So you could actually go through, reach forward, press the buttons, input your radio channels. You have your multi-channel radio system there. So
and these are modular, right? I mean, if I wanted to, I could remove this screen, or I can remove that screen.
Yeah. So you could just have the top two, or you could have all three as well. So.
That is so cool. Every house needs to have one.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this works with Flight Sim 2020 and 2024 as well. They're just screens that you can expand onto. You know what I mean? So yeah, I was so impressed by the Moza gear. And I use Moza stuff. Like it's good quality. Like it's class. I had two issues, right? I had two small issues with Moza. One of them was on the MH16 stick, right? There's like a thumb button popped out. Right, and when I told Moza about it, they were like, "Just send it back. We'll get you a brand new one. There's no worries." And I said, "Well, to be honest, like it's a bit of glue is going to fix this. It wasn't cracked or broken. It just kept coming off. It's holder, right? But they were very quick on support. And then I noticed on the TSW again a small little switch. Where did that come off? So yeah, it's the one thing that's the saving grace there was definitely their support, because they said, oh, this shouldn't have happened. Get it back to us. We'll sort out all of that for you. And they were like the smallest fixes ever imagined. Pop it in and it's grand. maybe something to watch as well. Like it's from manufacturing. It's great to see stuff. And again, when you're at a trade show, you might see stuff that's going to be heavily used and abused, if you like. You know what I mean? But yeah, I was so very impressed with the Moza gear. The Thrustmaster gear, I like this new kind of. I think it's a space controller they have. I was interested in that. We've seen their was it F-16 or stuff. I never really liked that. I just thought it was bulky. I remember when they announced it, we were like, "Whoa, that looks so cool," but it's not really. That white joystick was pretty nice. The T16000, whatever it is, their Boeing yoke, pendular yoke, that was genius when that came out. But it's all plastic, and that's the thing with Thrustmaster, right? If you go to their high product lines, that's metal. But that joystick here, see this one? I was really impressed with that, man. That felt friggin' great. The one on the left, now, as an entry level, the one on the left is perfect, but this one felt very premium. Tons of buttons, and it's I think it's aimed at the consoles, Aston, for sure. But I was impressed by it. I thought that's a great bit of kit, right? Great bit of kit. Stick felt great. It was very much on the Turtle Beach kind of stuff. But yeah, as an entry level, absolutely the T16000. It's gonna do everything you need it to do. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, it was just so many different things. Lord Freet, of course, we got to catch up with. Lovely guy. Got to meet him in person.
I've been thinking about this just after the XF11 actually, but I said, okay, now I've done the XF11. It was exhausting as a project. Yeah. I needed to rest a little bit, so I decided to go for the Gabriel, which I hoped was easy, and we talked about it earlier, and it wasn't easy at all, so that was a big mistake. I love this Gabriel too, you know. It's not a big mistake, but yeah, it wasn't easy. So
I love the Gabriel.
I'm not going to do
Beautiful
anything
plane.
easy anymore. No. I'm just going off for the ride. Steiny is already crying right now as we speak.
Come on, Steiny!
He's roaring. We can hear him. We can hear him.
And it's going to be a nice project. Of course, it's not going to be released anytime soon because we need to work it very well and we need to make sure it's great.
So he was chatting about the upcoming Hind. The upcoming Hind. It was actually cut off a bit of the trailer, but just a lovely guy. We caught up then with Katy Pilot as well, and.
So down this neck of the woods, it's
just more of a how you getting on and what did you think of Flight Sim? And like Katie, literally the day before, I think she said, literally the day before, all right, go on, I'm going to go to Expo. Mad, right?
Anyone who's attending Flight Sim Expo, they have
what was the name of them? The Ginoli or Ginoli? They had a fantastic setup. They had a big camouflage tent showing off some really cool stuff. Massive shit out, of course, the Dreadnought who was there. It was awesome.
I don't know who you find here.
Here's Katie.
Listen, you might as well come over and say hello.
She's got an A320 captain.
How are you? Hey everybody.
We're live on Twitch. There's 6 people watching. They're happy out. Right?
Hi all 6 people.
So how's Expo been for you?
Yeah, it's good. It's my first Expo, so I've never been to one before. So
is it everything you'd hope it would be?
It is everything and more. And I decided to come the day before, right? So
you decided literally the day before.
I was sat at home and I was like, I'm bored. Let's jump on a plane and fly across the Atlantic and come and see everybody. So I'm so glad I came, and yeah, it's really good fun.
From all the kind of exhibits that you've seen here today, hardware, software, is there anything that kind of stood out from you? Because I mean, you're no stranger, obviously, to aviation, which you're flying, but also in developing software products,
yeah,
right?
Absolutely. So in terms of the software, I've just been gathering great ideas for my new AFB. So but in terms of hardware, there's the little mini. I don't know their name.
Yeah.
I can't remember, but the mini Airbus cockpit, I literally was like, this is incredible. I want to buy one. Because I want a little mini plane, but it's so cool. Like, everything's just so great. Like,
well, that's genius, because like no one has that, well, not everyone has so much space around their PC, right?
Absolutely. And that's the thing, and that's what I was thinking as well, because initially when I saw it, I was like, okay, that's a bit strange. But then I realized, actually, when you're sat at a desk, you sit so much closer than I would to a real world instrument.
Yeah.
So therefore, everything perspective-wise, it's the same size to your eyes.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
The screens you're viewing and stuff. I was like, this is such a great idea. So
because you're right, because they're so much closer to you, it's the same perception your eyes are going to have.
And I don't have the room, in my office for a 320 sim. So if I have it just closer, then that makes total sense, right?
Happy days. So, right, we're going to... It's been a day. It's been very busy.
It's been a day. And we just had to go and have some lunch to decompress. But, it's so nice to meet so many different people. And, like yourself and stuff, and seeing all different people that I've known for years too. So that's like
It's great, and like there's a great crew as well. I mean, we saw, Chewy is there, Ian is there. It's and when Jamie we bumped into, like it's so great when you see familiar faces. Just say, sure, how are you?
Yeah, exactly. And it feels like I've known you in person for years. You just kind of you see someone and you just treat them as if you've literally known them in person for absolute years. So it's just it's like a little reunion. It's
awesome. It's Flight Simmers. It's fantastic. Well, listen, you have a great day, and we'll catch you later on. All right. Thanks, Emil. All right.
Now, Kate is working on an AFB. I mean, we got news of this. 2 years ago. She's developing an EFB, and more on that hopefully in the coming weeks and months. But super nice person, and like the knowledge base there, like you can tap in to the experience that Katie has flying the A320. I remember her streams when she was streaming an awful lot more. She was awesome, just sharing real world experiences, in particular when it came to the A320. Very, very good. So Katie speaks so quietly, slowly, then there's Murph, right? Yeah, absolutely. Did we get into the tent? I don't think we did. I went over on Sunday looking at the stuff. This is like
I nearly knocked it over as well, Nick.
Nick is 100%. This is Black Square, and we're over here now at the Just Flight booth and getting a chance to catch up with Nick, and the voice, right, from all the videos, class. Let me see this.
How are you?
See you again.
Great to see you. So tell me, Nick, the release since Starship came out, how's the last kind of couple of weeks been?
I haven't slept very much, to be honest. There were some things that I needed to get fixed before FlightSim Expo, because I knew if I was going to be looking people in the eye and shaking their hands, I knew it had to be perfect.
Right, okay.
So not a lot of sleep.
So, I mean, what's the feedback been like? I mean, the live streams and the videos that went out to the best attempt to try and prepare people for the depth of what's on this aircraft. What's the response been like from people? I mean, it's got to be what everyone's saying. It's like, how did you get so much into that aircraft?
I've certainly had that question. The answer, again, is not a lot of sleep. But as for preparing people, I mean, you did an amazing job. No, seriously, because I was just saying to somebody a minute ago, I really like to make sure that I release like all the videos. I did 12 videos for Starship, showing the behind the scenes of how things work and showing off just my favorite features. And I think that really does help prepare people. It's kind of like when you're back in school. You can watch the movie instead of reading the book,
100%. And yeah, as I said, like, it's an aircraft that invites you to learn more about it. I mean, you can jump in and be as basic as you like with it, but it also, this is setting a kind of tone, if you like, because I mean, it's not the only project you have in town. I mean, you've existing aircraft and projects, right? But now you've the other stuff coming on late. I mean, where does it, like, less sleep? Like, as bad as it is, you're going to get less.
That's the message, yeah.
and what we have, Bonanza Professional, there's no timeline-ish kind of yet. I mean, you're busy working on them.
The professional series is actually going to be really soon.
Okay.
I mean, you can take a look here. I mean, they look pretty far along. All I'm waiting for right now on those is paint and sound.
Nice.
All the systems and everything, all done. They fly great. I love them. They just got to look the part and sound the part.
That's so exciting to hear. For FlightSim Expo, was last year your first one or was that your second one?
Second, yeah. This is my third.
This is your third one now. Different vibe, I think, this year. It's big. It's huge. The venue is massive. There's more space, I think, for people to get around. Did you get a chance yet to kind of run around and see what was happening?
No, I came in this morning. It took me half an hour to get from the door to here with all the people coming up and just going, "You're Black Square." And, I've never been one for the limelight like that. Sure. I'll say what's different this year, to me at least, I think it is Starship and it's the Duke. I had my FS Elite interview. I had to say goodbye to a line of people that were up here for me. And that's, I think most of them were here to talk about Starship. Yeah. And that really fills me with joy.
That's awesome. I love it. I absolutely love it. Well, the very best of luck. Things are going well. Can't wait for this stuff. And you're here with Just Flight. We want to have a quick chat with Just Flight because, I mean, these guys are so proactive as well. There's products and projects everywhere, which is great to see. And it's just for giving us the chance to be a little bit part of that, to show folks what to expect. Because we get super excited when we see these because they're just so well done.
Amazing. And you do such a great job. I look forward to seeing you fly all those future aircraft.
I can't wait. Thanks a million. Thanks a million. Good stuff. So we're here with Martin from Just Flight, and with Nick, I mean, you guys are no different. You're so busy developing. You're working on multiple projects. I was saying this earlier on, right? We were saying, I mean, Just Flight aren't just on your 2020 or 24. I mean, you guys have products on Expo. Like, it's proper busy.
Yeah, it's been a really busy year. I think we've just finished about 11 aircraft for 2024, bringing them from 2020. So I'm tired, yeah. Even before coming to the show, I'm tired. And then obviously we've got F100, A300, Tornado, Learjet. Yeah.
You have a lot of aircraft on the way and some beautiful flyers that we can see here, and it just gives us that look of, oh my God, yeah, you guys mentioned you're doing this aircraft. Yeah. I mean, look, without getting into too much things, 2020 it stopped, 24 started, but didn't really start very fast. It must have gave everyone the same kind of reaction, but you guys you went your own way. We got X-Plane, we got 2020 and we got 24.
Yeah, we're trying to cover all bases, and we're currently supporting 2020 and 2024. At some point we'll have to try and shift to 2024, but we kind of go where the market is really.
Yeah.
So if people are still using 2020, we'll carry on in 2020 as well.
And we've always said it from flying in general aviation. I mean, the appreciation that when you guys updated existing aircraft, I mean, the Arrows took the biscuit with that, right? Because they were released 4 years, and the level of updates that they got them to the level in which they just performed flawlessly within that environment. Yeah. Then that environment kind of, well, here's the new environment. Where are they, right? So now we have the Arrows updated. I think 3 times since they were brought into 2024 standards.
Yeah, I think they've had about 13 or 14 updates since they were first released for 2020. It's it's a lot of work updating existing stuff as well as working on new stuff. It's
very unique though, because it safeguards anyone who's thinking about buying an aircraft. It's an investment because those aircraft, in terms of software and add-on, they're into their 5th and 6th year and they're still updated, still getting looked after.
Yeah, I mean, we want to keep them alive, and then things like F28 and 146, we've gone even further with like the V2 updates. But yeah, I mean, after putting so much effort into them, we don't want them to die, so we kind of want to keep them going. Yeah.
Now, your own personal favourite, or can you have a personal favourite? I mean, from the Just Flight fleet, because it's quite diverse now. I mean, it's anything from your general aviation. You got the Vulcan in there, the Hawk in there.
Yeah.
These classic airliners, the regional jets as well. Do you have a favourite that you say, well, I would like this one the most?
I think 146 and RJ are my personal favourites.
Yeah.
But then, I love flying the F28. I mean, we spend thousands of hours in each one testing and developing them, so you kind of get sick to death of them after a while, and you kind of come back to them. I mean, I love the Hawk. Yeah. Everything we pick is a passion project. Mm-hmm. That's why we end up with some fairly niche aircraft that people might not have heard of, you know, because that's what interests us. So, yeah, we love them all.
We love it because without you, I mean, like with the 146 and of course with the RJ, and even, we're saying, well, I mean, there's such a similarity between both aircraft, but you really captured the difference. I mean, the Avro had to be, or the RJ had to be as close to the 146 because they didn't want to
spend. They were more similar than they were. Again, when you think about the amount of work involved, you think, just a little bit of work to bring it up to the RJ. And 2 years later, so they might look the same, but there's been a lot of changes, And at the moment, we're bring a lot of upgrades to the 146. That's our last aircraft to go into 2024. And hopefully next month it'll be in there. And a lot of the improvements and new features we added with the RJ will come back to the 146 free of charge. Exciting. To bring that up to the same standard.
Awesome.
And then I'm done.
Then you can sleep.
Yeah.
So I was saying to Nick as well, like, have you gotten a chance to get around the floor yet from being at a Flight Sim Expo? I mean, this isn't your first, is this your third or second?
Oh, yeah, I've been to all but one expo, I think.
Okay.
And then Flight Sim Con before that.
Correct,
yeah.
So how's this one shaping up?
Good, yeah, it's really nice. Good, lovely venue. I think, it's a big venue. Yeah, nice to get a change of scenery. I'm quite happy not to be in Vegas. The weather's cooler.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, less people.
Yeah.
Outside. Yeah. So I'm enjoying it. It's nice. Yeah, it's always good to see people. I mean, I work at home every day of the week, so getting out and seeing people face to face is nice.
Yeah. And will you get a chance to get around the whole venue then when things calm down? Because I mean, you guys, you have a team with you here. I mean, you've been on your feet all day. There's lots of people been over here. You have a great location this year.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
So hopefully you get a chance.
I'll try and get a look around. Yeah. I mean, yesterday I chatted to quite a few people. People I've worked on and off 20 years for. My 20th anniversary at Just Flight, I think, at the end of this year.
Oh wow! Okay.
So since I was 18 years old. So. A lifer.
Incredible. That's incredible.
Yeah. So there's a lot of people here. People from Aerosoft and PMDG that I've known since I was a teenager. So it's nice to see them again. Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Yeah. Well, listen, I won't hold up your time. Thanks so very much indeed.
Great to see you again.
Love what you guys are doing, and can't wait to see the updates on the aircraft.
I'll be watching your channel again. Watch you regularly.
Thanks for, and also sorry.
Enjoy my aircraft. Yeah.
All right, great stuff. Thanks so much. Massive shout out.
Just like absolute legends that are Just Flight. Like 20 years, lads. They're developing for 20 years. Isn't that absolutely incredible? Friggin' nuts. So this is kind of our summary towards the end. Yeah, I'll put all this stuff up on YouTube for you so you can kind of see what's going on. There are other videos as well. I got to meet one of my favorite content creators of the day, Skyraider, Ty Shuff. Don't know if you guys know Cat. He's a huge region. Jesus, he's a huge reason. He's a huge reason why I got into flight simulation in the very, very beginning. It was Friday night, and we'd be watching the streams with Skyraider. So it was just so nice to meet him, and he was just an absolute boss. Like he's such a lovely guy. And yeah, that was super fun as well. So yeah, I'll put those videos up on if you want to look at them. Do you know what I mean? But anyway, so that was kind of the FSExpo extravaganza that was. I gotta say, it was absolutely incredible. All the footage, all the behind the scenes work. Muse was looking after the camera. Gibbo was running around at 100 miles an hour. Just incredible effort. And we all had the same idea. Naughty was there, Scott was there, Adam was there, and Jepson as well. We all had the same idea. Was look, how can we bring you guys with us, sort of thing, rather than just us report back. We wanted to kind of show you from our perspective what it was like at one of these shows. So depending on where you are, if you're in Europe, FS Weekend is coming up in March, or if you're stateside, FSExpo, or if you can, do both. But they're incredible events, because outside of all the developers, the hardware, the software, all of that stuff, I think the biggest thing of any Flight Sim meetup is getting to meet the community and everyone's community. It's incredible, and the social element is there, right? Pints if you want, or just go for a dinner or grab a sandwich. But the whole idea is you can spend so much time just chilling out and just talking aviation with folks. It's amazing. We had some great chats there. Digital Merc was hanging with us. We had the guys from Symphonic were there. Willie VR was there. Rudin the Great, like just lovely people, and it was a lot of fun. So yeah, we were with Forder on Saturday night. It was good old crack, and yeah, missed the Friday nights. Yeah, Iowa Scotsman Beer of the Month Club, right? He knows. So it was really nice catching up with Ty Skyraider, and of course Jeff that we bumped into. Captain Canada was there. I didn't get to meet V1. I don't know what he looked like. I found out after who he was. I was like, I wanted to meet him. Only because I really enjoy his content. But of course, then getting to, hanging there with Jamie, London Controller, just a super nice person. Chewy was there, Ian was there, Kenko, Katie. Like, it's amazing how nice people are. Do you know what I mean? It's weird because, I don't know, are you expecting people to be standoffish maybe, or, you know what I mean? But yeah, the biggest shame, the only thing, of disappointment, if you like, from Flight Sim Expo, it was that Microsoft were missing. And I hope they don't make that decision again, because, okay, they don't necessarily need to even exhibit being there. I just thought not having any sort of, official capacity there, it was sad, man, because their team, the Microsoft team, I mean, they are wonderful people. And that goes from the very, very top all the way down, to our community level. Really, really nice people. So yeah, it would have been great if they were there, even just saying hello or whatever. So yeah, I hope that doesn't happen for next year. Do you know what I mean? But it was incredible. It was a lot of fun. Did you make a TTM encounter there? We made many new friends. It was awesome. Do you know? It's just grand getting around people, and the inspiration. You ever watch Formula One? Martin Brundle. I mean, that's right. Just put a microphone in their face. How are you? Some people don't want to talk to you. I've tried that before. So, give them a wide berth. But outside of that, yeah. X-Plane were there, of course. Laminar Research, they had a huge presence. I was very impressed with their booth as well. What X-Plane had. They had like their main booth, and then off to one side, they were doing training. We met the lovely folks of the Boston Virtual ARTCC. Couldn't ask to meet a nicer bunch of lads with all the ATC work that they do. Sheed was there. We had a couple of pints. It was brilliant. It was just brilliant. So yeah, it's just a thing. I really wish Microsoft were there in some sort of capacity, because they are lovely people. Do you know what I mean? They're very passionate about the sim. They're very passionate about the community. They just weren't there. They're busy fixing stuff, effectively, you know. And there's other folks who we met, you know, they wouldn't have been on the camera or whatever. But there was loads of people that we got to meet and hang out with. It was incredible, absolutely incredible. So yeah, it's great to be back, you know. But anyway, so what we're going to do now, we're going to transform from the expo, and we're going to be checking out some new stuff. We're starting here. This is Doha, right? And we're loaded into the scenery. And just like that, it has now turned to nighttime, right? So I don't know how long the sim likes sitting around there for a long old time, but we'll have a look at it here. So this is inside one of the terminals. This is a brand new IniBuilds scenery, right? Lieutenant Bob, absolutely, mate. It was amazing meeting so many people. If you ever get the chance to go to, be it FS Weekend or FlightSim Expo, just go. Just go. I mean, you can be as active or as laid back as you wish. You know what I mean? It's class, lads. It's class. But anyway, you'll notice, listen to the sounds.
For Qatar Airways, flight 1002 to Dubai, please proceed to gate A5 for boarding.
Like, they're all different announcements. So this is just inside the terminal, and the detailing here is incredible. Frame rate seems to be good. I have noticed if you move the camera fast, it'll stop to try and load, right? But overall, it's absolutely friggin' huge, right? Now we'll make it daytime for the moment, right? Just to kind of show off the textures and how everything looks and how it feels and sounds. The aircraft is very much empty. I don't have any static models loaded in. I've SayIntentions there for a bit of traffic stuff we can horse on, but you get the idea. It's not about the aircraft. This is all about checking out what IniBuilds have managed to create here. And this is something truly spectacular, because the scale is absolutely off the charts, and you're looking at interiors, just the detailing is quite superb here. It's massive. It really is. I've never been to this neck of the woods before. It's quite large. IniBuilds, they're getting, you know, more and more familiar with how to build stuff inside the FlightSim 2024, this modular system where they kind of bolt on different parts of the scenery, right? I don't worry. I've been asking, and I think they're starting to listen, because I keep asking them, I go on and do a Dublin there, really. I go on, but sure, you might. It would be great if they did, for sure. They have a lot of scenery projects on the go right now, but it'd be great to get it added to the list. So this airport, right, Oscar Tango Hotel, this is massive. It's huge, right? And I'm just kind of jumping around from place to place, but you can see the level of detail, the complexity, the texture work. It's unbelievable. Everything is done. Interior models for the tower. Just incredible stuff, lads. Really incredible stuff. IniBuilds have done just stellar work with this scenery. And as I said, if you buy it right now, they're going to give you the landmarks for free, which is just friggin' awesome. We're going to head down that neck of the woods now and check it out. But I wanted to show you just the amount of detail they have going on here. There's nothing kind of generic or whatever. It's just insane levels of detail. Like, it's photorealistic. It really is. Thought it was a Skoda. I did ask Innie to put Skodas into the scenery, and they said they would. So if you see a Skoda, we know why they're there, right? I should be on commission from Skoda, you know. But like, you get an idea of the scale. Like, an absolutely massive airport. Massive. And like the detail on the terminal, like, look at this. Like, isn't that incredible? Slow down your gadget, Murph. Isn't that incredible? Look at the texture. Right? You hear people coughing inside the terminal, listen. Like, isn't it just mad? I mean, this is hyper realistic. And what makes it better, the sounds. Every scenery needs sounds. It just adds to it, you know. On the air side, there is a lot of clutter. You can see all the loading vehicles, the gates, the jetways. I mean, they look absolutely incredible, look, don't they? Look at the detail on that, look. Isn't that mad looking? it's next level what they've done here. It really, really is. And you know, a super, super interesting part of the world to be flying in and out of. And even like there's a ton of little landmarks in and around the airport itself. You might see, and I am noticing, you might see the odd little kind of load, but then it's grand. I'm sure if you do a lap or two in this in your drone cam, your cache will pick up all the rest, right? So I don't know, can we go into this? Can we? No. Like, look at the detailing. Isn't it absolutely friggin' nuts, lads? Just beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Who's your man, look? Oh, it's a bird. But you get the idea, right? We'll make it nighttime. Because I think these sceneries absolutely shine at night, right? Like, be prepared to be blown away here because it's absolute. I mean, look at it. You can see it. Look how good that looks. This is insane realism. Like, if someone told you, right, this is where we're going with scenery, you'd be like, that's what? You know what I mean? So yeah, no, I'd say a lot of this is cache, but you can see there are stutters. Depending on the speed, I think they have it done in such a way it's fine once you're within kind of the normal movement of speed, as in aircraft speed. If you use the drone cam and you go from 0 to hero, I mean, you'll see it here. Like, this is going to be butter smooth moving at normal speeds. It's only if you go very, very fast. You know what I mean? But like, it's just insane, lads, isn't it? Look at the detail, the lighting. Absolutely beautiful. So yeah, we'll have to do the old reliable here now. Actually, if we leg it on over to that control tower. So hang on, we skip across. I mean, look at the architecture even on the buildings, and look, everything inside. Isn't that absolutely mad? Look, night lighting just on a scale of like Jesus, isn't it? And we have all these sounds. Listen. Is there a way we can check how much VRAM you're using? Sure. 22 gigs. Well, that's relevant to a 5090. So it's using probably 70%, well, 60% VRAM, right? So this is Doha Hamad Airport, Oscar Tango Hotel, the latest release from IniBuilds. And like, it's detail after detail. I mean, look at that, look. So we'll run it over to where the tower is, because we're going to look for the old rain effects. This is where textures absolutely get friggin' nuts, right? Now, will we get the rain effects? Sometimes the sim doesn't like it. We could be lucky. Not seen any rain yet. We got rain over here, all right. Sometimes the sim does this. Hang on, let's see what we can do. No rain from what I can see. It could be just the sim, right? It could be just, yeah, it's probably the sim. Because I'm not hearing, if the sim does this, I'm not hearing any rain or anything. Try and change it. Try a quick restart, because you should be getting the rain, right? Let's see what happens here. Don't forget, I did have it on pause for the last, or not pause, it was just sitting there idle for 4 hours, so let's see what happens, right? Alright, so there's our plane we're going to be checking out in a little bit, right? Leave him there. So back into drone, let's change the weather and let's just see if this works. Not hearing any rain, but let's go exploring. The lighting is absolutely nuts, isn't it? Even the warehouse is modelled, look. Jesus. Sometimes the sim does that, lads. Hey, Captain Gaming is here. Good to see you, buddy. Great catching you over in Expo, or yeah, Providence. Yeah, not seeing that with the rain, so I might need a sim restart, but you get the idea. I mean, look at the level of detail. It is stunning. The lighting is absolutely savage, isn't it? We're just not. We're just not getting any pre-sip. I'm sure it's somewhere, but we're just not getting anywhere. Anyway. How are you moving around? I use an Xbox controller for my drone cam. And look at the details. You can see now when I start moving things fast. See the way that LOD punches in? Slow the camera down. Once you kind of keep it at, as I say, the normal kind of speeds. FIFA? A FIFA store? Is that a thing? Mad. We're total exploration mode here. Isn't it only deadly, look? Like, it's absolutely insane. Right? So, but that's not all. I mean, that's the airport, and there's so much to explore here. They've modeled so many things, right? Let's just jump across town here and have a look at some of this stuff, right? Night Dipper says, Murph, are these easy to install? Yeah, you just they automatically load in. I mean, once you grab them from IniBuilds, they'll load them in. They have their own little manager stuff there. I mean, look at the state of that. Look at the detail on the lights, look. Isn't that incredible? All the lighting design they have, look. That's insane. Let's pop over here for a look. Jesus, even the boats look in the harbour. Incredible. Look at that, look. Look at that. Isn't that incredible? Like the detail here, lads. This is nuts. So this is the landmark stuff that you get. Like, look at the scale, look.
Oh, Jesus.
Look at the cut of the lighting. Isn't that amazing? Bloody hell. Anyone been to Doha? Man, that's gorgeous. The size of the place. They've also included a lot of helipads here. So it's far more than just looking at the it's far more than just looking at the buildings, right? And the buildings are gorgeous. I mean, the lighting is superb. So many landmarks, man. Look at the state of that, look. Parallax windows, yeah, they're real good. They're real good. There's something cool over here I wanted to look at. So we'll leave the city centre. Let's ramble out here, look. Nice big yacht here, look. Or a ship. Just nuts. Look at this mad building, look. Oh, Jesus, look at it in here, look. Incredible. Like, that's super impressive, lads, isn't it? Do you like it? It's absolutely class. They've done incredible work here. So the city skyline absolutely looks incredible. And look, flying in, look at the approach the runways are. Man, this is beautiful. This is absolutely stunning. So that gives us the airport, and also the included landmarks for it as well. Just absolutely class. Absolutely class. You can see now where the LOD starts loading in. So we're approaching the airport at a good old altitude. And there she starts loading in. Then it goes to super detailed. I mean, you get the idea, right? Wowzer. It's incredible. Absolutely incredible. So, that's the first part done. Second part now, lads, we're going to have a look at an aircraft. Give her a second. She'll think about life for a moment. And every Cessna would, of course, be parked at a gate like this. We'll turn it around here, right? And this is the first look at Carenado's latest release, the CT210N, right? And it's very much in a cold and dark setup, right? I haven't done that in here yet. I just want to get my camera here sorted. So, well, let's go exploring this machine. We'll keep the cover on for the minute, but let's just look at some of the visual fidelity we get from Carenado. And as I said before, like they need no introduction. They make beautiful looking aircraft. Look at even the front landing gear bay is. Look how proud that is on the front. Can you imagine the drag? I mean, look at that. If you're coming in for a landing, look at the drag at the front. That's nuts, isn't it? Look at the detail, lads. Even the lights, look at the state of that. Slow her down, Murph. Look at the detail on that, look. Ah, Jesus. That's the bulb, look. Absolutely incredible. Bits of paint chips and stuff over it. Got a beautiful prop spinner. The props look epic. Texturing, wear and tear. Look at that. I'm loving the textures. This is not a new airplane, look. Look at the detail, look. Frightening. Even for Carenado, this thing looks next level. Look at the detail, lads. Have you ever seen nothing like that? Look. Jesus. Look at the detail on the friggin' fuselage, look. That's amazing. So the 210, she's bigger than the 182. Considerably bigger and a lot more powerful. That's our tail number there, good to go. There's the Centurion logo. Look at that, man. That's awesome. This is a beautiful looking aircraft. Look at the detail they've gone into, look. That is impressive now. Absolutely, that's gorgeous. Do we like? No, this is not the make good. This is a paid add-on from Carenado. All right. So what we need to do, we'll jump inside, we'll jump out again, and we'll start removing some stuff here, shall we? So your walk around mode. So remove the chocks, the cover, heater cover, the wing, that should be. We'll hardly get into the fuel, I'd say. Hardly. Oil. Sweet. Put that in. Don't think we can get into the engine on this. Or at least not from that side. The engine is modelled, I mean, you can see it there, but I don't think we can, didn't they do that in one of their aircraft? You can actually get in and look at the engine? No? I'm just looking for click spots here, lads. I don't see any, though. Little flap opens. Yeah, the flap opens all right, but we can't get into it. Very, very nice. I'm blown away by the visuals of it. Isn't it gorgeous looking? And this is the variant. We're after grabbing a weather radar variant. So there's our weather radar, right? Right, let's jump in and start exploring this thing. So Carenado aircraft. So let's see what she has to offer, shall we? So you'll notice they don't come with their EFBs anymore. The EFB is actually baked inside Microsoft Flight Sim's EFB. So you can see here we can change out avionics. So we'll go with the oh, look at that. We can go with the PMS 750. Nice. Hello. What do we have going on in here? So circuit breakers. This is a new neck of the woods. And we got sounds. Nice. That's the park and brake. We need that. There's our prop. Interesting that that's black. Usually they're blue. Mixture. That's all good. Landing gear extension. What's this do? Oh, that's it there. Okay, so we got a click spot issue just with the fire extinguisher. Not a big to do. Alright. Windows you can open. Visors, of course. Yeah, you can always do that in Carenado aircraft. It's pretty, isn't it? Loads of space. That's friggin' class looking. Right, well, how does she behave is going to be the question, right? So let's have a look here. We have battery, alternator, light switches, nav and beacon light can come on, mixture can go fully rich, gear handles in the down position, fuel tank is on main tank. That's all cabin. Nice, decent sounds actually, isn't it? We'll open the window and we'll try and get our start up. So prop full, open the throttle, booster pump. Alright, try the mags, right, left, both. Clear prop. Oh wow, look at the shakes on the dash. Jesus. Okay, so they need to fix the power down sounds. Let's go for start again. We ready? Alright, nice and quiet in here. Go ahead, avionics. Look at the logic on the instruments. All right, flaps. Great sounds. Nice. Alright. Let's have a gawk here. We'll put that in. Weather radar. Bendix King. She's working. I love this. I love the new kind of animations they have. She's shaking it on. Or she's shaking all around the place. That's pretty cool. Weather radar. Does that work? Let's see. They're probably a little bit heavy. It's got scattered. Bit of rain here as well. Yeah, we got a working weather radar, ladies and gentlemen. That's new. No, no. That's awesome. Alrighty. Let's listen into the sounds. Not too bad. Not too bad. All right. Let's see what we can do here. We're not going to get too way to kill the mixture, Murph. Alright. She sounds good. What else do we have? Panel lights. We'll wait till we get out a bit to kind of showcase the lights a bit better, will we? Alright, let's have a look. Got a prop anti-ice, nice. Headphone jack, no, unfortunately not. So hang on, we have... The electrical system looks to be good. We put on the prop eyes, we can see the amps. Alright, let's see what happens here. Sounds good. Now, it'll take us about 17 years to get to the runway, so we'll just take off on the taxiway here. This is before I do any real kind of testing with the airplane, right? Hate to say it, LOD thing in beta update 3 is actually working. Air traffic is from far away. Don't know if it's the same with multiplayer. Also, LOD loading of native 24 airports is also way better. Oh, nice! Right, go up the hill here, we see what happens. Yes, it's a taxiway. Don't worry, lads. Special permission. Alright, upsie daisy. Sounds aren't bad. Gear up. Two-tone forward. She's a little bit sensitive on its pitch. Oh yeah, it's way too sensitive on the pitch. Why don't they test their stuff, man? Way too sensitive. What's the roll like? Roll feels good, but the pitch is off. This needs an update already. You gotta say, like, who tests their stuff, man? Sounds good. Cowl flaps work? Yeah. Cowl flaps are working. I am impressed by this so far. Alright, let's bring the time of day down. Let's get some of these lights working here, shall we? Alright, what have we got? Okay. Jeez, that lighting is beautiful. Beautiful! That's our oxygen. Oh yeah. What do you think of the lighting? That's pretty, isn't it? Such a shame for a great looking aircraft, typical of an outright. Yeah, like 100% the flight model is slightly off on the pitch. It's too sensitive, it needs to be dialed down considerably. I mean, look. The roll is quite good. Exterior lights are good. The lights are pretty. So it has that same kind of tinted glass, right? Can we spin it? I reckon we could do all sorts of harm here. Let's see. That's the gear warning, that's okay. Right, let's hold the nose. 80 knots. Stall. Not the most impressive stall I've ever seen. Should just power on stall. This is it's a high wing Cessna. We should get she should drop a wing, shouldn't it? Let's see. Look at the angle of attack, like this is pure aggressive. Oh, the wing won't drop. Kick the rudder. No. Flight model needs work, lads. It's not a good flight model. The pitch is off. The stall characteristics are off. Looks pretty. It feels good on the roll, although it feels a little bit snappy. Yeah, I was trying that, Matt. She wouldn't do it. I'll try it again for the crack. We're very low for any sort of stall action, but sure, we'll see what happens. In a bit of altitude. Jeez, the power of this thing, look. 2,000 feet a minute, just accept the climb, look. Alright. So hold the nose. You can't spin it. Even the stall, the wing should dip. Shouldn't it? Cessna, wing, yeah, the wing should dip. Interesting. That movement, like if I give a full movement, that's full movement. That's ridiculous. If I give a small movements, like she powers, it's a power on stall, but like, it's too sensitive. That's very slight movements. They got the roll in, the pitch is all wrong. And like, this is a paid Carenado airplane, right? This isn't in the sim. Like, I'd love to meet the folks who sign off on like flight model testing. You know what I mean? It's a good thing to try, but there is no, you're not feeling any P factor from full throttle. I haven't touched any sort of aileron trim. I'm at full throttle now, keeping the stick neutral. There's no P factor, so I doubt that'll work. We'll try it. Hold the nose. Nope. Yeah, no P factor whatsoever. Oh well. So where they've gone, prop sounds good. Where they've gone with the extra kind of visuals on like shakes, rattles and rolls, and it does look beautiful, right? What was the parking brake doing on? It's just the flight model is not there at all. You know, visually stunning, don't get me wrong, and even the animation here now, like the power it back. Let's drop the landing gear. Very nicely done with the animations, look. It's just that pitch is it's so wrong. You know what I mean? Did you also experience this with the newly released aircraft and X-plane, GA planes? No. From Carenado? Or in general? If you power idle and maintain level flight, increasing back pressure to hold altitude, does it eventually stall flat? I doubt it. Hey, Epic Fool is here. Good to see you, buddy. Power idle, maintain level flight, increasing back pressure, and then hold altitude. Does this? It'll flat stall, but like, Oh, there she goes. Hang on. Hang on. Why we get a warning for the gear? We're at full power. Gear warning under 100 knots? That's not right. I'm at full power, full throttle. All right, radio and instruments. Right now, I just pulled a circuit breaker. All right, what about the taxi and landing lights? Okay, they work. Radio switches. Radar altitude. That works. Landing gear. So we just threw the switch, well, the circuit breaker for the landing gear. That doesn't care if it works or not. Stall warning, maybe fuel pump. Like, that gear shouldn't move if I disconnect it, right? Hang on. Gear pump, landing gear. Both circuit breakers have been pulled. Landing gear switch. Doesn't do anything. Why are we getting a warning for gear up? That's after braking. Okay, so let's go landing gear. That's correct. So it's the gear pump. There goes the gear. All right, so some of the circuit breakers need to be working. Why are we still getting a gear warning? Let's build up the speed. We're at full power, so we shouldn't get a gear warning. Although, what's the drag hitting us? Ah, flaps. Never mind. Full flaps is hitting the gear warning. That makes sense. Okay, so level stall. Easy now. See what happens. Yeah, we got there in the end. It was the flaps. Didn't realize they were down. It's okay. Keep the nose up. Hitting the stall. When it does stall, we want to see a wing drop.
It's not the plane, it's the pilot.
That didn't seem right. Like, whenever about a roll, Jesus. It's they need to fix the pitch. Watch, I mean, I'll probably be able to negative G this. Look, although not really. Yeah, that just shouldn't be able to do that.
Can I get a refund?
Right, I think work is needed on the owl. We're in a tree. I think work is needed definitely on the flight model. It looks great. Sounds pretty good, right? I mean, straight up. But, and there's a big but. This actually looks great out in the out in rough terrain, doesn't it? Looks class, right? It needs a patch. If Carenado can fix some of the handling characteristics, you're in for a treat, definitely, because it's one of their best looking aircraft. Tweak the flight model, and I think you're good. And what I mean by tweaking it, there's too much sensitivity, I think. Far too much. You know, that movement just doesn't feel right. But, hey, oh, there we go. Right, our last aircraft coming up. So that's the Carenado CT210. I'll fly it again, defo, but it's just the handling. Do you know what I mean? And what was the other one? Dakota. No. Yeah, Dakota. There she be. So a Piper aircraft, let me see, PA28236 Dakota. So this one is from Microsoft. Now this was built by Carenado as well. So we're going to have fairings on or fairings off, entirely up to us. So that's how we select the different models, right? How much is this? 20 bucks. 20 bucks. Got some nice liveries though. Well, that's pretty. Yeah, let's go with that one. You get a good few liveries actually. Right, that's pretty. And well, let's have a look over here. We'll load in somewhere different. We'll move away from the incredible Doha. We'll have to go back there someday, lads. That's absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Let me see. Go somewhere kind of country-ish. Oh, hang on. Sure, we can go over here. We'll check out. Although Providence will probably be heavy on frames, won't it? It just will, Murph. Right. Do you know what we do? Minneapolis. What's the ICAO for Indianapolis or that place? KMSP, Minneapolis. Like, oh, you get in there now. You go thing. Jesus, that's a huge airport. Right, let's come down here. This is all default, so I'm not worried about what we're going to look at. I do want to look at the aircraft, right? So our last one then for tonight, the Dakota. Carenado's history, pretty planes and lacking flight model. Doubt it'll change. Yeah. KSTP is the overflow for GA Airport. Oh, is it? Okay, nice. Sweet. All right, let's have a look. Oh, she's pretty. All right, this will take a second now to configure my buttons and switches. It's just kind of what happens, lads. Oh, she's pretty, isn't it? Right, okay, let's go into this. Now, another thing we're going to show you, something interesting. Have you all downloaded Pocket Sky yet? If not, why not? Where's this now? Where's me lonely screen? Dee-dee-dee. Dee-dee-dee. Let's see if I can horse this over there. Lonely screen. We'll come down to you while you're loading. Dee-dee-dee. We'll open up some SayIntentions while we're here. Loading. Update required. We'll get you later. I hope this will work without the thing loading. We'll find out. Okay, let's have a look. Okay. Are we good? Yeah, we're good. Right, in we get. Jump in there now, Jemima. This looks already very pretty, doesn't it? Okay, let's save some views here just so we can... Oh, this looks very pretty. Jesus. A little bit of a stutter. All right. Now, it being a Carenado aircraft, can we get in and mess with it? No. Okay. Is there a way to change the... We can't change our avionics in this. Sure we can't. No circuit breakers are modeled. Fuel is there. There's a little window. All right, let's see what we can do. Open the prop. Battery and alternator can come on. We do have some lights. Anti-collision lights can be put on. Fuel booster pump. That's not a good sign. Oh wait, everything's disconnected. Good man, Murphy. Shift C. Right. I've no aircraft sounds.
Hello there.
There's no sound for the fuel pump. That's interesting. All right. Clear prop, and let's see if she starts. No. Turn the fuel on. Do we have a sound for the fuel? Fuel pump doesn't make a sound. Interesting. Although, hang on, I'm hearing something. No, no sound. All right. We have fuel. Why aren't you starting? Primer? Making the mixture, it's a bug. Interesting. All right. I mean, fine. Are we an avionics master switch? Electric pick trim on. Primer is grand. Carb heat. Radio master. It should be. Turn off nav there for a minute. This is pretty. Interesting, we're getting a bit of stuff. Hang on. I mean, she sounds okay. Right, give this a moment. Now check out this, right? Will this work if I press tablet? Have I a button for a tablet? No. Now, is that looking at all the screen? Hang on. Because what I want to do here, lads, is as follows. Okay. So this is Pocket Sky, yeah? Bear with me now, lads. Bear with me. Why would you turn off? Every time. Lonely screen? Lonely screen. And now, we're doing science. Let's try it again. Okay. Alright, you guys can see that? So this is from SayIntentions. This is called Pocket Sky. So let's have a look and see what we can do. So we have my flight, origin, destination is blank, current airspeed, altitude, that's grand. Let's go over to our communications panel. You guys saying this okay? So we can see what COM1 is. So COM1 is currently on 12485, right? So let's have a look to see how well this is going to behave. So can I change this? Standby frequency. 122.8. Waiting for a response. Okay, so how do we... 1228. Okay, so no one is listening. See the information coming up on Pocket Sky, right? Now, can we change a frequency? We can also record something in here as well, look. Internal 1 or internal 2. Okay, frequencies, here we go. So let's go for ATIS 120.8. Click on this. Is that active?
Sky conditions. View at 8500 feet.
That's pretty cool, right?
Temperature 32.
We're doing this from the phone now, lads.
Altimeter 29902. Density altitude 3000 feet. Arriving runways 22. 30 left, 30 right. Departing runways.
Let's go 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 5.
30 right, 17.
So 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 5, right? And who have I tuned into? That's Tower, right? So where are we? Minneapolis Tower. Minneapolis Tower, November 235 Romeo Mike, radio check.
November 235 Romeo Mike, Minneapolis Tower, taxi to runway 22 via Sierra 3, Sierra Delta, cross runway 12 right, then Charlie, cross runway 12 left at your discretion.
Let's do radio check. That was a strange radio check. They got that totally wrong.
November 235 Romeo, Mike sounds great from here.
Okay. What's the ATIS frequency? Bear in mind, I'm using my phone, right?
November 235 Romeo Mike, ITIS frequency is 120.8.
Okay, let's try internal now, right? So we'll go internal. Let's see if this works. This is Pocket Sky, by the way, right? So this is a mobile app. This isn't the SayIntentions app, right? Waiting for a response. So it seems a little bit slow, but I imagine the client needs an update. This asked me for an update, right? Now if we go into internal, intercom, passenger, mentor, there's a few. There's Howard. I'll get Howard in for the crack. Okay, so let's try all this again. Hi Howard, it's Murph. Let's see what happens here now, right? It's only available to partners at the moment, but I just wanted to give you an idea of it. Yeah?
Hello, I'm here to help you with any aviation-related questions or tips you might need. What would you like to know today? The minimum takeoff distance for a Piper PA-28 can vary depending on weight, wind, and runway conditions, but generally it ranges from about 1,600 to 2,000 feet on a standard day at sea level. Always consult the pilot's operating handbook for specific conditions.
Good man, Howard. The whole idea of this, though, you can move away from your sim and it'll keep you up to date with what's happening, yeah? It does seem a little slow, but
You're welcome. If you have any more questions or need tips, just let me know.
Alright, so my flight. So we're looking at our details on this screen, and we can probably change this map as well, right? So satellite hybrid. Let's return. Yeah, so here's our map now. So I have a moving map on my phone, look. And that's very responsive. That's very fast and clear, right? So if I were to go to comms and we go internal, I can talk to it if I'm away from the desk. So I'm not going to press ATC, I'm going to press my phone. Hi Howard, can you give me the weather? I have to lay on my microphone. Hang on. Oh no, Jesus, hang on. Hi Howard, can you give... Hang on. Hi Howard, can you give me the weather? Hi Howard, can you give me the weather? Let's see.
The current ATIS information for Minneapolis is Quebec. Wind is 220 at 6, visibility 10, few clouds at 8,500 feet, temperature 32, dew 0.14, and the altimeter is 29.92. Make sure to advise ATC that you have information Quebec when you contact them.
St. Paul, information Quebec. 21530.
That's pretty cool.
Wind 230 at 9er.
That's pretty cool.
Visibility 10. Sky conditions, few at 7,500 feet.
That's pretty cool, isn't it? So again, we can change whoever that is in the plane, right? So we have Howard in there as a mentor, right? We can change that. So we can say, right, well, sure, imagine Murphy as a mentor. Jesus. Cabin crew, tour guide. Someone's ringing me somewhere. Live. Jesus. Hang on there now. So that's frequency 1. Hi. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Can we put Kibu in it? So it just says pilot saying hi, so it looks like... Oh, sure, I don't have a crew. So what am I talking about? I wouldn't have a crew. Alright, okay. But that's just an idea. So you can see your flight details. I like this. This is on my phone. I can walk away from the sim, like... Comms, frequencies, and airports. Look up the local airports. So what are we? KMSP. Search. METAR, ATIS, TAF, winds, all this. So you can do an airport lookup when you're connected to the sim. I like that. Search Dublin. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's really handy, isn't it? So that's Pocket Sky. It's on the way. I just wanted to give you a quick look at it so you know what I mean? You can see what the crack is, but it's open now to partners. Make sure you take a look at it, lads. It's early days yet. That's what SayIntentions do. When they're releasing stuff, they'll go through kind of the safe release channels in terms of, well, partners first, get used to it, and then we push it on out to more and more people. That's the idea, right? That's pretty class. I enjoyed that. Right, so how does this machine fly in comparison to the other York, right? Runway over here, look. Fixed landing gear, of course. Yeah, Nerd, really excited about it. An A340 by Tolus and Airsoft, yeah. Airsoft, absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome aboard this flight with us today. We are thrilled to have you on board as we prepare to take off.
Shut that agent up. It's brilliant. I've been using it the last week now. Yeah, it's awesome, man. It's awesome. Brilliant. Jesus, one Murph is enough in a plane, I think. Right, do you know what I mean? Right, we're going way too fast here, but let's just find somewhere that we can take off from. Huge airport. Where's the runways? The prop animation is nice, isn't it? Alison Johnson is here. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Ali. Hope you're well. Hope you had a great flight. We're here covering all sorts of stuff with the news, and yes, I have been taxiing and taking off from the taxiway, but I just wanted to check out this machine. Right, Harrison Ford it. Ron Murphy. Sounds aren't bad. There's 50. Oopsie daisy. So remember, lads, this is a free aircraft in 2024, yeah?
Myself.
Feels good. Yeah, this feels pretty good. Nice machine. I'm not quite sure about the sounds. Sounds a bit kind of trucky. Definitely okay for a freebie, yeah. Quite nippy for a fixed gear. Yeah, 100%. I get a bit of altitude here. She climbs at 90 knots, that's impressive. Hello there. Wait now, do we have photogrammetry? We do. Don't crash, Sim. Oh, that's nice. We have photogrammetry from Minneapolis. Adam Controls, good to see you. Jesus, it's morning time for him. That's not really. It's like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Adam, I hope you're well. Any luck with Black 17, no? Alright, let's try this one. Hold the nose. Wait for the stall. There's a stall warning. Hold. Wing drops. Lovely. Can we go into a spin? She doesn't want to spin. At least the stall is somewhat right. This flies better than their paid version. 236 horsepower helps with everything, right? Right, there she goes. Drop. Spin. What you thinking about it? Maybe not a spin. Easy now. Right, bit of power. Let's check out some night lighting on the aircraft. It should already be added to your account if you're using FlightSim 2024. Lighting's only kind of meh. Have we other switches for the lights? Let's see. No, that's all she's gonna write. Nothing up here? Aha. Now you're thrashing. Oh yeah, that's pretty. That's decent lighting, lads, isn't it? Yeah, they did. This is... Do you know what? This feels a little bit better than their payware effort, right? The payware effort needs just a fix to the flight model. It's a nice little plane. Do we like? Wasn't bad yesterday, it's still not as good as it could be. Adam's having the crack for sure. It's a lovely little plane. GA, lads, isn't it beautiful? Very pretty. You got 18 instead, yeah. Keep trying 17. This is a nice machine. For free? Very good. Tis very well done, isn't it? If you bring the shades all the way down, it has a reference for fuel consumption. Oh, nice. Hey, Kieran is here. Good to see you, Kieran. Sounds are a bit off. It's a bit tractor sounding, isn't it? little bit heavy on the sounds. Yeah, that's nice. Nice machine. It's a lot better than what I expected. Doesn't the sky look unreal? Absolutely, man. It's stunning. Beautiful. Oh, Carenado Expo was awesome. Awesome. Hey, Limix is here. Good to see you. Hey, look, we got some nice animations here. The static wicks are shaking away. Weirdly, but they're shaking away.
Jesus.
Pretty good. That's a nice machine by Carenado for the famous Flyer series. Nicely done, man. Nicely done. Comparing this to other third-party planes we like, it's not the same airport let along runway. Compared to Carenado's other in-sim aircraft or meh. Haven't been at the yoke of one. Yeah. Their flight models, I mean, it looks visually stunning, yeah, but it's the flight model is where they get a little bit kind of perplexed, but this is decent. At least this handles better than the 210. It's fast, it's nimble. It's not bad at all. I think you'll enjoy flying this one around for sure. Oh, Energizer, could you imagine that? Jesus. Yeah, it's nice. This is pretty. Beautiful airplane, isn't it? It's an Archer on steroids. It is. It's a gorgeous looking plane. Sweet. Right, lads, that's going to kind of do us. We did well, didn't we? I told you it was going to be a late one. We've covered an awful lot. So we've covered the news. We have covered all our FlightSim Expo extravaganzas. We've checked out Doha by IniBuilds, including the landmarks. We've checked out Carenado's CT210N. Just a little tweak to the flight model. I think we're going to have an excellent aircraft. And then finally, this brand new famous flyer built by Carenado, gifted to us by Microsoft. It is that of the PA-28 Dakota. Very, very nice indeed. They've done a great job. And yeah, all these aircraft we've shown tonight. Of course, we had A2A's ACUSIM Aerostar last night. Or 210, yeah. Just so many awesome new aircraft now, lads. There's a lot of great stuff to go exploring in the sim for sure. And all the new regions as we fly here over Minneapolis. That's where we're going to be for FlightSim Expo next year. So, yeah, lads, I do really hope you enjoyed tonight's show. We got a good bit covered. And, of course, all the coverage from FlightSim Expo as well. It was a lot of fun. And really looking forward now to some of the hardware and getting back into the swing of our live streams. We'll be on at some stage tomorrow. And I think we're VAT-simming tomorrow night, I think. We'll double check, right? And I'll put out a plan then for our flight on Friday. It'll be something in the United States, and we'll enjoy probably some of that new scenery as well. So looking forward to it. So lads, as ever and as always, thank you so very, very much indeed for tuning in. All the support was absolutely incredible, and FSExpo is a 15-hour drive for Scott. That's not bad. We're leaving the Rock and we're heading for Jersey tomorrow night. Good stuff, Dougal. We'll do our briefing show tomorrow to get ourselves acquainted with what's happening. So yeah, all should be well in the realm, and we have Noddy Gnome back as well. Super stuff. Right, lads, thanks so very, very much indeed. It's great to be back. I've missed you. And we got a lot covered there tonight. And, well, more of the same. And we'll see you tomorrow. Probably daytime streamage. And then we'll do our stuff then for tomorrow night on VAT-Sim. So, from me to you, thank you all so very much indeed. And we'll see you tomorrow at some stage. Couple of hours. Be grand. I don't have jet lag at all. Holy crap. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. We're going in, that's it. There's no turning back at this stage. Jesus, mind the bears. Look at this big Jesus. Oh no, we're into dying. Quick, get out. Oh no, we're Jesus. Oh. Dublin. Pascal Sheehy, RTE. Is Pascal Sheehy still doing the news? Oh, there's Gibbo, look! He almost turned it over. Gibbo, you nearly rolled it.
Yeah, baby.
Did you just say that? He nearly rolled the trailer coming in. Hilarious.
Cheers, Gibbo.
Yeah, we can hear you. Do you know? Ah, don't hit me with a frying pan! Oh, jeez! Did you hear it? You just hit me with a frying pan! Of course I made a noise! You hit me with a frying pan in my head! Why would you hit me with a frying pan? Don't hit me again! Ah! Yes, it makes a noise! You're hitting me with a frying pan! Annalisa, did you put her up to that? Jesus, me head! Oh, who hit someone?